Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the use of e-scooters, e-bikes and related mobility options. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. So starting with you, Mr. Warrington, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Warrington. I'm the Manager of Transport Policy at the City of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Sebastian Smythe. I'm the Executive Manager of the City Access and Transport Unit at the City of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
My name's David Kelly. I'm the Acting Manager of Traffic and Public Domain Services at Sutherland Shire Council. I solemnly and sincerely truly declare and affirm that evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Holding.
Thank you. Greg Holding. I'm the Team Leader of Traffic and Transport Services at Sutherland Shire Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Campbell Pfeiffer. I'm the Director of Transport and Assets for Northern Beaches Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks. Finally, Mr. Devon.
Thank you, Chair. Philip Devon, Manager Transport Network, Northern Beaches Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now, I assume each council has one person making a short opening statement. Okay, City of Sydney.
The City of Sydney adopted a vision in its Sustainable Sydney 2050 strategy that Sydney would be a city for walking, cycling and public transport. Electric micro-mobility, I'll call it e-mobility for simplicity, has an important role to play, especially in increasing the number of people riding bicycles. This includes electric bicycles as well as share bikes. People want more transport options. Many want to ride bicycles to save time, money, improve their health, reduce emissions, avoid congestion, and because it can be really enjoyable. Counts from March 2024 identified that approximately 30% of bike trips were e-bikes. The share bike data shows that between January and October this year, over 1.5 million trips were made on share bikes in the City of Sydney LGA, an average of 150,000 trips per month. This is twice as many trips as for the same period last year. There is an increasing number of transport workers using bikes to serve the community's growing demand for and reliance on deliveries. And people working as delivery riders have the right to appropriate regulation and working conditions to keep them safe at work. So we know that more people are choosing e-mobility to meet their everyday transport and economic needs, and every trip made using a smaller, lighter, more energy efficient vehicle is better for our cities, reducing traffic congestion, reducing noise and emissions, and reducing injuries and deaths on our roads. That's why this inquiry is timely. E-mobility can and should be successful in a city like Sydney, which has so many preconditions for success: a temperate climate, population density in the inner city and metropolitan centres, a good public transport network that can be extended with the help of e-mobility. Sydney-siders have proven to be willing adopters of new travel choices. Many visitors and international students have used e-mobility at home and are keen to use it in Sydney. Other global cities are benefiting from successfully integrating e-mobility into their transport systems. We believe Sydney must also do this, and it only requires minor adjustments to bring multiple benefits. New South Wales governments have a proven record of supporting new transport offers, such as rideshare. Sometimes there is initial resistance and teething issues, but once they've done the planning, policy and regulation work, New South Wales has been able to incorporate transport innovations into the broader transport system. We've seen this with point-to-point. We've seen it with the Opal card, light rail, and now metro. Our message is Sydney and New South Wales can and should have the travel choices that people in other successful global cities have. The city is a strong champion of micro-mobility, but transport is one issue where the New South Wales government retains most of the powers. Managing the state road network and local and regional roads, building and operated public transport infrastructure and services, strategy and policy, and enforcing most transport laws and rules. Local government's role is primarily limited to advocacy, influence, footpaths, and sometimes cycleways. We already have laws and regulations in place to cover the power, speed, and use of electric bicycles. The road rules are explicit on where and how people should ride, whether their bike is powered or not. For example, who can ride on footpaths, the requirement to ride safely and give way on paths, the requirement for riders to stop at zebra crossings and red lights. Our submission outlines the opportunities to improve the road rules for active transport. The focus now should be the necessary regulatory work around share bike systems. So share bikes are one part of the e-mobility fleet, and global experience shows that share bike systems need a proper regulatory framework that allows for growth and private sector involvement and innovation. These regulations must operate over a bigger geography than a single local government area. So the system is easier to manage and administer, but primarily so people have access to more places. And only the New South Wales government can create that framework. Local government in New South Wales has been trying to plug the holes for more than 7 years. We've repeatedly asked the New South Wales government to take responsibility for the role it has in managing the overarching transport systems. Local governments have done their best, but there's a reason why local government does not build or run trains, and why it does not allocate bus lanes or run bus services, and why it does not regulate taxis and rideshare. It's the New South Wales government's regulation that creates the framework for provision and use of these, and shared bicycle systems should be no different. Our detailed submission with its 8 recommendations outlines the challenges, the options and potential solutions. We outline our perspective on some of the hot button issues, such as bike storage and clutter, footpath riding, and the relationship of this to the growth in food and other delivery services. We explain how the existing road system and current New South Wales government approaches to it create unsafe or unwelcoming road environments for people riding bicycles. At the end of the day, our message is relatively simple. The more you integrate micro-mobility into everyday road system management, the easier it is to manage e-mobility systems so they add value to the broader community and gain community support. Our submission outlines the many ways we believe the New South Wales government can move quickly to create a better environment for micro-mobility, and these are consistent with the New South Wales government's own strategy and policy. They just take commitment. Many are just about changing the way streets are managed and the need for the New South Wales government agencies to implement their own strategies and policies on road space allocation. A critical enabler is for the New South Wales government to fund and deliver a network of safe cycling links. And if this happens, the City of Sydney is confident that Sydney and New South Wales can have world-class electric micro-mobility with the benefits for the broader community.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to Sutherland.
Thank you. Sutherland Shire Council recognises that e-bikes, e-scooters and related mobility devices have a great potential to increase mode shift, which has all the benefits of traditional push bikes, including improved health benefits, reduce traffic congestion and parking demand, whilst overcoming the traditional barriers to cycling: body composition, age, terrain and distances. Although Council continues to receive a large number of complaints regarding e-bikes, an outright ban is not supported. Instead, the responsible use of legal e-bikes is supported, and it is preferred that improved legislation be enacted to enforce poor behaviour and use of illegal e-bikes, comprehensive education programs be delivered in schools on the safe use of e-bikes, and suitable infrastructure be provided to facilitate cycle-only corridors. Council supports improved legislation focusing on banning electrically powered assisted e-bikes with motors over 500 watts and making it illegal to modify or facilitate the modification of an e-bike that makes it not legal. Council also recommends the consideration of low-cost registration, junior licensing similar to a junior PWC licence, minimum age limits, limit the number of passengers to one passenger with a minimum age for carrying passengers, require automatic noise actuation and daytime running lights to improve safety for pedestrians, and laws that allow locations that councils wish to specifically ban the use of e-bikes and or e-scooters rather than all bikes and scooters. New South Wales State Government works with other Australian states to consolidate laws on e-bikes so they're consistent with all other jurisdictions. Council recognises its ongoing role to provide cycling infrastructure and educate the community in partnership with Transport for New South Wales under their local government road safety program. We feel additional funding is required to provide education on bike and e-bike safety. Council has had some success with piloting ride-to-school programs for primary schools. A similar program would be supported for e-bikes in high schools. Council's cycling network is currently largely made up of shared paths and riders for riders of all ages and footpaths for younger riders. Significant investment is required to provide dedicated cycleways throughout the bicycle infrastructure network. And whilst this may be achievable in time, the present circumstances of infrastructure could not support an outright ban on e-bikes from using footpaths and shared paths. The road reserve area has many competing priorities and a variety of hazards evident within these corridors, and Council recommends other land options would need to be investigated, such as existing railway, metro and motorway corridors to deliver dedicated cycle highways. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Northern Beaches.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, committee members. The Northern Beaches Council Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors welcome this inquiry. I think the other councils have actually spoken on a lot of the matters we have wished to raise. The Northern Beaches has had a rapid uptake of e-mobility devices, and we see the benefit of those devices, but we also see the challenges that they are raising with our infrastructure in our community. So we might leave it there. We have made our submission. Very happy to answer questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I will, just before we kick off with questions, just let you know that we have two members of the committee online. The Honourable Wes Fang and the Honourable Bob Nanva are both online, and we'll jump in with questions if they have any. I'll just kick off. I'd be keen to get Council's views, I should say, on the government's announcement on Monday about e-scooters and what seems like putting it to councils, if you like, to make decisions in this area. I'd be keen to know the consultation that's taken place with your councils around this draft idea for e-scooter regulation and your thoughts with it. I might go the opposite direction this time and start with Northern Beaches, if that's okay.
Thank you, Chair. E-scooters are an interesting component of the e-mobility mix, where if they're replacing short journeys between residences and transport hubs, they're probably supported to a degree. With regard to consultation, I think Transport for New South Wales has had limited consultation with us prior to making the announcement.
Does limited mean any? What does limited mean?
There was a couple of workshops with Transport for New South Wales around e-scooters and shared schemes, but probably a little bit blindsided by the announcement the other day.
What about you, Sutherland Shire Council?
I'd agree with Mr Devon there. That, we have had some consultation around and encouragement of taking up shared schemes for e-scooters, but we haven't heard anything about any prior announcement about that. What was announced on Monday.
A lot of the submissions seem to say that council by council regulation of e-scooters and e-bikes doesn't work. Is that your view, Mr Holding?
Yeah, that's council's view. Yes, that it would have to be something statewide to be effective.
We'll go to City of Sydney.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, our history's probably partly contextual. So obviously we had when e-scooters and shared e-scooter schemes started to take off in Paris, etc. We had a lot of companies come to us as the tourist heart, if you like, of Sydney. At that stage, we were trying, as Sebastian outlined in his opening remarks, deal with the existing share bike proliferation in the area and the lack of framework for that. So we were dealing with a real-world issue. We actually contributed fairly extensively to the then government's electric scooter working group, just working through the safety, etc. Implications. I think that was a really useful process, but it ended at the time where it got to what I would think was the more important choice about how should these schemes, particularly shared schemes, be regulated. And so there was no real work done on that. There was then, as people might remember, a little bit of a lull for a couple of years, and then the electric scooter trials with local government needing to be front and centre in that took off. We considered it as a council and decided that it wasn't a priority given the way that they were structured. We couldn't guarantee the safe riding environments. We were highly conscious of the proliferation of footpath riding in other cities despite the claims of being able to geofence. So we just, as council, decided we would continue to monitor the trial and see where it led us and focus more importantly on the cycleway network development and trying to get share bike regulation. I think our view is exactly the same as it is with share bikes. It needs to be a bigger framework, and probably if they become legalised, which obviously the New South Wales government can do at any time, then the same operators probably want to be able to offer bikes and scooters to their customers, and it should have the same type of framework and operate on the larger geography that no local government alone can provide.
So what are the issues with each local council being responsible for an e-scooter share scheme, for example, in their area? What are the problems with that?
For us, it was a number of things. So it's the actual safety of use. So we've got the underlying issue that the New South Wales government's always raised about, are these devices even safe to use? That's, we presume, why they're currently still illegal, whereas they're legal in other jurisdictions. The unsafe riding environments and the limited amount of trips that people can make on places where, if we were to manage a scheme, we would consider they are safe to ride. So we were keen to get a more developed cycleway network before considering having a trial. There's also just the resource implications of needing to, if we were running multiple schemes, we've got local government's got other priorities, obviously. So we support the mode in principle. We think they may have an important transport function to do. It's unclear what that is, and that really it needs the New South Wales government to be setting up a metropolitan system, if you like. So, the device, if legalised, can be used across bigger areas. That's the other thing is, just if you think about the geography of local governments, our local government area and inner west government, local government area share King Street. So if we had scooters and they didn't, people are going to have to drop off halfway across King Street. So, people want to ride from place to place. They don't want to ride within local government boundaries. They're just administrative constructs. Good ones, but they don't help when it comes to growing, car alternatives, if you like.
And if we entered into a contract with one service provider for shared e-scooters, these are not the private ones, and Inner West or Randwick decided that wasn't, their elected representative decided they'd prefer to go with another contract, you have the very real risk that, you literally hop off one providers and have to find another providers when you hit an LGA boundary. But it was very clear that, the maximum safety opportunity is to have these operating on a connected system of a network of cycleways, to not have them operating on footpaths. Our footpaths are much more highly populated than many other footpaths in the other local government areas. If you can't go on the footpath and there's not a cycleway, well, are they on the street? And what is the maximum speed limit on that street that would provide adequately safe conditions for people to operate an e-scooter on? And obviously our positions on reducing speed limits and traffic speeds on our streets are very well documented.
Yes, so here's you're advocating for the 40 kilometre and 30 kilometre per hour speed limit. I've got many more questions, but I'll throw to the opposition in just after this last question about cycling infrastructure. You've all noted that in your submissions. I'll ask Sutherland, how important is cycling infrastructure for your local area? What support are you getting from the state government, and what more support do you need? Some local government areas are obviously have more cycling infrastructure than others. How important is it in Sutherland, and how big is the demand for more cycling infrastructure?
I think thank you for the question. I think that the cycling infrastructure within Sutherland Shire is imperative in regards to getting across the Shire. One of the key things that our Shire is focused on is the delivery of the Sutherland to Cronulla active transport link, and that is a regional link in partnership with Transport for New South Wales and the state government. And that literally provides a spine of a cycleway across from east to west across the Sutherland Shire, and provides the basis of a infrastructure network for cycling. One of the challenges is with the Scattle cycleway network is managing the competing priorities within the road corridors, within shopping centres, and across and through suburbs. So, as we mentioned, looking at, we've been advocating strongly for the rail corridor, and that was an original option in that space. So, from a infrastructure need, the spines and the ribs is what we call them in Sutherland Shire, is imperative to give us a full network for delivery of our bike plan.
Thank you. Northern Beaches?
Thank you, Chair. The infrastructure that's in place on the Northern Beaches is not comprehensive, and the ability to actually put in place separated cycleways that is the best practice, and because you want mode separation between pedestrians, cars, bicycles, will take years and years. What we have now is we have an immediate problem, and while Transport is working with us to provide funding, there's also a capacity issue for councils to deliver it in the short period of time. So I would say that it's a challenge from a council point of view where you have shared cycleways. It's a challenge where you only have footpaths, and I think it's a challenge that we're not going to resolve in the short term.
Thank you. I might, because you have outlined it very well, City of Sydney, in your submission, and time is running out. I'll throw to Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you. Thank you all for your submissions and for coming along today and the great work you're doing locally. I might start with Northern Beaches, given my proclivity with it. It seems to be, can I start with, were you consulted before the government's announcement yesterday?
No.
Not contacted? Okay. And just a takeaway from that, I guess just at the higher level, I can take from what you're saying that councils really are struggling to deal with this, as you just said, Mr Pfeiffer, as an immediate problem. Would that be accurate? And that the proposal, whatever it is, or the plan for a plan, is really a long-term announcement. Meanwhile, you've got to deal with the day-to-day. That would be accurate?
That's correct. This would be one of the issues on the Northern Beaches that our local government get the most feedback from the community about, and part of the challenge is the fact that we support e-mobility devices, and they are fantastic for those short trips, but some of our community and the more vulnerable in our community just don't feel safe with them.
So we've seen pictures of, and look, I'm all for kids getting outside and getting on a bike, so don't read that the wrong way, and getting off screens. But we've seen pictures of 3 kids, maybe 1 helmet between them, if any, riding along on an e-bike at speed. That surely is a concern for pedestrians and for locals on the streets. On the Manly Boardwalk, there is a bike lane, but there's not really, as you say, the infrastructure. Do you care to comment on that? And also, you know, as a punter, people seem to blame you and blame council for those issues. What is it that you need help with the most?
Yeah, I might let Phil do that. What I would say to start off with is that council has very little powers in this respect, and that's where we come to the state government. We have worked on an education campaign, which I'm happy for Phil to talk about.
We did some market research through a third-party provider late last year on the knowledge base that the kids that you were talking about, you know, 2 or 3 up on the fat bikes. A lot of them had limited road rule knowledge. They've basically been given these bikes by their parents to get around the area. What we found was running operations with New South Wales Highway Patrol down on the Manly beachfront. There's definitely a knowledge gap in the education, and a lot of the children that are riding these devices aren't aware that it's illegal to modify them.
So a 20 kilo electric bike or scooter going 20-25 kilometres an hour with 2 kids on it, no helmets, that's not a transport solution, is it? It's a bit of a tragedy waiting to happen, either to the pedestrian or to the cyclist.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a serious safety risk. Yeah.
So in terms of the government, what is it that you need from them? You're obviously doing the education part and that's helpful, but what is the one thing that you need help with the most?
Clear definition of the regulations when it comes to what's legal and what's not legal. Talking to the Highway Patrol on site at several of these operations, it's really hard for them to determine what's a legal and illegal e-bike, and the knowledge gap when it comes to, you know, the parents buying these devices as to what's legal and what's not legal.
In terms of enforcement, and I'll come back to the parents in a moment, same one, but in terms of enforcement, who should be responsible for that? Should that be police? Should it be council parking inspectors?
It should be New South Wales Police, as council doesn't have the powers or the resourcing to be able to do it.
You would accept, wouldn't you, that police potentially, I don't want to preempt what they will say, but it's understandable, they would say they don't have enough resources to do random breath tests right now, given our road toll. Is it realistic to expect them to be pulling 3 kids over on a bike as well?
We've had to actually pull one of the joint operations this month due to lack of resourcing with the local highway patrol.
You had to pull
one of the events that we were running.
What was the event?
Just one of the joint policing operations and education operations on the Manly beachfront, because police didn't have the resources to attend.
Right, so you can't do a promotional pre-organised event. In terms of the scooter infrastructure, so no consultation on that. If that were to go ahead, say regulation is made, what's the solution there? Is it infrastructure, and if so, who pays? Who does enforcement? How does that look?
That's a good question. Definitely need the infrastructure, because one of the issues with the e-bikes, for instance, is the lack of noise on approach to a pedestrian. The scooters are even worse, and there is no resourcing for the enforcement to achieve compliance.
I might add to that, councils don't have the capacity to put in place local regulations, and it doesn't make any sense for us to have alternate rules between councils. People go between councils, they don't stay in their own local government area, and it's hard enough to get education consistently through to users as it is. So that's not a matter that councils could resource up, nor would it be effective.
And I want to come to Sutherland just a moment, and City Sydney also, but just quickly, if I'm in God's country in Manly and I've bought my kids a e-scooter for Christmas under pressure on Amazon, click, it's basically similar to buying them a car, is it not? In the sense, I'm not scaremongering, I'm just saying there are road rules that I think I hear you saying need to be applicable. There's safety implications. This is quite a serious thing. While I can click and buy a skateboard or something, it's actually got some pretty serious implications for you, for safety, for roads, for infrastructure and for costing, doesn't it? We need state-based regulations to be answering that and funding it.
Northern Beaches Council's position is that we support e-mobility devices, and they do provide a solution that's currently a gap in the market. In terms of comparison to cars and the risks and the rules around it, that's the gap that councils are seeking to be filled.
Yeah.
Currently, you don't need registration, you don't need a licence, you don't need any education to actually utilise them. So that's the gap that we're looking to be filled.
Thank you. And Sutherland, you have a similar issue with surfboards and bikes, as does Manly.
We certainly do.
Yeah.
Very similar to our Northern Beaches colleagues. With regards to the infrastructure, yes, we don't have the infrastructure in place to be able to facilitate the e-mobility in a safe way. With both e-bikes and e-scooters, we also have photos of 2-3 people on a bike. And as Northern Beaches mentioned, they're very, very quiet. You don't hear them coming, and it's a real hazard when you're working in a road reserve corridor, which is probably 3.5 metres on the side of the road, in the footpath area, with other competing things such as pedestrians, trees, light poles, all those things. So you're trying to find a corridor where someone's travelling at, as you said, 25 kilometres an hour in that road reserve, not within the road pavement where the cars go. And if you bring them into the road pavement, then you've got the conflict between children on the road with cars. And one of the struggles is from an enforcement point of view. Most of these children that are on the bikes actually can't be charged because they're too young anyway. And as you was mentioned by Northern Beaches, they don't understand that they're illegal, or they're not allowed to where they're riding, and as well the parents are unaware as well of what a legal e-bike is and what an illegal e-bike is, based on the terminology and the legislation that's currently in place.
If I'm searching up on Amazon Christmas presents for my 14-year-old and need to get something quick, a fat tyre bike looks pretty attractive, depending on the price, I guess. But there is no regulation on there to say or to educate me as a parent or my child about what I'm allowed to do, what I'm allowed to buy, what's legal and illegal to import.
That's correct.
So regulation is your answer to that. I'll finish on this, Chair. The City of Sydney, you don't have the beach and the surfboard issue, but you certainly have the congestion issue of the smaller footpaths and higher pedestrian activity. And you didn't participate in the e-scooter trial. What's the answer to infrastructure? Who should be providing that? Should that be City of Sydney, or should it be the providers? Should it be government?
So the city has a really strong record of rolling out cycling infrastructure. It's not always easy. We rely on state government funding. In real terms, in practical terms, that's now less than half than it used to be, available to local governments. The Get Active grants are massively oversubscribed, so that's where local governments apply to the state government for contributions to delivering active transport infrastructure.
Sorry, the funding is less than half, is that what you...
So the bids put in by local governments the funding, the budget is similar to it was under the previous government, but in the last few years of the previous government, they were actually topping up that funding from other sources. So there was a bit of a flush of cash coming in the final years of the last government. So we had more to work with. Currently, we all put in our Get Active New South Wales grants to build walking and cycling infrastructure, and 3/4, 5/8 are not, whatever the figure is, are unsubscribed, are unfunded. But we need to put things in perspective. Cycling can be unsafe. e-scooters, private e-scooters are currently not legal to operate on public streets. So I wouldn't buy one for your birthday presents unless you've got a big driveway.
I don't have the budget. That's
There are laws in place that, as I said in my submission, that govern the power, the speed, that you're not allowed to modify these things. So it's about education and enforcement of that. But we've got to maintain perspective on what is the major risk on our roads, because we've got the stats in the City of Sydney, and it's motor vehicles. They kill and injure people at 100 times the rates of bicycles. So let's not lose perspective on what the challenge is. That's why we do need to provide separated cycling facilities, because that's what 70% of people say will get them out on a bike.
all right. And so on that, I'll finish on this if I may, Chair. Just on that, so cycleways and who should pay?
Well,
Bike lanes?
cycleways, separated cycleways.
Yep.
We can't fund it. There are very limited funds in local government. They have to go a long way. We rely on big contributions from the state government.
Okay.
But we can't build them everywhere, and that's why we are pushing for speed reduction. So the people that have to get to the cycleway, or there is not a cycleway to serve them, we can address that with speed reduction if the state government allows us to do that.
Thank you. Go to questions from Mr. Benaziac now.
Thank you, Chair. This is probably a question for all of the councils. Have you actually conducted any studies to quantify how many residents have replaced their car trips with the e-mobility option? To discern between switching between a bus and jumping on an e-scooter or an e-bike versus a personal car and then switching to a e-bike or e-scooter. Does any council have any data on that at all to quantify how many people are making that switch?
So I think one of the key things is that the audience that's using e-mobility don't have cars. It's the teenagers. So whether it gives them independence to move around the local government area, to get to school, and as far as whether they would shift from a bus to an e-bike, we don't have any relevant data in relation to that. But driving and e-bikes as well, I think that the majority of the issue is at a lower level than the car.
The City of Sydney's, through a variety of mechanisms, the nature of the density in our area, the investment in cycleways, the good public transport network that can always be better, and our car sharing system, we've got more than 1/3 of our households don't actually have a vehicle at all. So we just see the e-mobility offer just being part of that good modern transport mix that people in the global city are looking for. So we wouldn't put a number on it. We just think that it's another way of giving people a non-car solution. And when we're so constrained for space, and we've got so many other issues around heat, etc., we need to maximise the use of our space, and these types of modes are far more efficient than the car at doing that.
And we do know that, unlike 10 years ago, 30% in recent counts, 30% of bikes that go past the count spot are e-bikes. So what e-bikes can do is they can, they flatten a hilly city, they make distance smaller because they push you further. International research indicates that people ride more often and ride further when they go from a standard bike to an e-bike. But it's really hard to get that diversion of trips. I mean, the state government have to look at that at the metropolitan level, at the state level.
Okay. Do any of your councils hold data on incidents involving e-bikes, whether they're the shared model or the private owned models, in terms of their incidents, in terms of, I guess, running into cars, running into other pedestrians? Do you guys have a way of tracking this data other than anecdotal feedback from a ratepayer?
Yeah, the data that we get around road crashes is predominantly coming through the Centre for Road Safety. So someone will report to the police and that data will be sent on to the Centre for Road Safety. That all gets analysed and taken down to us. The only data that we end up with is if it's a serious injury or fatality. and they're counted as e-bikes are counted as bikes in that data. It's no separation. We have had some discussions at Sutherland with local police around e-scooters, even though they are illegal, and any crashes that are happening, and they've indicated a number of crashes with a range of ages involved as well, which was quite surprising to us.
So it'd be fair to say, unless it's a fairly significant incident involving hospitalisation or death, a lot of the incidents go unreported.
Correct.
In the same way as motor vehicle incidents that are minor go unreported, or near misses go unreported.
Sure. I might just stay with City of Sydney because you mentioned the proliferation of the e-bikes in the council. Do you think the providers of those e-bikes have been good corporate citizens in how they've managed?
Are you talking about shared e-bikes?
I'm talking about the shared e-bikes. So I'm talking about the blue ones, the green ones, the ones that seem to be taking skinny dips in the fountains in Hyde Park, the ones that are having a swim in the harbour.
Okay, so there's a difference. The operators don't throw their appliances in fountains. That's the people on the street.
Yep.
That goes against their business model to damage their own bikes. Look, have they been good corporate citizens? They're working within the regulatory environment that exists in Sydney, which is very different to London. So,
Do you think they, sorry, to rewind, do you think they have a responsibility by providing these e-bikes to contribute to the education of the users? And if, presumably these things are tracked, they can work out that they're having a swim in the harbour. Do you think they have an obligation to go and get them out of the harbour or go and get them out of the fountain?
We obviously work with them and encourage them to do that within a non-regulated environment, but at the moment, as I say, it's non-regulated. So you rely on them being good corporate citizens, you rely on people using them to be good corporate citizens. We're looking for we've developed guidance, voluntary guidelines, so at least we can refer them to what our expectations are.
I think Seb used the term in the opening remarks, we've tried to plug the gap. So from 2017, when the first wave of bikes came in, the orange ones, the Mo bikes and the O bikes and things like that, there were like 5-6 operators. They were leaving before we even knew some of them had come, driven by big data. No one really knows, poor quality bikes. We've now got 2 operators that operate in the City of Sydney, Lime, who I know are coming in to give evidence, so you can raise that question with them. And Hello Bike, there's a lot fewer bikes than there used to be. We've got some mechanisms in place that are geofencing for parking areas in places like Pyrmont, where we've got the space to do that. So we're doing the best we can in the tools that we don't have, and the operators want to make a go of it. So I think they will, make representations on what's the limits of regulation for a viable business model, and that's where government should go. And then local government will support that with allocating space and the general environment that'll make it safe and positive for these schemes to operate.
Order. I do need to throw to the government now for questions.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the shared schemes. Is it your view that there should be a cap on the number of schemes?
So our adopted view is that we should limit, it makes sense to limit the number of operators in any geographical area. What that number is, 2, 3, 6, that's up to other people. But yeah, at the moment when it's free entry and exit, there are many people trying to flood the operators trying to flood the market, etc. So we believe there should be a cap on the number of operators. We believe there should be a cap on the number of bikes or devices deployed in areas. Now, you can't do that exactly, but it's just to make sure that there's not this argy-bargy of one company flooding the market, to gain dominance, and squeeze out operator 2, 3, and 4. So we do have a position that position is formulated based on precedents of cities where it is working.
And did you propose that be done as a sort of statewide tender process?
We're not proposing how it's done, but we're saying in geographical areas, central and inner city, for example, not many people would use a share bike between us and Northern Beaches or us and Sutherland, but in geographical entities that make sense, there should be, and obviously we're going to need more appliances in the centre of the city than we do in Rosebery.
I think the dimension you're also looking at there is competition. There should be competition so that the community gets the best deal if these schemes are going to come in, and then there need to be standards, and when people meet the standards, they should be able to stay and operate, and if they don't, then probably they get replaced by someone who can meet those standards. Those are pretty normal systems, but local government and individual local governments really can't set that up.
Can I ask Sutherland Shire, you're proposing junior licensing and registration. I mean, that's clearly going to be a barrier for people that you're putting in place. I suppose the other issue is potentially that creates a sort of expensive sort of licensing regime that needs to be maintained, and that's not necessarily going to be recouped by licensing fees. Do you have some comments about the practicality of that approach?
We feel so that the junior licensing would be in a similar situation to what you would have on the waterways with a junior boat licence. So there's restrictions around that for certain ages. Same for a junior personal watercraft as well, that the licence is, there's a responsibility to maintain a certain speed, and then also if an official comes up to someone on the waterways, they have to produce their licence, and there's some sort of connection to the bike and the owner and a responsibility in that space. We feel that at the moment there's no connection for any enforcement. There's no address in relation to the person that's using the e-mobility device. So if someone is pulled over, even for an education purpose, they could be anyone. So the licence, that if you're carrying a licence similar to a junior fishing licence, the same sort of thing, a fishing licence, you have a responsibility and you follow the rules as your licence. With the e-bikes, there's no regulation around that at the moment.
I might just add a little bit further to that. While it might seem logical to people who've had a car licence for many years around how the road rules work, the kids that we're talking about here have never had any exposure to road rules. They've been sitting in a car with their parents driving around, but they don't understand the road rules. And so they're starting from a base of nothing.
Yeah, I'd like to add as well that some of the schools in our LGA actually impose on the parents and students to have the child sit the basic knowledge test for their learners online prior to allowing them to ride their e-bikes to school.
It starts to create a very complicated sort of regulatory process for, we don't apply this to push bikes, for example, and there are obviously safety issues and hazards associated with push bikes. Why do we think it's necessary for e-bikes and e-scooters as opposed to more conventional active transport modes?
Can I offer the city's perspective?
Sure.
Yep, sure.
So I think everyone wants kids riding these devices, right? We all did as kids, I hope, and it's a healthy and important thing, and it liberates parents from, the school drop, etc., right? So everyone wants kids riding, and we want kids riding safely and courteously, just like we want adults riding safely and courteously. So I don't think anyone disagrees what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to shut the system down, and we're not trying to make it harder for people to ride. But people need to, just like every other road user, it's important to share the road and to behave safely. We take the safe systems approach, and we think, in that safer people pillar that underwrites safe systems, you've got enforcement, you've got rules, but you've also got education. And, I do think, as someone who's worked in road safety a bit myself, is like, the more that the schools can educate around this, the better. And obviously, everyone's looking to the schools to educate the kids about everything. So we understand that, teachers have limited resources, time, funding, and there's 100 issues. But we still think instinctively education is the way to fix this. The city goes out there on its busy shared paths and educates actual riders and, in the places where there are potential conflicts. So we do what we can at the spatial level, but systemic education, I think, is really important. In terms of licensing, it's been looked at in New South Wales. The previous government looked at it in 2014, 2015. and ruled it out, talked about photo ID for all bike riders, and then that didn't happen as well. I don't think that we don't see any evidence that the New South Wales government's thinking about those sorts of things. We note the importance of the outcome of safe riding, but we feel like the other solutions around, making the roads safer for people to ride, and then giving an underlying level of education is a better way to go.
And safer riders become safer drivers. So it's an amazing opportunity to get the pre-training on the rules, the reciprocity, the behaviours before they get behind a mega ute with a bull bar hanging off it, etc., etc. So there's an opportunity there for schools and government to create a safer system gradually through more riding.
Okay, I need to just jump in here. We do have one more question from Mr. Wes Fang, who's online. It needs to be quick, and the response needs to be quick. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Mr. Smythe. I noted in your answer that you indicated the speed reduction was, I think, integral to the introduction of these e-mobility devices. Did you communicate that to the Minister and the Minister for Roads prior to their announcement? And if there isn't a speed reduction, does that indicate to you that this announcement was somewhat preemptive and premature?
So just let me clarify, speed reduction is integral to the safety of everyone on the roads, whether they're driving, riding, walking, scooting, okay?
I appreciate that. I guess I'm really just, I guess we're looking at the e-mobility issues. So in relation to the e-mobility, that's the bit I'm focused on.
Yeah.
Is it integral, do you believe, to the introduction? And did you communicate that to the Minister? Did Labor announce this without actually thinking through all of the issues?
So we haven't engaged with our colleagues in Transport for New South Wales about the release of the recently released plan. So there was no, before you do this, you must do that. Our standing position is reducing speeds on roads benefits the safety and amenity of all people.
So just so people are clear, our access strategy and action plan that the council adopted last year calls for maximum 40 kilometres per hour on all roads, and with early introduction of 30 kilometre per hour limits in places like the city centre. So previous government, current government rolling out the 40k in the local streets, and that's really appreciated. But we're very upfront about pushing for 30 where it matters and 40 everywhere else as soon as possible.
Thank you. We're going to have to cut it off there because we are over time. So thank you very much for all of you for coming and your submissions and being available today. The committee secretariat will get back to you if you've taken any questions on notice, which I don't think anybody has, and supplementary questions if we have them. Thank you. We'll call our next witnesses.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Okay, and just before we begin, I just wanted to check with Mr. Coulter and Ms. Weston, who are on video conference. We can see you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great, and we can hear you too. Okay, excellent. All right, we'll kick off then. Welcome to our next witnesses. Of course, we'll begin by swearing you in. If we could start with my left. So, Mr. Williams, your name, position, title, and either an oath or affirmation. Thanks.
Trent Williams, Head of Strategic Communications, REO. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Mr. Rosetto?
Adam Rosetto, Country Manager of 3KM Technology. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Peters?
Mr. William Peters, Regional Director for Lyme across the APAC region. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. On video conference, Mr. Coulter?
Good morning. I'm Director of Zippy and also the Head of eMobility Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Ms. Weston?
I'm Christina Weston. I'm the Director of Zippity and the Director of eMobility Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now, I'm assuming each organisation has a short opening statement. Ario? Yes? Mr. Rosetto?
Thanks, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
With yesterday's announcement by Transport Minister Joe Halen highlighting safety, regulation and community benefits of e-mobility, today's discussion is especially timely. You'll have noted from our submission that ARIA is providing New South Wales Government with the ability to address the key concerns that everyone has complained about for too long regarding e-mobility devices. It's particularly satisfying for me and the team to read the recent e-mobility action plan developed by the New South Wales Government and confidently check off the safe use criteria, knowing our product meets these standards. ARIO was purpose-built to rectify the critical and long-standing safety issues that have never been satisfactorily addressed. Page 5 of the e-mobility action plan identifies the key areas of concern, namely footpath riding, incorrect parking, helmet usage, antisocial behaviour and toppled devices causing hazards. These are concerns that communities and governments have raised for far too long and that shared operators have so far failed to address. As recently as 2 months ago, the City of Melbourne stopped its e-scooter trial specifically because these basic requirements could not be met. Fortunately, this should all be a thing of the past. ARIO is introducing to New South Wales a new generation e-mobility device that sets a new benchmark for safety and operational excellence. You'll have seen from our documentation that ARIO has been specifically designed to ensure that helmets are worn and returned, that devices are parked correctly, that tandem riding can now be eradicated, and that the bane of communities across the country, that of e-scooters falling over or toppling, creating hazards, is now a thing of the past. I specifically draw your attention to 2 groundbreaking changes that should, quite frankly, become mandatory for shared operators. First, ARIO e-scooters have the ability to automatically detect when a rider is on a footpath. This is a capability that manufacturers and operators have been promising since e-scooters first came to Australia. If a rider is on a footpath when they are not allowed to be, our device will slow to a stop and the rider will be required to move to a bike path or road, depending on regulatory requirements of that state. Secondly, ARIO is the first company to introduce pedestrian awareness technology. Simply put, if an ARIO e-scooter is on a footpath, our device can recognise pedestrians and automatically slow the device down while warning the rider and pedestrian through an onboard speaker in real time. The ability to ride on footpaths, zipping between pedestrians, acting like an idiot is not possible on our device. And these are all technologies that we can deliver now, today. I realise that talk is cheap, so I'm happy to demonstrate our product's capabilities at your earliest convenience and validate for you what I've just said. However, there does remain a challenge for the New South Wales Government that better technology cannot resolve, and that is the way we integrate e-mobility into our communities. To operate in a given area, shared service providers such as ARIO and Lyme are required to negotiate with individual councils LGA by LGA. There are 33 alone in Greater Sydney and 128 statewide. This has 2 key drawbacks. Firstly, councils can have limited experience or be under-resourced to adequately manage a new shared mobility program. Most recently, at the Transport for New South Wales Stakeholder Workshop, council after council identified that running a shared mobility program was not a core functional area, nor something they really wanted to do. Secondly, shared service operators. The shared service operator that's willing to pay the highest fees to a council is very often the one that wins the tender. Shouldn't the operator that has the best program, the safest product, the one committed to building and maintaining social licence be the operator of choice? Commonly and unfortunately not. And the impacts of this approach are straightforward. To compensate for high fees, operators commonly cut other critical activities such as moving toppled devices that are causing hazards, investing in parking technology, running safety programs, and building social licence. Safety is no longer the key success driver for winning a contract. Rather than creating a transport partnership that benefits everyone, councils introduce more and more severe punishments to try and enforce compliance, leading to draconian rules that limit the effectiveness of the e-mobility programs. And we ask why, after nearly 8 years in Australia, we still have the same safety and compliance issues as we did back when e-scooters first arrived on our shores. There really are options, ways forward to break the cycle that is limiting cities from really embracing e-mobility, and it doesn't have to be complicated. The key recommendations we propose include setting up a statewide body to vet all shared e-mobility operators, validate safety and operational capabilities, and coordinate the program in partnership with local councils. We believe that Transport for New South Wales is best placed to serve this role. Number 2, establish a panel of accredited operators that conform to best practice, a panel that councils will be able to choose from when looking at potential operators in their area. Potentially establish a state body to determine appropriate fee structures tailored to regions if need be, but one that eradicates the ability to buy a market and compromise on safety. And finally, actively engage with and leverage operators to identify opportunities for innovation and improvement. Albert Einstein once said, "You can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them." We all agree that e-mobility holds great potential for our communities if done right. And New South Wales has a unique opportunity now to build on over 8 years of lessons from other states, creating a model that prioritises safety, sustainability and seamless integration into our Australian way of life. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. I look forward to working with you to raise the standard of the sector in New South Wales.
Thanks so much. We'll go to Mr. Peters now.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. Lime has vast global experience developing regulated and safe micromobility systems that enhance urban mobility. We're eager to work with the New South Wales Government and this inquiry to develop a new regulatory framework that expands access to safe, sustainable and affordable and fun transport options. This inquiry has heard key concerns about pedestrian safety, the need for proper infrastructure and for parking and riding that has consistent standards. We've listened and we agree. Addressing these issues are key to an effective framework, and as the largest micromobility company in Australia, we're keen to play our part in developing a system that works for everybody. Drawing on empirical evidence from our operations in over 280 global cities, we have 3 key recommendations. The first one is establish centralised authority through Transport for New South Wales to set consistent and standards across council boundaries for all forms of micromobility. The system's custodians need scale, resources and expertise to regulate these dynamic new technologies. We think the only such body is Transport for New South Wales. Like buses and trains, shared micromobility services should operate under one consistent, statewide framework to maximise public benefit and safety. The current fragmented approach to e-scooters creates artificial boundaries that limit rider choice. With one statewide framework, we can deploy a range of vehicles based on real-time demand across council boundaries, ensure consistent safety standards throughout the network, provide reliable first and last mile connections to existing public transport and shared bike services, implement unified parking solutions that work at scale, share comprehensive data to inform transport planning, better support major events and venues that draw visitors around New South Wales and beyond, and enable consistent service standards that enhance Sydney's reputation as a global city. Second, we suggest the development of a state environmental planning policy, a SEP, for dedicated micromobility parking. Like EV charging, the SEP that was released in February 2023, like buses and trains, micromobility requires appropriate infrastructure to function effectively. Our data shows that ample designated parking infrastructure optimises both device availability and pedestrian access. In areas with designated parking, we see drastically improved customer compliance. Third, evidence shows that dedicated, separated, active transport infrastructure significantly improves rider safety and encourages mode shift from cars. All levels of government should support the expansion of separate, active transport corridors through funding and delivery. Since launching in Sydney in 2018, Lime's data alone shows we have facilitated over 4.5 million trips by 570,000 customers with a 99.99% injury-free rate. 1 in 4 riders is from out of town, which means that we are not only popular with locals, but also provide essential transport services supporting Sydney's visitor economy, connecting people to destinations, venues, educational institutions, and business districts. 22% of journeys occur between 8 p.m. and midnight, supporting our nighttime economy. 56% of riders say our service makes them feel more likely to visit local businesses. 60% of riders make purchases before or after a trip, with a median spend of $30. We enable access to neighbourhoods that other transport options simply don't. Our approach is built on verifiable safety and accountability. Each vehicle incorporates thousands of sensors, monitoring speed, location, and usage patterns. Unlike private devices, shared fleets operate within strict parameters. Speed limits are hardwired in and managed through geofencing technology. Every journey is tracked, and we have comprehensive insurance for both the public and riders. Thank you again for this invitation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks so much. We'll go to Zapidi now for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to start with the why micromobility, and micromobility plays a crucial role in the overall transport for a growing city by offering flexible, sustainable and cost-effective transport options as part of the overall transport mix, not in isolation from it. With more than 50% of car journeys less than 5 kilometres, there's massive potential to reduce congestion, improve health and well-being, reduce CO2 emissions and support local economic activity. E-scooters, e-bikes, e-cargo bikes and neighbourhood electric vehicles and other emerging light electric vehicles are providing more choice and more options for people to get out of cars for their short journeys. Safety and quality of vehicles, the riding rules, riders and the community are paramount to new mobility being accepted and successful. There are some outcomes that are required. We need to have legalisation of vehicles which meet provable safety and quality standards, and that's not the situation now where illegal product can be sold because it hasn't been banned. We need consistency in minimum vehicle quality and safety standards for both privately owned and shared micromobility. We need road safety rules which support all community stakeholders and provide effective riding conditions, so not just the riders of e-scooters, but the much broader community. We need unified government and industry messaging regarding the safe purchase, ownership, charging and use of e-scooters and bikes. And we need community education on the role that e-scooters and e-mobility plays in a future-looking, integrated and sustainable transport system. There are 5 broad recommendations we think need to be adopted, and New South Wales is well on the path to some of them already. Firstly, the Federal Department of Transport has had a definition of personal mobility devices since July 2021, which is a strong definition with one exception. It has a limit on the length of an electric scooter of 125 centimetres. No such restriction exists on bikes and other vehicles. Over 30% of new scooters are more than 125 centimetres long, and they're all safer because they have larger wheels and more stable decks. Our second recommendation is to adopt the riding rules proposed in the draft e-scooter riding rules released by Transport for New South Wales yesterday. The only change we would make is to allow a passenger on an e-scooter if the vehicle is designed for it and meets safety and quality standards. Thirdly, we would recommend that New South Wales adopt the e-bike, e-personal mobility device and lithium-ion battery standards that New South Wales Fair Trading regulated in August 2024 after their inquiry into this. They're very sound recommendations. There are details of those in our submissions. Our fourth recommendation is, in line with New South Wales Fair Trading, require all standards to be certified by independent laboratories as to the safety, authenticity, validity and applicability for the products for the batteries, bikes and scooters. And finally, we recommend that all e-bikes, personal mobility devices and lithium-ion batteries for mobility should have smart connected safety labels that can prove to enforcement, that can prove to users that these devices do meet the quality and safety standards and aren't faking counterfeit products currently being sold and causing fires throughout Australia and throughout the world. We'd like to endorse the recommendations around structure that Will from Limeade. We fully support his recommendations and we're happy now to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was very succinct and concise. We will go to questions from the opposition this time. Ms Natalie Wood.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming along and for your submissions and putting time and thought into very constructive suggestions for solutions. Very much appreciate it. Can I just, I'll go to those in just a moment, but can I just ask, prior to the announcement yesterday by the New South Wales Government, what consultation you had with the government about these announcements?
We didn't have any consultation.
Sorry, we'll go to...
I'll come to you in just a moment.
We'll go to Mr Peters
Mr.
first and then video conference.
Lime was invited to several workshops with Transport for New South Wales on a holistic framework, and we provide input into that.
When were they?
In the past few months.
Okay. And Mr Williams?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Online? Mm-hmm.
They're both
we made a significant submission the moment the inquiry was announced. The cross-department committee of the Transport for New South Wales is running, but unfortunately we weren't invited to attend any of the briefing sessions, but we made very detailed recommendations around vehicle standards, riding rules, product safety and quality.
Sure. Thank you. Mr Williams?
No, I'm with Aria.
No, right, okay. All right, and so I might move to the sort of recent experience and implementation. Over the past, I think you all spoke about, and we've heard a bit about the disparity between states and locations and councils even, and lack of knowledge about what can't be done, what the road rules are. Can I ask Mr Rosetto, perhaps to start with, over the past 2 or 3 years we've seen cities here and internationally actually pause or even cancel their e-scooter programs due to that lack of compliance or community pushback about it. We've seen in Melbourne it's been cancelled, brought in and then cancelled. Can you talk about what suggestions you have for changes or improvements to help inform how New South Wales might improve the integration of these devices into towns and cities?
Thanks for the question. As mentioned in our statement, we believe there's really an opportunity for the state government to play a more active central role in regulating shared operators and developing that standardised approach and mandatory code of practice and safety standards. I think the introduction of a statewide certified process would ensure that e-mobility operators actually have the vehicle safety attributes that they say they have. That's the first piece. And I think the second piece is the current approach where tenders are often awarded based on the highest bidder. It really is flawed because it means that safety takes a back seat, and that's something we really love to see changed moving forward in New South Wales.
Mr Peters?
No, thank you, Ms Ward. From Lime's perspective, and we operated in the City of Melbourne, and we still do, with a large number of share bikes. That was very well supported by the Lord Mayor down there. I also would like to note to the committee that shared e-scooters still operate in a number of councils surrounding the City of Melbourne, and we're currently demoing technology to address certain concerns. Where you look at the implementation of these types of schemes, it's very important to localise it in a policy framework. And I think we've seen cities across, whether they're Paris or London or Rome, go through a very much a trial and learning phase. And now we've got some very consistent regulations in jurisdictions. So jurisdictions such as the Nordic countries, are quite well advanced where you look at how people use these. A key component is infrastructure. And one of the elements that was put up in Melbourne before a very unusual decision was made was a dedicated parking infrastructure, which was supported by the council in question, and would have made a real difference in terms of a lot of the community angst that we saw.
Thank you. And in terms of dedicated parking and that sort of infrastructure, who should pay for that? It's obviously a cost to that, as well as locations and the infrastructure that you require for the docking and electronic monitoring, all that sort of stuff. But who should pay for that infrastructure?
Yeah, we've got a track record of this, and certainly in large markets such as London, where we're happy to look at a financial contribution and support local governments and state governments implementing that. So I'm more than happy, on the record that Lime is supportive.
Mr. Rosetto?
And likewise, RA takes a firm view that parking is of central importance to maintaining city amenity. So likewise, we would certainly contribute financially to the creation of parking locations. And additionally, the technology that the operators have, such as Lime and Ario and others, is a virtual docking system. And what that means is we create a geofence on an area of pavement within a city, and we can enforce riders to park there, and if they don't, we charge them a fee and we move that. So that's a second option.
Thank you. That's what I meant to say, virtual docking, not electronic monitoring. And Ms Weston, can I invite you to comment about that also?
Do you want to take the...
Yeah, I'll take the lead there if you like. Look, what's happening around the world, we're now 6 years in, and in cities like Brisbane and Auckland, where it's been around for that long, it's starting to become business as usual, and behaviour is normalised. We're not seeing the emotional reaction we're seeing in some of the cities where it first gets launched. But there is some key factors occurring which are making more successful programs. Parking is a big one, and footpath riding, and what we're seeing is a combination of parking where you have fixed corrals where there can be fixed infrastructure in high traffic areas which effectively more control the footpath clutter and contain it within controlled spaces. You have virtual corrals where there are strict areas that can be enforced to some extent by geofencing, and then you have free floating in areas where it's less dense but there's still a need to support citizens with access to transport. But none of the systems are perfect. The technology is improving all the time. We're still effectively in a startup industry. We're only 6 years into it. And it's affected by other factors. If you're in a large city with skyscrapers, the communication signals and GPS isn't as accurate as if you're in the middle of the country where there's no interference. So there's new technologies emerging to give increased accuracy in those situations, but there's no perfect system. It also takes governments to provide infrastructure so that people aren't encouraged to go off-road onto footpaths, and that's happened a lot in other cities where the most common reason people ride on footpaths is they don't feel safe on roads. So governments need to provide protected riding lanes for bikes and cyclists and scooter riders so they feel safe riding in the environment that's provided for them. Around the world, there's a lot of evidence to show most footpath riding happens where safe infrastructure isn't being provided. So there's a combination of factors happening. Technology is not the silver bullet, it's certainly improving.
It's certainly one of the aspects, and we need to continue to encourage the operators to innovate. If we're talking about shared micromobility, the operators spend an enormous amount of money on R&D, and they're constantly working to solve some of these big city problems. And we've seen some environments want to mandate one type of technology. We suggest that doesn't happen because that stifles innovation. As Stephen said, we're still in the early curve. We're getting much better. We'll continue to evolve. This technology will continue to improve, and we need to continue to foster an environment of innovation and constant improvement.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the government now. Mr. Diadam.
So can I start by just asking, you all support the announcement by the Minister to legalise and create a regulatory regime, is that fair to say?
Certainly from Lime's perspective, we support a regulatory environment, but I would note that it does need to be, in our opinion, led by Transport for New South Wales, and it could have very adverse effects if it's done council by council.
And so you'd accept that the consultation process around that this inquiry is part of that consultation process and provides an opportunity for you to provide structured feedback into that decision-making that's going to be taken into account by the Minister. That's fair to say?
Certainly this helps, because I think there's a lot of discussions around this topic, and I think a very clear message certainly that we're sending is, we do need consistent state regulatory framework at a state level.
Great. So I wanted to ask about perhaps I'll go to Zippity first. In your experience, what regulatory settings in other jurisdictions has delivered the best balance and safety outcomes for road users?
In terms of overall road users, we think rather than having firstly strict caps on numbers, we've seen councils where they've provided a range of numbers of devices allow the market to determine the optimal number of bikes and scooters that are allowed to operate at any one time that can handle peaks and troughs, etc. If you put too lower caps on, it can limit the uptake to begin with and make the program a failure. So you need to have a range of vehicles deployed that that fit the market size and the likely demand and allow the market to drive the usage of that. You need to have the right infrastructure, as we said before, in terms of parking, in terms of fixed corrals, virtual corrals and free floating where it's allowed. And we've seen some cities that want to ensure there's equity and access, allow different limits in different parts of the city, because otherwise operators will tend to maybe flood the most busy areas with more devices and underservice other areas. So people like Lime are very familiar and have operated in many cities where you have different limits to ensure equity and access. In terms of the technology, we certainly see footpath riding and footpath clutter as key issues. And as we said before, there's emerging technologies which we encourage, but they're like a new technology. They're getting better. Literally every 3 to 6 months, there's leapfrogs in that technology, but that needs to be supplemented with council and government infrastructure. And the other strong point we've been making, and we most recently advised Hobart on their tender late last year, early this year, is to require provable safety standards of devices and batteries that are being used by operators in shared operations, and also private as well. But we've seen around the world some of the fires have happened in operators, not by the ones around the table today, where there is sometimes a use of batteries that are inferior. Provable standards exist, and we advocate very strongly that any equipment must provably meet the standards that are out there that are very strong.
The other thing I would add to that is it's important to have continuity of journeys. So where you've got multiple, so Brisbane, for example, is a very large city and you've got great continuity of journeys. Whereas in New South Wales, if it was split between multiple councils, you could have multiple operators working in multiple councils. You'd have streets where geofencing stops and there's absolutely no continuity of journey. So we need to actually think about total journey management when we're looking at these devices. And we applaud the comments that have been made in terms of having a unified approach, because having everything one by one is just going to cause more problems. And to the point that somebody else made earlier today, councils do not have high levels of skills in this area. They don't have appropriate funding. We spend a lot of time educating councils on policy and strategy, and there's low levels of understanding and knowledge in this sector. So it really does need to be driven very strategically with knowledgeable people being informed by people who have expertise.
So I might go to Ario. Can I ask you about sort of the technology that actually can be utilised around managing unsafe behaviours? So can you perhaps
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. ARIO has really been developed from the ground up to solve some of these key problems in the industry. In regards to pedestrian, we have some technology on board that solves the 3 key Ps, we call them, which is paths, parking and pedestrians. In regards to pedestrian awareness, we have 4 cameras on our vehicle and depth sensors. So when a user is riding a vehicle down a footpath, for example, it can sense when pedestrians are in its vicinity. It can slow that vehicle to a stop or to a slower speed and alert those pedestrians as well as the rider they need to slow down. Other unsafe behaviours such as swerving, jumping or doing burnouts, we can detect that in real time and warn the rider, and if they continue, we stop that ride prematurely. So that's one key feature in regards to unsafe riding. In regards to other technologies regarding parking, we have some pretty innovative features on the vehicle using those cameras and those depth sensors. We're able to repark a vehicle if it's been non-compliantly left by a user, and that really is a game-changing, not just in Australia, but globally.
And I might ask Lime to make some comments about the parking issue as well. I understand you've got a perspective.
No, absolutely. And if I might digress, just on a model of good regulation, it is worth noting Stockholm's model is very successful from a regulatory standpoint, and it really does similar things to what we're proposing for New South Wales. In terms of the parking program, we've recently entered into a contract with Brisbane City Council on the allocation of 2,000 dedicated parking spots that we're accompanying with funding. Some of those have already been implemented now, and if you do go to Brisbane, I would highly advise to check those out. That includes with Bluetooth technology, which we've made to be operator agnostic. So to make sure that it's a fair and a fair playing field for any operator that comes in, and that removes any of the issues from GPS drift. A lot of technology that some operators use, including us, can be impacted when you're in a very high dense urban environment. So that's one of the numerous technologies that we're deploying. In addition, across our fleets, because we operate a multimodal fleet, you've got different technology on the shared e-bikes versus the shared e-scooters. In Melbourne, we're about to demo live camera detection on footpaths, which is a very similar technology to basically enforcing that rule.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on the parking issue again. Obviously, that's a big deal because of the way in which we haven't really allocated any parking to these devices, unlike other countries, other jurisdictions where micro-mobility devices do work. What you mentioned, I think, in Mr. Peters, that you've got 2,000 spots in Brisbane. What discussions have happened here in Sydney/New South Wales for dedicated parking spots? What do you see? Sydney's much tighter in terms of our streets. A lot of the real estate, if you like, is taken. And I note that a lot of submissions talked about the no stopping areas for cars, for example. Is that one solution? And could you please talk to the committee about what other solutions are out there for parking? And I'll go to all of you. So I'll start with Ario.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, we have quite a unique technology feature set on our vehicles that enables our vehicles to be remotely parked. And what I mean by that is if a provider leaves a vehicle in an area where it shouldn't be, if it's non-compliant or even inconsiderate in a driveway in front of a door, our team can log into that vehicle and using the cameras and the depth sensors move that vehicle to compliant space. And typically we're talking a couple of metres, so moving it from in the middle of a pathway to the broadside. That's one key consideration. We've been running a trial in Auckland where we've seen incredible parking compliance as a result of that technology alone, and that is the best in the sector across ANZ. The other key point is regarding docked parking, and we would advocate for on-street parking of vehicles, and I think similar to what Lime is advocating for, is that we allocate space across the city, whether that's on footpath or off footpath. We need to allow for a mix between city amenity as well as rider convenience. At the moment, we feel that the balance is too far in terms of rider convenience, and that has resulted in vehicles all over the city. There needs to be a balance, and we certainly advocate for state government to allocate spaces for the vehicles to be parked, especially in high pedestrian areas.
Thank you. And I'll go to Mr. Peters now. I mean, part of this is also probably needing to reduce the number of shared bike schemes, the number of shared schemes in the City of Sydney. Wouldn't you agree? Because surely there's more bikes at this point than we have parking spots for.
I think if you take a Stockholm approach and allocate, where we look at parking, and this will come to the example I've just given before, it's really about choosing the zone and then finding the solution. So from our perspective, when we worked, the biggest parking operation that we recently did was during the Paris Olympics, and we had over, I think, 15,000 bikes roughly in the city at that point in time. And we developed technology, which we're rolling out now globally to our markets, which stops a user from parking incorrectly before they end a trip. So there's a lot of technology after a person's ended the trip, but quite frankly, it's already been in the community right away, and that's a community burden. So we actually want to stop that before it happens. And that technology is going to go live in Sydney in about a month's time, and a user is going to be able to take a photo of their bike, see if it's blocking a footpath, and they won't be able to end their trip. In terms of the user space allocation question, we need to look at whether they're bike hoops, bike racks. In some areas in overseas markets, we call them daylight zones, and it's prescribing those spaces that we could identify under a SEP, and we could actually go and say, look, this is the appropriate space for parking allocation locations, and go and invest. And that might be 20 bikes at that location. In some locations, there might be 2 bikes. And we can do that during our technology, and we're testing this in Gold Coast right now, is we limit the number of allocated vehicles at that location at any one time, and it would actually disappear from our app if that location was full. And we've noticed that has dramatically increased user compliance. In London itself, we sometimes do over 200,000 trips per day. So we need solutions at scale. You know, it's very easy to do very small solutions and say they're perfect, but when you're running a transport system, and I'd say Lime, you know, as the global leader in micromobility, does that every day, you know, we need something that's robust.
Thank you. And CBD, we'll just go to you as well if you've got comments on that.
Yes, the only point we would add to that is that a lot of the issues to do with footpath riding is to do with where the parking is allocated. Across Melbourne, a lot of the allocated parking spots were on footpaths, so a very large percentage of rides started or ended on footpaths because that's where the parking was allocated. We'd advocate that if you take a single car parking space, you can fit between 8 and 12 scooters into one car spot off the footpath, which is far more efficient use of that space and keeps them off the footpath at the start and end of rides. So we think that's a fairly basic thing some cities are doing. We've seen that in Paris, and despite shared scooters not being used in the central of Paris, there's still millions of privately owned. And Paris has been really good at reallocating car parking spaces to e-scooter spaces on road for private riders to lock their devices at the start and beginning of rides.
Can I just add, Madam Chair, I think one of the real challenges with our sector is behavioural. And I think that where we have possibly been underservicing our communities is in developing the correct behaviours, allocating the correct parking bays, etc. I was in Paris last year and all the devices were on the ground and they were thrown on top of each other. That's not a parking issue, that's a behavioural issue. And I think one of the things that we've been really looking at is trying to develop the correct behaviours with our riders. So I think that's something that should be pushed back onto our sector, is that we're not just providing a device where you can leave, and you know the problems are international and particularly relevant in Australia. People leave their devices against fences, against doorways, across pathways, etc. That is a behavioural issue, and I think that more work we can do to actually drive our sector to better manage our riders and to develop codes of conduct that we enforce, the less problems we're going to have. There are technical solutions, but if we look at what London have just done, the laws become and the regulations more and more draconian, which is basically just beating us up and beating our riders up and creating a less optimal environment for everybody because we haven't actually addressed the cause, which are the behaviours.
How do you make people ride more safely? How do you make people ride more safely? What kind of tools have you got available to do that?
Well, for example, what ARIA is introducing is a code of conduct when you sign up on an app. So you will go through 5 or 6, I can't remember how many we've got, but things, I agree to ride by these rules, etc. So tick them off, and until you've ticked them off, you can't ride. Then we've actually got cause when we determine or when we identify that somebody hasn't done something correctly. We punish them, and the punishment could be a fine, it could be a suspension, it could be banishing them forever from the app. But we need to take accountability on our side for trying to get riders to be better and to conform. Now, one of the problems in the sector, again, that's been since its debut, is that it's a bit of a free-for-all. And if you think about it, if I'm riding a bike, the last time personally I was on a bike, I was 15. And when I finished with it, I threw it on the ground and Mum and Dad picked it up for me. Similarly with a little scooter, you know, they were a toy. So I think there is certainly, and I have no evidence for this, but certainly subconsciously, we treat these things as a bit of a toy. Our device is worth $2,500, $3,000 at wholesale. It is not a toy. It is packed with the latest technology that can help us manage a better environment for both our community, our rider and our government, but we need the rider to buy into that. So I really think there is a behavioural, you know, if we want to develop social licence for this sector, let's take accountability for what we're doing. If someone hasn't got a helmet on, right, they shouldn't be allowed to ride the device in the first place. Now, unfortunately, up until now, there hasn't been a solution for that. That now exists. So on, for example, an ARIA device, if you haven't got the helmet on, it will detect it, you can't ride the device. Fixed. In terms of footpaths, you know, the technology is catching up, and in our instance, it's already here. But we still need the behaviour, you know, like you can always get around a rule. We are taught, you know, I'm old enough to remember when seatbelts came in. It was hard, but you had to change the behaviour of the driver to get into it. There was a mix of education and enforcement.
In the earlier, can I just ask, just as a follow-up, in the earlier evidence there was a suggestion about a licensing scheme. I mean, obviously that would create complexity for your businesses. can you perhaps maybe make some comment about whether you support a universal licensing scheme, or effectively you're creating a sort of micro licensing scheme within the parameters of your own operations? Can you perhaps maybe make some comment about that?
You want me? You go for it. By licensing scheme, I suppose we're talking about a code of conduct, and by rules that we actually impose within our organisation. Is that what you're addressing?
Well, so, I mean, the argument was you need a licensing scheme so that you can, engage in rider education, and you can, effectively control the behaviour so that non-compliant behaviour can be regulated. You've got a mechanism through your app to be able to regulate that behaviour, but for private users, there's not that.
I hope so.
Okay, we're going to 11. Calm down. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
so
look, I can only speak for our organisation and the shared scooter environment. One of the, we all monitor the accidents and through the media and all that. It is the percentages that are happening on a shared e-scooter are very, very low comparative to private e-scooters. Personally, I think that the technology, the constraints, the rules and regulations, the obligations that we have within our community, etc., are a huge benefit to communities, which don't. And there is no parallel environment for private scooters. Like they don't have to use an app to get on it. They can hack into the device to make it go fast. There's all these things that don't affect our organisation or our devices. But I do believe that and as Adam's alluded to, and I think we all agree, we need a central body, and that central body should be saying these are the minimum safety standards, and not, and as an industry we're awful at this, but we say we're going to do stuff that we can't actually do. Right, let's vet it. Let's actually get a baseline of safety across New South Wales that says this is the standard. If you haven't got this, then at the moment you can't operate. And let's make it a high standard. Let's not have loopholes or anything else we can get through, or being able to buy your way around, or whatever it is. Let's set a standard that actually puts safety first in the community in New South Wales to get rid of the accidents. No one hurts more than like myself as a parent. When you hear about the young kids that have come off not wearing a helmet, going too fast, breaking the rules and so on. It's behavioural. As a parent, I try and teach my kids to do the right thing. As an organisation, we want to take an active role in trying to get our riders to do the right thing, and we need your support to do that.
Okay, I need to go to Mr. Banasiak for questions. I did just very quickly want to get in terms of what Ario just said around the central authority setting those standards. I think, Lime, you've made that point very clearly in your submission as well. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
Yes.
And just two very quick observations on the regulatory ID framework. We recently launched in Japan with a lot of different standards that we've had to comply with and lead on. And that's certainly possible. I would just concern about the discrimination that could occur when you require IDs. Certainly, from an education standpoint, Lime leads that at the forefront of making sure people are understanding the local rules.
Thank you. And then Zippity, just very quickly.
Yeah, if we can just talk to the safety and quality. As we said earlier, New South Wales Fair Trade importing new regulations around e-bikes, e-scooters, e-mobility and lithium-ion batteries in August this year. That becomes effective from February 2025. That includes $825,000 fines for companies that operate or sell scooters, bikes or batteries that don't comply with New South Wales regulations, and 82,000 fines of up to 82,500 for individuals that have illegal products. New South Wales is the first state to mandate that the world's best standards are required for a product to be sold or used in New South Wales. We're working federally with other states to encourage them to adopt the same provisions that New South Wales have recently brought in, and the UK and the US are currently bringing in similar provisions. So in terms of safety of the devices, the quality of the build of the devices, as well as their electrical systems, a solution already exists and has been mandated and legislated in New South Wales that applies across all private and shared devices from February 2025.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of some of you raised the helmet issue, how would all of you support a regulation that mandated technology that the helmet stays with the vehicle or the e-scooter or the e-bike? Because, for example, that was up a tree on my way to the hotel this morning, away from a hotel this morning. Clearly, and I'd say 95% of not just Lime bikes, but the Hello bikes as well, and even the orange e-scooters in Wollongong, 95% of them don't have their helmets with them anymore. So you can take that away with you, Mr. Peters, because I don't need it. But do you support a regulation that mandates a technology that essentially you can't ride the scooter, that there's a kill switch, that locks it?
No, thank you, Mr. Benasiak, and I will take that helmet back. We've deployed about 30,000 of those helmets in Sydney alone. So I think, it's one of those frustrating things. Maybe we made them green and they look nice, but, supplying the everyone from DoorDash to the Uber riders.
It's a cost to you as a business to keep replacing them when they go waterbound too. So it's in your interest to mandate some sort of locking mechanism.
It's a huge cost to the business. It's something that we're actually working with the Victorian government right now, and we've gone through a live demo with them on that exact technology that you're speaking about. We actually got a local Melbourne 3D lock expert. It's a lot more complicated than I thought to make sure at a scale that the helmets actually stay with the vehicles. So it's something that we're certainly working on, and no doubt we have that plan to roll it out across the whole fleet.
Thanks, Mr. Batts. That's a great question. I really appreciate you asking that. We have technology today in New South Wales that can solve that problem. The way that we do it is we use a very old technology, RFID tag. You go to David Jones, you try and steal a dress, it beeps. What we have is an RFID tag uniquely paired between the helmet and the vehicle. So we know within 99% accuracy, indeed 100% accuracy, whether that helmet has been returned to the vehicle. And a proof point that we have is that in Auckland, where we've run a 3-month trial for our e-scooters and this technology alone, we have seen incredible helmet compliance. And if people don't return the helmet, and this is where the stick comes in, they get charged $50.
Yep.
No other operator at the moment has the technology to, with 100% accuracy, validate that helmet's been returned. It does exist, it costs more, there's a cost to the operator to do it. We've done it and it's available.
Okay. Can I just go back to you, Mr. Peters, in terms of the comments you made around the 99.9% injury-free record globally? Is there any more data around that, particularly around Sydney? Because I was asking the question of the councils previously when I think you were in the back there listening. How do you record whether it's injury-free or not? Is this a user reports to you, hey, I fell over and scraped my knee? Is it only hospitalisations? Is there some sort of impact recognition? How do you determine whether someone's injured or not to contribute to your stats?
It's a very good question, and it's something which we've been working on globally. So we've got a global trust and safety team that analyses this. With our contracts with a lot of councils, even though in New South Wales this is slightly different, we have to keep track records of this. Also for our insurance.
I guess the question is, how do you keep track of record of an injury? Is it a self-reporting system where the user reports to you, I fell over?
We will try and gather information as from all sources. So whether the vehicle detects it, so we can detect if a vehicle has actually come into an incident, and we'll follow up with that. If it's self-reported through our customer support channels, if it's reported through the media, if it's reported from the council perspective, if it's reported from New South Wales hospitals, we'll track that. So we try to track every point of contact that we possibly can. Unfortunately, if someone was to scrape their knee riding a vehicle and they didn't deem it worthy enough to report, we just can't get that data. But in terms of the stats you asked, in Sydney, I think 38 incidents involving a Lime vehicle out of 2.9 million rides taken by 360,000 riders. So that actually comes down to it as Lime, if you use a Lime, you are 17 times less likely to be injured than the rate of general cycling.
Okay. So like on the 29th of November last year, I witnessed an e-bike travelling down Hospital Road at night, and they veered into the side of a parked car. They lived off. Plenty of people saw it. There was clearly third-party property damage to that vehicle. Would that data have been recorded by that vehicle, or by that e-bike? And what's the mechanism for recouping that third-party property damage
Yeah, I can take that on notice. I'm not aware of that specific incident
imagine
claim, but I can certainly come back.
It's just an example of, I guess, not only potentially someone not reporting their own injury, because clearly they were probably intoxicated when they hit the car, but also that issue of third-party property damage. When you have these e-scooters and e-bikes coming into collisions with vehicles.
Certainly, and that would be covered under our insurance. And it's something that we do see. If we see claims from individuals on third party, regardless of whatever the rider's doing on trip, that third party is covered.
Okay. Do you provide any stats in terms of Sydney based on how many third party claims you've had?
I would have to take that on notice.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Okay. A couple of questions from Mr. Fang as the last two questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just actually interested, and it's interesting that Mr. Benaziak sort of followed in on this topic. We talked about licensing earlier, but what about registration, where you've got a circumstance that the third-party accident occurs? We've talked about the view that it would be discriminatory to have licensing or identification in requirements of hiring. How do you then follow up, if there's a serious incident or accident, say a pedestrian's knocked over, the liability of that rider can be followed through? If you're not identifying who the rider is, if you're not able to, confirm identity and license and make sure that the person that was hiring the vehicle was actually the person operating the vehicle, there's a number of, I think, issues here, as Mr. Benaziak has said, for insurance. How are we going to manage that issue?
It's a great question, Mr. Fang. In terms of, from a line perspective, we have our user agreements, which are very clear on what you can and cannot do. In terms of actually identifying the rider, all rides must have a payment method. And when there is a police investigation and we receive information, we can chase this down and we can provide this under the right legal circumstances. So in that case, on anything that's a serious incident like you alluded to, we haven't been unable to identify a rider who's rented a line vehicle, under my understanding.
I do just want to make sure, Mr. Fang, that's right. Zippity just put their hand up. Ms. Weston, would you like to come in on that?
Yes, I think we need to be careful to not conflate own your own and share operators. In Australia, we have an insurance background, so we have insured operators around the world in the past. And operators here in Australia are held to very, very high insurance requirements. They're amongst the highest in the world. And I won't share the quantum of premiums, but they're phenomenal in terms of what it costs to pay to play here in Australia from an insurance perspective. The situation in your own environment is quite different. There is no concept of compulsory insurance in the own your own environment. And we know from our conversations with underwriters that it would need to be compulsory in nature for anybody to even take a look at this market and want to insure it. We're having insurers leave this industry in droves. They've mispriced issues in the industry, so we would need something that's compulsory in nature. But to go down that path, there's quite a lot that would have to take place. You would need to, as you were talking to, you'd need to consider registration of vehicles, then you'd need to ensure that you are only registering compliant vehicles. So you need to ensure there's a compliance process. Singapore has these processes in place. There are models in other jurisdictions that we can follow. But we need to also make sure if we go down that path, and we've had this question posed to us by other state regulators, is that you need to make sure there's still equity of access. This form of transport is something that a lot of people that don't have so much money or don't have driver's licenses, for example, adopt. And if you go down this path for e-bikes, e-scooters, where do you draw the line? Do you encourage it for ordinary bikes? You can't just do it for scooters, for example, and not do it for e-bikes. So I think it's a much bigger conversation that has many, many other consequences for process and policy and compliance and management.
And I accept that insurance issue. I guess the other part of it is a registration requirement. So, for example, where there's been a person knocked over with an e-bike, there's potentially no way of, if they don't stop, of identifying who that rider is, because you can use the payment method if they've come off their bike and the bike's broken, but if they keep riding, well then you've got no opportunity to discover that. So a registration plate or an identifying number on it would allow somebody to say, well, it was bike number 25 that knocked that person down. At the moment, we don't have that. Is that something that we should be considering when we're looking at these matters?
The operators have a vehicle ID, so they know exactly what vehicle was involved in any particular incident, and that tracks back to their data sets, and it's included in any reports to their insurers. We know other jurisdictions have a form of light registration or light licensing. We see that in Germany, we see that in Singapore, so we see that in other jurisdictions.
So what you're saying is that there's GPS tracking on these devices at all times. So if there was an incident at, say, 3:45 at the intersection of X and Y, we can then identify that vehicle, and we can...
If it's a shared one, you can.
If it's a shared one, absolutely.
Okay. My next question, how do we protect the privacy of that data?
That data is already protected. It goes through, there's a global data standard called MDS, Mobility Data Specification, that was developed originally in the US and is now used worldwide by all shared mobility operators. That operates under the European GDPR regulations around data privacy protection. So it's already anonymised data, and every ride is tracked literally every second of its journey. So when an accident occurs, the actual vehicle can be identified. Then the operator, like Lime, that maintains the customer records, can match that vehicle to the registered rider at that time.
My last question
sorry, Wes, we are out of time. I'm sorry. No, that's it. Sorry, Wes, we're out of time. It's 5 past. Wes, order. You've asked about 3 questions, so we're out of time. Thank you very much for appearing, everybody. We'll get back to you if you have supplementary questions. Really appreciate your evidence today.
Madam Chair, can I make one correction? When Ms Ward asked if we'd been consulted regarding the announcement yesterday, in fact, we had been involved in the Transport for New South Wales stakeholder meeting, and I did fail to declare that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. The committee will now break for a shorter morning tea. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll commence by swearing in our witnesses from the Committee for Sydney. So if we could start on my left, Ms Bancroft.
Yep. I solemnly, sincerely...
If you could, state your name and position title first and then swear.
My name is Harry Bancroft. I'm Policy Manager of the Mobility Program Area at the Committee for Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. And Mr Waterford.
My name is Eamon Waterford. I'm the CEO of the Committee for Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now I assume you have a short opening statement for the committee?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair. I will make the opening statement on behalf of us both. So the Committee for Sydney is an urban policy think tank and an approved research institute, and we're committed to supporting Sydney to being the best city in the world. We're supported by over 150 members who make up some of Sydney's most significant institutions, including businesses, communities, universities and the not-for-profit and cultural sector. So most critically today, we want to get across that micro e-mobility has numerous benefits, and those include decarbonising transport, reducing traffic congestion, boosting local businesses, reducing government expenditure on disease related to sedentary lifestyle, and making riding more viable for women and children. And it's also worth noting that riding an e-bike or an e-scooter is quite a lot of fun. So something we already knew before making our submission, and that has been confirmed by reading the other submissions that have been made to this inquiry, is that there are really two key concerns to be addressed here. And the first one of those is that there's a concern around the safety of people walking on the footpath if people are riding either a shared or a private e-scooter or e-bike. And the second key concern is around shared e-bikes and e-scooters cluttering the footpath, and that causing potential risk to safety as well, but also just being a bit of a nuisance. So we believe that these two challenges can be addressed. So the first challenge to address there is safety for people on the footpath who are walking. And we think that it's pretty understandable that people are concerned about this, but we would like to highlight that if you look into crash data in New South Wales, people walking on the footpath are far more likely to be seriously injured or killed by a car that has mounted the footpath than by being seriously injured or killed by a bike or a scooter. And the importance of this data is about putting that experience into context and putting the risk to safety and harm into context. So we know often that people are riding on the footpath, particularly if they feel unsafe riding on the road because of the conditions on the road, the speed, the traffic. So sometimes it may be a case where people are looking after their own safety by cycling or riding a scooter on the footpath. And so we think that the solution here really is about infrastructure for people so that they can ride safely. We build roads for cars, we footpaths for people to walk, so making sure that we have safe cycling infrastructure is really key. And the second issue around parking is really simple to fix as well, thankfully. If we can dedicate some space in the curb lane, just as we do for cars, for shared mobility schemes, one parking space for a car will generally fit up to about 12 bikes, maybe a little bit more, and that can reduce clutter on the footpath. There's somewhere for people to be parking the shared mobility that they are using. That's it for our opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will note that the witnesses from Business Sydney are on their way. They thought that they were starting a bit later, so when they come in, we'll swear them in when they get here and direct some questions to. They're not sure. So I was interested in the your evidence just then about the crash data. Where did you say that data came from?
That data is on Open Data New South Wales, which is provided by Transport for New South Wales. So I believe it's called the New South Wales Road Crash Data, and it has been referenced in our submission.
Thank you very much. And I might just ask you about the specific. Thank you very much for the table that you have provided in terms of the recommendations for each level of government, particularly obviously in terms of the regulatory settings. At a state level, I was wondering if you could expand upon you say the legislation in terms of the Roads Act and the Road Transport Act need to be amended to better reflect the needs of all road users. Could you explain to the committee what the issue is now in terms of that legislation and how it needs to change?
Certainly. Some of that I may take on notice if you would like more detail. Essentially, what we're saying needs to happen there is currently the Roads Act is written as if the only user of a road is someone driving a car. And we know that that is not the case. We know that the road is used by people riding bikes, e-scooters, by people boarding buses as well. So reviewing that act so that it takes into consideration the different types of road users and therefore puts preferences in to align with the road user space allocation policy would help to ensure the safety but also the priority of more vulnerable users of the road.
And just before I throw to Mr Benazia, can I just ask, and again you may need to take this on notice, are there other jurisdictions that get that right in terms of the legislation and all road users that we could have a look at?
I think I will take that on notice. In Australia, I would say that it's similar everywhere. Looking to overseas, there are better examples, London notably, and sorry, Eamon has just pointed out to me, yeah, we do have in Queensland, they have updated their road rules to better reflect the different types of road users, particularly vulnerable road users.
Okay, interesting. We'll go to questions from Mr Benazia now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I might just go to some of those specific suggested changes that you've put in your submission. So you talk about amending rules 64, 65, 72, 73, 74, 75, 80, 81, for example, which all relate to pedestrians crossing roads from a footpath. So currently bicycles aren't allowed on footpaths unless the rider is under 16 or an adult is accompanying that rider. So do you think making changes to these rules would add a level of conflation and confusion?
There may be instances where so essentially this is in relation to giving way to a pedestrian crossing the road. They may not be crossing at they won't be crossing at a footpath, they'll be crossing at a pedestrian crossing, hopefully. But it may also be that there's a cycleway that crosses across a road. And so you would ideally want the cars to be giving ways to the bikes because the harm to the cyclist is significantly greater than the harm to the driver. That's partly the kind of the underlying principle why we want cars to give way to pedestrians. So in those sorts of circumstances, currently the road rules have no guidance around giving way to cyclists, say, for example, crossing from a cycleway, still legally using their bike.
Okay. If I can just add to that as well, as you mentioned, if you're under 16, you are allowed to be riding on the footpath. And at the moment, the road rules, given that it only is around giving way to a pedestrian, would mean that a child on a bike crossing a road legally doesn't have right of way.
Okay. And Road Rule 129, you talked about amending that, which talks about a drive on a road, except a multi-lane road must drive as near as practical to the far left side of that road. So if we created an exemption for bicycles and e-mobility riders, that would then give them the ability to ride anywhere on the road within the direction of the traffic flow. I'm just wondering how that sort of contradicts with your argument that you want separate lanes. So why would we change a rule if our plan is to create infrastructure that has separate lanes? One would negate the other.
Yeah, ideally you'd have those separate lanes. Practically speaking, there are many places where it's legal to ride your bike on the road that we don't have those lanes, and we're practically not going to get them anytime soon.
Yeah.
So it would be for those circumstances.
So additionally to that, if you add that exemption, currently we have that 1 to 1.5 metre rule around overtaking cyclists. This would then allow an e-scooter or an e-bike to ride in the middle lane. How would then a driver safely overtake that person? And wouldn't that just add more congestion to our roads?
Yeah, that would be a trade-off.
Okay.
I would note that for a cyclist, many cyclists will report that they don't feel safe riding on the far left of the road, and that 1.5 metre.
Do you think they feel safer?
Yeah,
riding in the middle.
Yeah, because
of a
it's
highway?
clearer to a driver coming up behind them that they can see there's another user using the road. When they're on the far left, there is a tendency for some of that overtaking to happen unsafely.
Do you have any data around cyclists' feeling of safety?
Very happy to take on notice.
Left and middle lanes. I'd be interested.
Very happy to take on notice. I'd note some of the people giving evidence in a couple of days' time, like Bicycle New South Wales and the like, it'd be well worth asking them those sorts of questions. They'll have. If we got data, it'll be from them.
Yeah. Okay. How am I going?
I can throw to Mr. Deadam if you have questions.
Yeah, look,
I've got plenty more, but obviously go.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll come back.
So, I think in your submission you talk about improved safety for women and gender diverse people. Can you perhaps elaborate on that?
Certainly. In terms of e-mobility, I think particularly e-bikes, they're a really important tool for making women feel more comfortable riding a bike, and typically allows women to make easier trips where they are carrying kids' backpacks, maybe they're carrying some shopping. There's a lot of research that has shown that women are much more likely to uptake using an e-bike than a regular bicycle. And the research shows that it is because it makes women feel a little bit more confident on the road. They may feel that they aren't as strong as a man, so can't move as quickly if they need to get out of the way, or they can't lug around what they need to take with them on their day-to-day journey. So it's been shown that the e-bikes are really, really helpful at making cycling much more approachable for women.
So can I come back to the cycling infrastructure question? What do you think is the sort of major barrier to an expansion of the dedicated cycleway infrastructure?
I think that there's quite a lot of different barriers. There's perception barriers that create some political barriers. There's funding. There's a lot of sort of planning that needs to take place if you're changing the space and how we use it on the road. I think I would note that dedicated cycling infrastructure is really important, and having a core network of that is really important. But I would also add that we can make our roads safer for people to be cycling without actually having to always have dedicated cycling infrastructure. So if we looked at reducing the default speed limit from 50 kilometres an hour to 30 kilometres an hour, you drastically reduce the risk of death if you are in a collision with a car. And in doing so, that makes people feel a lot safer to be cycling on the road and sharing that space on the road than if they're on a 50 kilometre or 60 kilometre street. We've seen that in London in particular, where they have lowered their default speed limit, and they've had a really big increase of people riding on the road because they feel much more comfortable to do so. So where there is a fast-moving traffic that is dangerous, has a high risk of harm for people cycling or on an e-scooter, then I think, yes, we need to make sure that we have safe, dedicated cycling infrastructure there. But if we were to slow down traffic in other areas, that can make the road a much safer space to be cycling without having to build that infrastructure.
Okay, order. So we've just had new witnesses arrive. I'll just
one more question and then
I'll swear these witnesses in first. So if we could start with you, Mr. Jones, if you could state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation for the record, please.
Thank you. So it's David Jones. I'm the Manager for Media and Policy at Business Sydney. and I'm happy to take the oath. Do it standing or sitting?
Just sitting's fine.
Okay. I swear that the evidence now I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Nicolau.
Thank you very much, and apologies. We thought it was 12 o'clock, so
That's
my
fine.
humble apologies that we were late. Paul Nicolau, Executive Director of Business Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. Now, what we might do, and I'm sorry in terms of the question just asked by Mr. Diadam, but we will get an opening statement from you just to finish that. If you do have an opening statement, then we'll continue where we left off. So I assume there's a short opening statement from one of you.
Yes,
Great.
if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and I congratulate the committee and the government and the opposition and all independent players involved in this inquiry, because it is very important. It's been an issue that we've been advocating for a number of years, and it's great that the inquiry has now been established and looking into the whole aspect of e-bikes and e-scooters. As we've seen over many, many years, e-bikes have played a instrumental role in helping moving people around the city and around the suburbs, but they have been literally been dumped in places where they shouldn't have been, and we've been calling for consistency in rules and regulations in relation to e-bikes. And we're conscious the government has just announced in relation to e-scooters, and again, we really are supportive of e-bikes and e-scooters, but we need to have a framework around the regulation that is consistent right across the state. It cannot be where one rule sits with Waiver Council, another rule sits with the City of Sydney. We need to have a consistency of rules, and we also, which is really important, is the enforcement factor, and that's very, very important. So we're glad to be here, and we're glad to be able to give evidence for this inquiry. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, Mr. Dion.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to come back to Committee for Sydney and ask about perhaps some examples of how e-mobility is good for local businesses.
Yeah, so we did a bit of a global scan of evidence related to cycleways, improvements to pedestrian access and improvements to cyclist access to local businesses. And what we found is that consistently all the evidence says the same thing. Local businesses tend to overestimate in their own mind how much money they make from customers that arrive at their business by car, and underestimate how much they make by customers arriving at their business either on foot or by cycle. We can provide on notice the specific details of those studies. They are numerous, they are global, and I suppose, I mentioned pedestrians and that, which of course is not the purpose of this, but there is also a tendency that if you improve the experience for cyclists on a street, you tend to make it also a better experience for pedestrians, as long as those cyclists are kept off the footpath, because it tends to slow it down, feels less busy, feels less noisy from cars, buses, etc. So there is a pretty hefty global set of evidences that says that local businesses benefit from improvements to cycle infrastructure that contribute to cyclists spending money at their local businesses. Part of that is related to the fact that more of them can get access. A local business might only have 2 or 3 parking spots out the front, and typically there's only one person in those cars, so it's only a couple of customers that can access the business. But part of it is also about lingering, and they might stop to go to one shop, but while they're there they'll continue to shop down that street, whereas if you're in the car, you might get back in the car and head off and only have done that one shop. So it's both an additional number of customers and a larger spend by those customers.
Perhaps Business Sydney might have something to offer about the economic benefits of e-mobility. Do you have some views on that?
Thank you. Our members are concerned more about the aspect of the e-bikes being left outside their stores and preventing people from getting in. A lot of the times they have to move the e-bikes away from their entrances. A lot of our members have also told us that the bike lanes that have gone down Castle Ray Street have been problematic for them as well. So we just need better planning in relation to where the bike paths are put, and also our members are concerned with the e-scooters, the speed at which they've been ridden through the streets. We just were walking up Macquarie Street and we nearly got collected by a lady on a e-scooter, I should say, but thankfully she was wearing a helmet and she dodged the people. So we're very keen, and our members are also keen to ensure that e-bikes and e-scooters are ridden on bike paths rather than on footpaths, and rather than on the roads as well.
Okay, I've got a question from the opposition. Is it you? Yeah, Ms. Natalie Ward.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming along and for your thoughtful submissions to the inquiry. Can I just ask Mr. Nicolau about your submission and talking about the commercial aspects? And I think you had stated in there that there are commercial. You see the challenges around regulation for operators who are under-resourced and unable to satisfy the guidelines, and councils as the regulatory authorities, you say, are similarly under-resourced to enable proper adherence to the guidelines, and that you foreshadow, in the absence of improved performance by both sides, you see the possibility of bike share operators withdrawing due to the commercial challenges, and we've seen that in other jurisdictions. So what is the answer to both of those resourcing for council and for operators? Where do you see that responsibility lying?
Well, I think that by working with the operators, government and councils working together collaboratively, we can find solutions. We think that it may be worthwhile having 2 operators of e-bikes and e-scooters rather than having a plethora of them. And we also should be looking at the technology. Technology has advanced since the days when we first remember seeing many bikes just being dumped in our cities. These bikes now and e-scooters have really improved with respect to technology in geofencing, controlling the speed, safety and so on. I've seen one operator who's got one where the e-scooter cannot be moved unless the helmet is with the e-scooter, and so there is that technology now that has advanced so much that we can really look at utilising those new operators with the new technology to ensure that they're ridden safely, they're placed safely wherever they've left, or alternatively we now encourage council and government and the operators to provide bays where these bikes and e-scooters can be left after they've been used.
So the technology is obviously funded, research provided by those operators. They're wearing that cost. In terms of the infrastructure, you talk about the parking bays. Who should be looking at that, in terms of making the space available and also paying for that infrastructure?
In relation to where they should go, then I think it's a combination of both business, government and council working together to determine where those places are, especially whenever there's a new building being constructed. Maybe there can be provisions made in and around the building that's been constructed. In relation to the cost, I think it may be borne by all 3 players. If we're serious about active transport being an integral part in our city, then we need to be looking at the costs. I mean, we are spending millions of dollars in building the bike paths down Castlereagh Street and down Pitt Street. So if we've got the money for the bike paths, then we should also be looking at providing money for those places where the bikes and the e-bikes should be placed.
I might just add to that, we were asked yesterday whether fines should be increased against the operators and against individuals for bikes being left in inconvenient places. And the point we made then was, and I think it's a correct one, is that you could triple the fines or quadruple the fines, but if there's no enforcement of the regulations, it doesn't matter what the fine is. If there's no enforcement, it's irrelevant. And also, funnily enough, if you look around the city, you'll see a couple of examples where you've got metal posts, you might call it, like hoops, and it's if you observe the city a bit, you'll find it quite extraordinary that share bikes seem to congregate around these looped bay areas. So it might be as simple, in one respect, of providing some hardware there, cheap hardware, that looks like a natural place for e-bikes and e-scooters to be docked. But the point I think we're making is it's a combination of whatever the regulatory framework is, it needs to be consistent across council areas. It needs to be enforced, and there needs to be wide community understanding. Is this is how you behave? This is what you do with share bikes, and also an understanding on the part of the operators that they're being given an opportunity to do business in our city. Therefore, so they need to respect the provisions under which they're providing that service.
Can I just add to that? Completely agree with much of the evidence given by my learned colleagues, and I think that point around the regulations as they currently stand are pretty substantial, but a lot of the submissions that you'll have seen to this inquiry are people basically complaining about those regulations not being adhered to. And so what we have there is not really a need necessarily for further regulation, but for better enforcement of the existing regulation.
That's your summary. That's not my reading of it. My reading of it, if I can,
sure.
I'm just testing the idea with you. I'm not necessarily, but I think that one of the things that we may have heard through, or that certainly I'm taking from the submissions, is that there is a lack of consistency, there is a lack of understanding, and perhaps the need for regulation might clarify that for operators, for cyclists, users, councils, businesses, and across the board. It seems to me that there is an overwhelming need for some consistency and understanding around what the rules are. But also we've heard, and I might ask you to comment on this, about the need for that consistency to be across council areas and perhaps the different dynamics. And I accept that you come mainly from a City of Sydney perspective and Sydney commercial perspective, but perhaps where we've heard from other council areas on the beaches, for example, Northern Beaches and Wollongong and further areas, that there are different dynamics for them. And so is that regulation, do you think, something that should be in conjunction with them? And then who enforces that? And the question, I think, Mr. Nicole, you raised that, is who does that enforcement?
Well, I think it's got to be the state government at the end of the day, in conjunction with councils. At the present moment, you've got a number of councils doing trials. Some councils refuse to do them. The City of Sydney refuses to do trials. But my view is we should be doing trials and then working consistently with the councils to adopt a policy or regulations that are going to be consistent right across the state. You can't have one council with one set of rules and another council with another. It is ridiculous because people won't know what the rules are. And I think at a state level, if you come in as the sort of the body at the top that says these are the rules, these are the regulations, then everyone must adhere to them. And same applies with the operators as well. They need to have some clear guidelines as to how they should operate. And one of the problems we've had in the past with the e-bikes is that they've just come in and there's no rules around them other than the basic stuff. So if we can have a general rule that covers the whole of the state, that's much better than doing it at a ad hoc basis.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, we represent, our remit is Greater Metro Sydney, so 33 council areas, and, from an e-bike operator's perspective, I suspect they kind of get bamboozled when they arrive in our city and say, what do you mean I have to engage with 33 different local governments on this? And indeed, for many of our councils, they're not resourced up to be able to sufficiently engage in these sorts of complex conversations about where you're doing geofencing, where you're identifying opportunities for street conversion and the like. So some form of consistent guidelines that still have the flexibility to allow local councils to supplement that guidelines, but to start at the state level makes a lot of sense. And
if I can just add to that, coming from the experience of having previously worked at a car share company, which currently at the moment still in New South Wales is only under policy by local councils. There is no state level guidance on car share. So at the moment is very much running in the same way that shared e-mobility schemes are running. It's up to local councils around parking, around the rules that they want to put in place. What I'll point out is that also creates, while it's difficult to resource for local councils in terms of setting those rules, making policies, talking to other local councils, it also makes a different experience for the user because they're subject to different rules in different locations that they may not see. You don't see the boundary line, and so they may not realise that they're doing the wrong thing here and the wrong thing there. I think in terms of parking for shared e-mobility, it's critical that is local councils providing that parking space. That's what they do for shared vehicles at the moment. So there's an application process. They pay the equivalent that a resident would pay for a resident parking permit for that space. And then it goes to community consultation, and that can be turned over for a different use. I think what would be helpful for e-mobility shared schemes, as well as, for example, car share, any shared vehicle scheme in New South Wales would be some technical direction and guidance from the state government level that is then used by local councils for implementation. And I would recommend that if that was looked into, that operators were involved in the discussion process as well as local councils around what that technical guidance might be, so that there is some level of uniformity, but each local council is able to make it work for them and their community.
Thank you. We'll just go to questions from Mr. Westphang now, who is online.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out from Mr. Nicolau, in the first instance, where you've spoken about the, I guess, advantages for your members and I guess the city in general, do you think your members would be in a position to contribute in a financial sense for the needed infrastructure that's required?
Well, they already pay their council rates. Let me classic example, the Fullerton Hotel. I think they pay $1 million in council rates, and they've got a bike lane right past their entrance, and they can't get a 80-seater bus in there because the bike lane has now stopped that ability. So they've lost millions of dollars of business as a result of bike lanes. There's a lack of consultation. I mean, the council might argue that there is plenty of consultation, but there isn't enough. And so if we are going to call on businesses to contribute, they want a bigger and better say in what type of resources they're going to put into supporting that type of infrastructure.
I'm not necessarily, I guess, advocating for businesses to be contributing to this. I guess I'm asking who should be paying for this. And in circumstances where your members are already paying for their council rates, do you believe that putting a further impost on business to pay for this is, I guess, unfair?
Oh, it is unfair. My view is that the government and the councils are already building these bike lanes. Let's ensure that we have parking spots or places where bikes can be parked appropriately when building the bike lanes. We've got a bike lane down Pitt Street, and there's nowhere to park the bikes, and so the bikes are just dumped on the footpath or dumped on the side of a building or dumped on the curb, or they're just left at the traffic lights and stopping people from moving along Pitt Street. Pitt Street is a nightmare. If you've been down Pitt Street, the bike lane down there has caused utmost chaos for the street. So the question is we should be picking streets where you can build appropriate infrastructure to cater for the needs of bikes and e-scooters.
I am very aware of the Pitt Street bike lanes, thank you. So in that circumstance where I guess we don't want businesses to pay for this, it really comes down to either council or the state government to pay for that infrastructure. Who do you think should bear the cost of this?
Well, I mean, if they're going to be building the bike lanes, then why can't we just carve off some land where the bikes can be parked? I don't see why that can't be done. We're spending all that money now on the infrastructure, and we're all for it. It's not as if we're against the infrastructure, but again, these businesses are already paying their council rates, are trying to employ people, are trying to make a business and making go of it. If we're going to put further imposts, a lot of these businesses will close down, especially in this current climate where the cost of living is having a big impact, with the cost of insurance, the cost of employing people, the cost of energy. All those costs are going through the roof. And at the moment, the last thing that businesses need is another further impost on the provision of infrastructure, which the government and the council have already committed to building.
Mr. Fang, can I just add to that, Eamon from the Committee for Sydney, to that question? Currently, the proportion of funding from Transport for New South Wales and the federal transport funding, they put a lower proportion into active transport funding than the proportion of trips that are taken by active transport currently. So one way to look at this is to say there's substantially larger capacity to pay at the state or the federal level than local government level, and that we would certainly advocate for aligning the amount that is spent on active transport, whether it's cycleways, whether it's in pedestrian spaces as well, to align with the proportion of trips that are taken by that at a minimum. Ideally, given we want to encourage further active transport in increasingly densifying cities, you might want to look above that line, but certainly as a starting point, you'd say it's not getting its fair share of state and federal funding comparable to the number of people using it, and so we could look at increasing that. The other benefit, of course, is it's relatively cheap compared to other forms of transport. we're obviously big fans of major infrastructure projects, but at a time when you've got fiscally constrained budgets at all levels, active transport investments are relatively modest cost.
Okay, so I guess in that circumstance, you're really advocating for, and I can't speak for the federal government, but you're advocating that the state government should be contributing a great deal more to pay for infrastructure that, I guess, aids e-mobility.
Aids active transport, that would include e-mobility, but of course also includes people walking, people in mobility scooters, people with prams, people on normal bikes, and yes, e-mobility as well.
On the terms of this inquiry, which is obviously around the e-mobility issues, but I understand what you're saying. So I guess we've covered off the cost aspect, but Mr. Waterford, what about the enforcement aspect? We know that there's issues where councils, and we've already heard from councils today that say they're under-resourced in relation to the enforcement aspects. Who do you believe should be responsible for the enforcement aspects of e-mobility? Do you think it's something that should fall to councils, or is it something that's better handled from a state government perspective, which I presume would be New South Wales Police?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't have a lot of expertise in enforcement regimes. I mean, if we are talking about saying we want e-mobility to be treated like a substantial mode of transport, that would suggest that you want the New South Wales Police or the New South Wales government to be more involved in that enforcement level. It is a bit different from a parking fine. If you're talking about people riding unsafely or breaking the speed limit, that is a safety issue rather than a kind of nuisance issue. So certainly that would suggest police. I suppose the other thing, and I think this has come through in both our evidence and Business Sydney's evidence, that part of this can also be solved for with better education and better nudges to people. If there are clear spaces to park, if there are clear directives to people and some education for them to understand what they should and should not be doing, I think that will also go some way to reducing the need for enforcement, because we'll have fewer people breaking the rules, of which undoubtedly there's a bunch of people breaking the rules as they currently stand, right?
Sorry, go on. I've got one last question, but I noted one of the other witnesses was...
Sorry, Mr. Van, can I just add to what my colleague said? Just in relation to technology, technology's now changed that, and that's why we're advocating for operators to bring in e-bikes and e-scooters and make them the ones who will ensure that those bikes and e-bikes, the speed is controlled, the geofencing, and that will ensure that A, the bikes and the e-bikes stay within the particular council area, B, they will be ridden at speeds which are safe to be ridden on. Because at the moment, the bikes are not controlled. Yes, they are geofenced, but the speed is not, and nor are the e-bikes. And one of the other concerns is that the younger generation now, certain elements within the younger generation are able to manipulate the e-bikes and can take them, so they don't have to pay for them, and stop them from being geofenced and stop them from being speed. So really need to ensure that we have operators who have got the technology to help us enforce the regulations, and also to ensure the safety of those who are riding it and also the public.
I think what you're saying, Mr. Nicolau, is that kids these days are a lot smarter.
Yes.
My last question is, were you consulted by the state government before they announced this plan? Because obviously, I think it was a surprise to almost everyone. Were you consulted prior to their announcement? Were you asked about things in relation to costs? Because obviously, if the state government or the councils aren't prepared to pick up the tab, I expect that it's probably going to be businesses such as your members, which are actually going to be the cash cow that's going to be tapped to pay for this infrastructure, especially in the Sydney CBD.
Look, we were consulted on, because we've been advocating for e-bikes and e-scooters for a long while, we weren't consulted in relation to the cost and who will pay for it. I think that answers your question in relation to that.
Okay, we don't want to pay for it. That would be the answer from your members.
Thanks, Mr. Fang. I think we're going now to, Mr. Benaziak's got one last question.
Just one last question, just picking up on what the concerns you raised from Mr. Fang's questions about the bike lane outside of the Fullerton Hotel and obviously Pitt Street. What do you think the solutions are to those poorly placed bike lanes that obviously impact other users' safety and amenities for businesses?
Well,
do we rip the one up outside Fullerton, or what do we do with Pitt Street? Can those issues be fixed, or is it just a case of, oh well, you know, Clover's stuffed up, we've just got to live with it?
Look, if you look at each business case, so for example with the Fullerton, all they want is a bus to park by the side of their hotel because they're landlocked. They've got Martin Place, George Street, and in a building, so they're literally...
Yeah, I'm familiar, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's very difficult, and they're losing business, and it's a 6-star hotel, right? So if the bus can at least park on the side, because there's ample place, they've put benches and they're encouraging businesses to put tables and chairs and so on all through Pitt Street, I think that can solve it. So maybe because the cost of removing is now going to be a costly exercise to remove the bike lane down there, but the traffic is just a nightmare. I mean, you try to go access to the Fullerton's car park or access to any of those businesses around there, it's just terrible. But maybe we look at each of the issues that are affecting businesses on Pitt Street and work with them to find solutions.
But it's not just the Fulton Hotel. You can walk Pitt Street, Castlereagh Street, King Street, and you will find businesses that have been dramatically affected. The Theatre Royal, for example, taxis can't pull up outside the theatre to set down and pick up particularly elderly or disabled passengers because there's a bike lane right outside the theatre. There's a little guy in Castlereagh Street, Alan Harry, who runs the Trinity Jewellers shop. His entire business has been covered up with the construction of the bike lane on Castlereagh Street. The poor guy's been having a nervous breakdown. He's going broke as a result of that. So you've only got to walk the current route of the bike lanes to tap on the door of businesses, and they'll tell you the sad story of how much it's cost them. The Porterhouse Hotel has lost a huge amount of business as a result of the construction. The poor guy in the jewellery business, he endured 2 years of the metro construction and understood all that. A week after the metro opened, the bike lane construction moved in, and the din down there is just absolutely incredible. And the other thing which Paul alluded to is the lack of consultation with business on these changes. It's not consultation to send out 2,000 emails. That's not consultation, it's not talking to people. But that's what happened.
Okay, we are out of time. Thank you. That went very quickly. So thank you so much for making yourselves available to give evidence today. The committee will be in touch if you've taken any questions or notice, or if committee members have any supplementary questions for you. Thank you. And the committee will now break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
But that's what they said.
Welcome back, and welcome to our next witnesses, who we will obviously kick off this session by swearing you in. So we'll start with the Waverley Council witnesses who are in the room with us. So we'll start with you, Ms. New. If you could state your name and position title, please, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn New, Transport Policy and Programs at Waverley Council. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, Simon Mueller. I am the manager of the integrated transport team at Waverley Council, and I also solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now we've got the witnesses with Mid Coast Council who are appearing quite tiny on our screens, but let's make sure that we can hear you. You can hear me okay?
Yes, I'll just fix the Zoom if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that zooming in would be a good idea.
I'll be back. If I can.
Maybe.
I don't think I can.
Okay, maybe we just need to leave it at this point, just to not. Oh yeah, that's a bit better. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do the affirmation.
Yes, please.
I'm Richard Wheatley. I'm Richard Wheatley, Mid Coast Council, Team Leader Transport. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Adrian Panuccio, General Manager, Mid Coast Council. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to Waverley Council. If you would care to make a short opening statement. And I'll just say at this point to Mid Coast Council, if because that Zoom worked a little bit, but if it can zoom in any more while we're hearing the statement from Waverley Council, that would also probably be better for members. See how you go. But we'll go to for a short opening. Thank you. That is getting better every time you. Great. Short opening statement by Waverley Council. Who's doing that? Mr. Mueller. Thank you.
I'll do that. Yeah, just very short statement. First of all, I appreciate being able to be here and have this conversation today with you all. And so appreciate that opportunity first and foremost. We, of course, do have some evidence to give today, and we're happy to do that. And just at a high level, again, really appreciate the state taking sort of lead on this and some of the recent announcements as well. A number of things are an issue in our council because we do have a very compact council and local government area that you're probably aware of. A lot of people live in a fairly sort of small area, and so a very compact urban form that puts a lot of pressure on our streets. And for us, the ability to manage micromobility, e-mobility devices is something very important for us to be able to kind of get right and to improve upon, because there are both benefits and of course there are negative aspects that come with this, and it's something that is a large concern for our community as a whole and all the folks that reside in it. So again, happy to start that conversation today, and maybe we'll keep it there at a high level.
Okay, great. Thank you. And a short opening statement from Mid Coast Council.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for inviting us to be a witness today. We commenced a trial on the 8th of December last year following negotiations with an operator in Transport New South Wales. Our trial focused on the foreshore, retail and tourism accommodation, and we tried to avoid the residential areas to be able to get as positive as possible. And our data's in our submission, but basically summer holiday trips range from 600 to over 1,000 per day, and our average usage during the warmer months were 1,250 per week, cooler months around 500. The operator is happy with this and is very content to continue. We did receive a large number of complaints from residents in the first month, many not understanding how a trial worked, felt that this was a hire scooter where you returned them back to the businesses, but with a bit of education, many understood that. But those complaints have reduced right down. We have one or two that continue to complain, who absolutely hate it, but generally there seems to be the community's accepting of it. Council has not decided on whether to continue the trial after the 8th of December this year. And regarding some of the issues, of course, there's been the lack of wearing helmets, some doubling up, and some antisocial behaviour. And of course, the biggest issue of all would be I guess what you would call discarded scooters, where people finish a trip and leave them. Many leave on the footpath, blocking a concrete pathway. The only other comment I'd make towards it, would appear to be that we've gone from being distributed scooters to perhaps what I would call littering. In other words, the operator's not getting around quick enough to move them into logical places and away from isolated locations. We have informed our operator they need to, and that's an important issue, that to have them distributed around so people can find them when they want, but not in locations, particularly middle of private streets. Some of the other issues that need to be dealt with, of course, is private scooters. People see the hire scooters and assume that you're allowed to use private scooters, but our Minister has put out a press release on that. We're very keen on the state government to make a decision on the future of hire scooters, to provide some consistency on where we head after the trial, and also make it easier for councils to bring on hire scooters and e-bikes as a future for our area. With the high use of tourism and visitors, it is something that obviously is needed or liked or wanted in our area. Of course, promotion of safe use of e-scooters and e-bikes, whether the use on footpaths and wearing your helmets is important. Policies to reduce this illegal and bad behaviour is essential. Obviously, standards and regulations to reduce the incidence of this occurring, not only statewide but probably nationwide, as all states and territories are tending to have scooters in some form. Most important one is the one area we need to improve the infrastructure, to provide bike lanes to discourage the use on footpaths, and therefore, as a council, we would certainly be encouraging the state government to fund more ability for us, if we continue with hire e-scooters or private scooters, is to allow the expansion of our shared path network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll jump in with the first question and then hand over to my colleagues. A question for both of you. We've heard from a number of witnesses today. I don't think there's any doubt that people are saying that the needs a better regulation, obviously, around micro-mobility devices, and most people are saying that to allow set rules around them being on the road and being able to use the road. Some footpaths are an issue. We won't go into that with this question, but sticking to roads, what do you see as needing to change? I'll go to Waverley first, to ensure that both e-bike riders, doesn't matter whether they're shared or not at this point, just people riding both e-scooter and e-bikes on the roads. What needs to change, do you think, and what can the state government do in that regard?
I can go first through the chair. I think I'll echo the comments already kind of made at the opening remarks from Mid-Coast Council. It really is purpose-built infrastructure, and that's really what the roads and the streets need to support these types of modes. The speed differentials and the sort of momentum differentials and energy differentials suggest that that's something that, as we all know, it requires its own dedicated infrastructure, both in terms of how we can then manage these modes, but also in terms of leveraging the benefits that they may provide, getting people to actually ride them. So we know that safe infrastructure is what attracts folks to these modes. There's really almost no way around it. Our perspective would be that the infrastructure on the roads is what's required, if that's the question.
I want to push on that a little bit, because I think it is impossible in all streets of Sydney and around the whole state to have dedicated infrastructure everywhere. The numbers of e-scooters, both private and shared in terms of e-bikes, is just growing at a huge rate. We're hearing, and the statistics show that a lot of people are using it to journey from point A to their house, to transport, to the shopping. So as well as infrastructure, more has to change. People are talking about the road user priorities, speed limits, education. I think Sydney and Greater New South Wales is very different to some of the European cities that people often talk about in terms of our attitude and culture and history of cars versus pedestrians and cyclists. What more do you think, other than infrastructure, which I think obviously is sorely needed, what more needs to happen?
Happy to jump on that one in the first instance. To expand on the first part about infrastructure, and I think as part of the question, because infrastructure has a few different elements to it. Sometimes it's as simple as sort of what we call modal filters, you're probably aware, and you just basically take a fairly small intervention and make the street quieter. Quiet ways, which is also in the state guidelines, is something for us to deliver. And that can be what you might call all ages and abilities sort of infrastructure, and that's really what I guess my earlier comment was. It's not necessarily dedicated, but it is getting it to a point that it's comfortable for all ages and abilities. Some jurisdictions will call that AAA, what have you. There's different ways to label that. And that's what encourages those people. And I think to the question, that's a little bit where we need to get to as well. And what that also means in one way or another is reducing vehicular traffic. That's a very challenging endeavor, as we all know, for us to do. And there are, again, infrastructure ways to do that, but there are other policy measures that can be used to support those type of things. Strictly speaking, we usually stay away from those, but those demand side measures are something that I think are in the toolkit for us to hopefully leverage over time. And we do that at a council level to some degree, including sort of parking management and things like that. But our toolkit in that sense is somewhat constrained as well. With regards to speed limits, that is probably another aspect where there is some room to maneuver. Our council is moving towards 40 kilometers per hour, working with the Transport for New South Wales on implementing that. There's probably a need to think about that as even lower speeds, 30 kilometers per hour, if not even lower than that on some specific streets. And ultimately, it's about providing, I guess, that regulatory framework that allows councils to, in line with state guidelines, to potentially move forward on those items in some ways more independently or as they see fit, given that each council within the state has very different, as I'm sure our colleagues can attest to, has very different sort of urban conditions and the like. So it's something I think that we would be very interested in as well as part of that infrastructure rollout, that ability to move towards a all ages and abilities type of network basis.
Thank you, Mr. Panuccio. Mr. Wheatley.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. For us, focus on safety is quite important. So either having a speed limit or restricting the actual items to an actual speed limit would go some way. I agree with the comments on infrastructure because that's always an ask, I suppose. We need infrastructure for. May not be just about paths and dedicated bike lanes. It might be the infrastructure around where you dock these things. That's quite easy. Now that could be provided by, if it's a hire service, by the provider or, local government or state government or whatever down the track. But I think an education program about a different type of mode of transport is important, and safety can be addressed by managing speed limits by a number of ways.
Thank you. I'll go to questions from Mr. Banasiak now.
Thank you, Chair. Just a general question to both councils. Would you support a technical solution to the issue of helmet use that all companies that are providing these e-scooters or e-bikes have to have a technical solution that the bikes or the scooters can't be utilised without the helmets? Because obviously that's an issue. You see a lot of people riding these things without helmets, and obviously it's still a law that you have to have a helmet when you're riding a bike. Do you think that might assist?
I could take that.
Yeah, we'll start with
totally
Mid-Coast.
Agree.
Yep.
Yeah, jump on that.
Yeah, sorry for jumping on. That is something that we would support. One of the major complaints at the start of the trial in December last year was, a push by council to ensure that people wear helmets. Well, we can't. It's obviously a policing matter. So if there's some sort of technical solution that you can't actually activate and use it without the helmet, we'll definitely be in support of that.
I'd just like to follow up is that we've had bicycles for 150 years and scooters, particularly electric scooters, are very, very new. I think the public need to get used to it. I think education and enforcement, such as helmets, I remember growing up, I never wore a helmet, but kids now wear helmets from the moment they hop on a scooter or on a push bike, and they just naturally continue to wear it. And I think scooters are the same. I think given time, people will get used to it, people will learn how to use it on the road network, and that comes from enforcement and education, whether it be antisocial behaviour or wearing helmets, and I think that's the one thing that can only be cured, and that is time, having it out there.
But to be completely frank, the helmet laws in this state aren't being enforced by the police. That's quite clear. So I guess a regulation that stopped these being used without a helmet would probably be a lot more cost-effective solution to this issue. Would you agree?
Yes, I would, very much so.
Waverley?
What I would say is that, like, we've had now 7 years in Waverley experience with the share bikes and helmets, and right from the beginning, they had helmets provided, and they disappeared very rapidly. There was one stage where we felt everyone was saying, "Oh, well, Lions providing helmets for all at Waverley." There has been steps along the way where the bike operators have been said, we're going to do this, and that'll make sure that you have a helmet. It's locked in here, and it happens, and it hasn't worked. Over and over again, this has worked. We recently were approached by another operator who's coming to Waverley in the future, and they have a brand new Whiz thing, so I'm very keen and interested to see how it works. I think it's a challenge to do it. I think it is useful because it is, I would rather see people using the helmet than not. But on the other hand, I also feel that it's not an area that we should put too much concern in. I'd rather see it dealt with technology than to see the police waste their time trying to chase people down everywhere.
Thank you.
If I may add on that, I think to your question and to the one that kind of from the Mid-Coast, I think that's something we want to look at as part of a technical solution. I would approach that very cautiously as making that an absolute as part of sort of regulatory framework, because other jurisdictions have shown, and kind of to Carolyn's point, where that's tried, it is hard to manage, and to try to make it as an absolute that it only works insofar that the technology is, I'll call it bulletproof, that the helmets can be provided. It's going to make that a challenging thing for anyone to actually deliver on. So I think it's probably a very nuanced sort of thing, and we'll have to look at that and operate in a bit of a grey there.
Okay. Something that's come up this is a question to both of you as well, something that's come up during this inquiry through submissions is the concept of regulating the number of providers of these shared mobility devices in a LGA. I just want to get your thoughts on, would you support a limit on the number of providers in your LGA, and what would that limit be if you did support a limit at all?
We in Waverley, of course, have had 7 years of bike share operators, and we've had it from about 6 operators down to none, and to 1, and up and down, all sorts of numbers. We have no control over it. That's our problem. We have absolutely no control over who comes. But thankfully, all of them have tended to talk with us. I would say personally that it worked very well when there was 1 operator, and not too bad with 2. But I think once it gets beyond that, it does become difficult. 2 operators at least give some sort of competition.
Yeah.
Can I ask, I'm just curious with this, just exactly why doesn't the council have any control over the shared bike schemes that come in? How, if you're a shared bike operator, what is the process by saying we want to go to and pop our bikes into Bronte, Bondi, Coogee? What do you do? Like, what do they do?
Theoretically, they could just drop the bikes in, but most of them have the decency to actually contact us first and say, we're going to drop your bikes in.
So there's zero framework, just to be clear, in terms of
the framework is
the
only
framework?
in pickups, in how long they're left. and how unsafe. So they have to be reported.
Under what?
And they
Just-
have a period of time,
So
it
I'm
could
just
be a
trying to
week,
get what the
Yeah.
regulatory-
before they have to be picked up. So there is some control.
Under what regulation
Thank you.
is that pick-up time and
That's the public spaces one.
Public
I think it is.
spaces, okay.
Originally there was nothing. When we first started, there was nothing. And there was about 6 councils that were involved in this, and we put together our own guidelines together as a group.
Right, different
There was,
And
there is
a lot of those then rolled into the first, which was the, there was another previous act that was rolled into to do with leaving things lying around.
I think it's
and,
I think it's 7 days or something. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's about
gotta be
7
there
days.
7 days or something before you can.
And to be honest, we found that particularly when we report to an operator, contact them, and ask to get one picked up, it usually gets picked up. But what we have no control on is how many bikes are put out, where exactly where they are. We do talk with them, and they do respond. But there's also the issue of where the bikes are returned. It's not necessarily where the bikes have been deployed, but where they've been returned, and they may be sort of just left in the middle of a footpath, for example. And that's usually the cases we chase up much more than the deployment of them.
Okay, I'm just conscious I want to hear from Mid Coast Council on this in terms of the number of operators given you're a regional council, and it might be a slightly different answer.
We run the trial following the legislation from Transport New South Wales for e-scooters. We've never had e-bikes. The operator put out 150 of them, and that would seem to be a fairly appropriate number for the Foster-Tuncurry area, which is a visitor and tourism usage. Not a lot of locals, it's hard to tell, but we don't think there's a lot of locals using them. They said that if they were to stay, then they might put more out during the summer holidays where the visitors' numbers are up, and perhaps reduce them down, or perhaps they've already reduced them down a bit during the cooler months. I could not imagine 2 operators surviving in the Foster-Tuncurry area. You're unlikely to leave that area because you're entering state highways, rural roads to get to the next area. So for a rural area, you are looking at either a town or a tourist location like Foster-Tuncurry, and I could not imagine 2 being financially viable in our area. But that's something that we'd have to look at in the future should we go on a permanent basis.
Yeah, I'll just pass back to the chair.
Yeah, we'll just go to questions from the opposition now, Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. And I think just to clarify, it might be I think we got some information that in 2017, 6 councils developed guidelines for bike share operators, but in the absence of statutory requirements for bike share companies to comply, in November 2022, the former government introduced the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act, which might be what I called the Littering Act, but my understanding is you need some time for it to be there, but it can be utilised to remove share bikes from public land if they're poorly parked, interfering with public amenity or causing obstruction. But the fact that all of us aren't clear on that probably says it needs some clarity around it. Can I just go to a couple of your comments to follow up then? In terms of, I think there's 3 things: regulation, infrastructure and enforcement. Of those and the issues that you've identified, what does council need help with the most? I get it's like trying to pick your favourite child, but give it a shot.
I'll give that one a shot first. Definitely, I would call it the first 2 in the first instance. I think those 2 done well will reduce the resource pressures on the third one.
So regulation, infrastructure first.
Yeah.
Assisting with enforcement.
And the one thing I would add to the earlier question, I think kind of bleeds into the question just posed, is that this act is as kind of confusing as it might also be, is also something that is resource intensive for us to manage, even if we were able to really follow it to a T, to sort of tag bikes and really manage where each one is at a given time, how long it's there, and then have our actual crew to go out and do something about that. It can be very resource intensive, and it's something we just don't have. And so I think if we focus on the first 2 aspects, and probably, I think a regulatory framework that is conducive to the other 2 is probably the very first one we want to get right, because it paves the way for the other 2 things, the infrastructure and then the enforcement. So just being a bit more clear on my initial answer is to actually get the regulation. I think the regulatory framework as right as we can is most beneficial.
And Mid-Coast?
Yeah, somewhat agree. Regulation first and then infrastructure. We don't have capacity to enforce, and a lot of the breaches on the e-scooters would relate to speed and would relate to helmets. So they're policing issues anyway. We're a large LGA as far as area, and we're not as dense as the Waverleys or the Metro Council. So the use would be different up our way, but largely enforcement's a policing matter. So you look at regulation and infrastructure.
Given that's the case then, in relation to regulation first, would you say that that's better being uniform across the state, even given the differences between dynamics in different council areas? Just to have the certainty?
I would say so. Yeah, 100%, because, we need to work under the same rules within the same state, so they shouldn't be too far removed.
Yep.
And there should be some discretion. I mean, there was a discussion earlier about why doesn't council regulate, I suppose, or we can't regulate people putting push bikes in a spot. Likewise, we can't regulate when people leave their scooters, but there should be some scope for councils to regulate a trial e-scooter scheme within its LGA, because it's using council infrastructure for the purpose of profit. So there should be a mechanism, I would have thought, for council to be part of that discussion, so we could put things in place. So if there's infrastructure required, the private provider should be able to provide some infrastructure along the way. It shouldn't be an ask of local government or the state all the time.
Okay. Waverley?
I think slightly different perspective, I would say. I think a lot of it makes sense to have a lot of it sort of at a unified level across the state when we think about sort of battery safety and speed limitations and things like that for the actual devices and the technology itself, and a whole bunch of things that kind of come with that, and just the broader road rules around it too. Where I think there's probably some need to think about context specificity is just how the regulations that enable various councils to kind of manage streets. And what as a concrete example, is something like speed limits. And that is something that I think we would be keen to explore further, is how can we be a bit more adaptable on those kind of items, which we had talked about at the very beginning of the session. And those kind of things are currently also kind of done uniformly at the state, but there maybe is a need to think about that at a local council level and enable councils to suit those I guess those treatments and have those treatments in a way that suits the needs of those specific councils. That's just one example. I'm sure there are more if we could put our collective heads together, but that's the one that comes to my mind. So I think there is a need to probably look at it in a case by case basis.
Other thing I was going to mention too is that in the city where we are, it's probably a little different to in the country, and we are small council areas, and people who ride bicycles tend to go past boundaries, and there's that strong need for consistency, definitely within a region. Which often means that that's a better thing for transport to control and run than just individual councils, but with our input.
Can I just turn to enforcement? Is that right, Chair?
Yeah,
one more.
And then
last one. Yep. One, yeah. Just a quick fire question. Enforcement, council or police?
Sorry, could you? Was it?
Enforcement. Yeah.
Council,
so speeding, helmets, parking, enforcement generally, and that can include share bikes and privately owned bikes. Who should enforce? Council, rangers, or police?
The easy answer on that one, I think, is it depends. But things like
you can take the fifth if you'd prefer, if that's the other option.
Sorry,
you can take the fifth and say you don't like either of them.
I think that is what I'll call it generally working well in terms of the road rules and the things that the police already enforce. I would generally keep it that way, and things that are in the public domain and the parking issues and sort of the aspects that comes around parking and sort of the policy is something that is probably best lays with councils. Doesn't necessarily answer the question directly, because I don't think we could just say one or the other in that case. I hope that helps.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Fang, who has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Mid-Coast Council, in relation to the issue of injuries, have you seen much by way of injuries, and have you had any feedback from, I guess, medical professionals in your area as to any increased risk and whether there's a difficulty being, I guess, in a more regional area than somewhere like the city of Sydney, where they've got more access to health services?
We've only had one major incident that we know of, and that was within the first week, late night within 15 minutes of the midnight closure of the scooters, two young males outside a hotel were, I assume, skylarking, collided with each other, and one gentleman hit the median, or hit a curb, broke his jaw and stuff. There was a lot of talk. Obviously, the insurance covered it. Police have, to the best of my knowledge, have charged both of them. So obviously, that's probably more skylarking than anything else. But since then, neither the ambulance, I have a stakeholders committee as required by these trials, neither the ambulance nor the hospital representatives have raised any issue with me about ongoing issues with the trial. The police have stated to me that they have no concerns or issues. I'm not saying they're happy, but that's their comment. No issues or concerns with the trial at the moment. So, yeah, I've had no indication from anyone that there's been incidents happening. I'm sure people have been hurt and that, but it's not come up to us as a matter of urgency or concern.
Just in relation to when you said the police weren't necessarily happy, is that because of their feedback, or you're just not sure as to what their position is?
Verbally to me, they'd probably rather not have another activity on the road network that they may need to deal with. I was probably the same. I'm a traffic engineer. The idea of additional things on the road network. So I was probably quite anti it, but I've been I've turned around a bit. I'm still agnostic towards it. It's up to the community to decide. But I was expecting to have a very busy 12 months. I was expecting to be writing large quantities of emails and letters and deal with issues. And I said, once we got past the first 4 weeks, apart from a couple of local people who've made it their deal, keep sending me photos of scooters parked in a lousy location, I have to be honest that it's very, very quiet from the local community.
And so in that perspective... Oh, sorry, just in that...
Hang on, we just pause for 1 second and just Mid-Coast Council, did you get your evidence in just then? Just repeat what you said.
From a policing perspective, it would relate to resourcing.
So in that term then, in terms of that then, I guess if council aren't the enforcement agency, there might be difficulty with local police being resourced enough to have any enforcement powers and the, I guess, resourcing to do that.
It'll be no dissimilar to regulating push bikes on a road network as far as policing is concerned.
Yeah, fair. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to...
So that's certainly, as I said, we've had the stakeholders committee and we've certainly encouraged them to give us any feedback. And as I said, they've consistently, the police said, no issues or concerns.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, great. We'll go to questions from government members.
Yeah,
Mr.
I wanted to
Diatta.
ask Mid-Coast about the trial. So were scooters operating predominantly on roads, on existing shared paths, or just on footpaths?
We have an extensive shared path network along our foreshore, and that entitled those people to ride the scooters along there, which of course where tourists would obviously want to ride, and mostly on the road network. Of course, we have known that many people prefer to ride them on the footpath, and this comes back to the whole enforcement and education of where you can't ride scooters. So yeah, we've got an extensive along the foreshore, but away from the foreshore, it would appear most people, particularly in residential streets or down to caravan parks, is where we've had the linkages of our network. I would say there's probably a mixture of on-road and on the existing footpath, which they shouldn't be on, and it is on the information provided by the operator.
So can I ask just on, so if you've got these operating on shared paths, to what extent would reductions in the allowable speed and rider education enable that to be operated on a safe basis? And this is probably a question for either council, I mean, obviously, we've heard evidence that, you know, realistically, dedicated pathways is ubiquitous, is pretty unlikely to eventuate, or if it is, it's going to be a long way into the future. So we're going to have users, you know, some using the footpaths, some using the roads. Is it a question of perhaps tweaking the speeds and the education of the riders to make sure that that happens in a way that minimises accidents and makes it a safe way of operating? So perhaps either council.
Well, in regard to the high scooters, they're governed 10 kilometres an hour on the shared pathways, which is quite easy to manage because it's along the foreshore, away from the roads, and then 20 kilometres an hour along the road network, as long as the speed limit's 50 or less. And obviously, the issue is going to be people on the road network wanting to ride it on the footpath because they feel safer or don't want to be on the roads. Same issue with push bikes. Many people ride their push bikes on the footpath rather than the road. In regard to infrastructure, really the infrastructure we need is to extend. If we were to continue the hire scheme and then private scooters were to come in, we'd like some infrastructure to expand the area down to some other tourist locations and into a large supermarket that we can't get access to because it's above 50 kilometres per hour and there's no shared pathways to it.
Maybe just to add to that a little bit, I do think, and our experience would tell us this both in our own council and Jeff, definitely when you look at sort of other jurisdictions that have done have been working on this and arguably have been working on it longer. Speeds and I think lower speeds to the point would encourage more people to then ride off of the footpaths and where we would want them to in these cases, which is the roadway, the carriageway. But there's another element to that, and it just kind of harkens back to what I mentioned earlier. Usually, we know that users will feel comfortable both in lower speed and lower volume, lower traffic volume environments. So insofar that we have a low speed, yes, we might well see less collisions, but that doesn't necessarily encourage people to use those devices if they see the street as something exclusively for motor vehicle traffic. So that's part of that thinking as well. So it's lower speeds, but also lower volumes if we're trying to find non-dedicated ways, more shared use of existing space, which I agree that is going to be very difficult to eventuate any sort of alter comprehensive dedicated network. So it's something we have to think about and how our existing streets already perform and how that space can be adapted towards these kind of modes. So it is a speed limit thing, but I think it's also a vehicular volumes thing.
Can I ask, so I think Ms. Waters touched on an area that I was going to ask about around the sort of regulatory, where the regulatory roles sit. What would councils require to take on the kind of regulatory functions of dealing with, you know, helmets and speeds, and what would it require for councils to take on that role?
I would not think it would be ever council's role to take on the regulatory for helmets, for example, because we don't do that for ordinary bikes. It is a police matter, and so I can't see that in any case. I would be, you know, concerned. Major concern with is the organisation of contracts. Like if we have to have a memorandum, you know, with all the different share argument, this would be a larger amount of work that I think would be better operated at a transport level. And I guess some of the enforcement things would be, for example, if a share operator actually arrived who there was no arrangement with, is how would we, deal with that?
And maybe just to add to that too, because I think there's an opportunity sat within that part of the conversation is, and I think folks in this room are well aware of the temporary delegation that has been put towards councils. It's something that Waverley Council has really taken on board, and is something I think provides a lot of opportunity to more maybe adaptively and efficiently roll out some of these supporting type of regulations that are more locally focused, things like parking regs and speed limit regs, which councils already can do. It's those higher level ones that across borders and aren't specific to streets, like the helmet regulation, which Carolyn mentioned. and or exactly how these companies would operate and any sort of principles and rules they need to follow, that's better sat with someone at a higher level, as a more senior level of government, i.e. the state, so, or at least a region within the state. So I think there is an opportunity to kind of look at a few different pathways there in terms of providing council some more ability and enabling councils to do that, while keeping some of the more network-oriented, higher-level things at the state level in terms of a regulatory approach.
I just wondered if I could ask a question. In your submission, you talk...
Sarah, do you just want to pull the microphone?
Oh, sorry. So sorry. In your submission, you talk about directly administering shared schemes, and perhaps that should be Transport for New South Wales. Why couldn't that be a council option?
I'll start with that's a very good question. That comes first and foremost, it comes at a sort of jurisdictional level in terms of, especially for the smaller councils in the sort of the Eastern Harbour City. We have obviously City of Sydney, Wallara, Randwick that kind of border us. And so if one council were to take that on, would it then work for that next council? And the answer is in some cases no. And then also who would benefit and who would have the resources to put that forward? And that's one of those things that from our view would sit at a higher level in terms of being able to do that. And that'd be something you could do that more cohesively. And because the submission you have in front of you, that is something I think that is worth exploring in more detail, and it actually supersedes a lot of point 2. Because it then provides more control overall in terms of how the state and how councils within that approach this issue. And it also provides a huge opportunity to start integrating this into the broader transport network, with whether that's public transport or even car shares or things like that. And that sort of mobility as a service and some of these other things that some of the other jurisdictions around the world are really starting to embark on. Councils can simply not do that alone because it crosses jurisdictional bounds, and it also is just it's something that requires fairly substantial resources to get right in the first instance, and then continue to monitor. And I will say plan.
What about local, like council, the groups of councils, like the Southern Sydney councils, or what about at that level?
Spitballing a little bit here, but I guess the view, this isn't necessarily a council view because it's not something that we've talked about or had an opportunity. I know you have in the past to some degree. There's probably something there to be said for that. The questions that remain with that is which council takes the lead, or how is that, what framework is in place to sort of say, well, this is how you approach that, because each council will have a certain amount of resources that they may or may not be able to provide towards that. So I'd say that is a challenge, if anything, but there may be something there.
And the thing is too is what sort of group of councils would you break it up? I mean, if you break it up by regional councils, well, that may include a set that have no interest in it whatsoever, and leave out others that have commonalities with some that are in that same group, and that groups may expand over time as well. It's an area of growth. I mean, it's tended to stick within about 5 or 6 councils, but there's already indications of some movement to other councils once this becomes more regulated. So, just how big would it be?
Sorry to Mid-Coast. I have another question for Waverley. You mentioned the sort of ebb and flow of how many operators you'd had and sort of the different, I guess, levels of notice you were given. Could you tell us who have been the best to deal with and who have not sought sort of consultation?
Well, I'd say that every operator who has actually dropped bikes, that I'm aware of anyway, has contacted us first of all. And they came in rounds, like there was the first round, which was a complete disaster. And then they all disappeared. Since then, Lime's been very consistent because they were the first ones to come back in with the e-bikes. And I don't think most of the population even really was aware we had share bikes for a couple of years, because they were the only ones operating, and so then they didn't have very large numbers. And even when the second operator arrived, it was not sort of that great awareness, simply because it wasn't impacting. The numbers of bikes that are around were not that great. But as they went up to about 5, and by that point, yes, it started to become much more difficult. The reason I would mention Lime is because they have they were the first of that came in, and they have been consistently. still here, whereas others have gone. And they do actually, they arrange meetings with all the councils once every fortnight and have their own short little meetings. So they're clear. This is not to say that some of the others aren't keen to also be, to work well with us, but it's just, and they did used to provide us with data in the earlier days. Nowadays we get some overall impression from Ride Report, which is an amalgamation, and I think they are one of the few that contribute to that.
Would be good to get the data.
Thank you. That's the end of our time for this session. Okay. Did you have something in 30 seconds?
I was going to add just back to that. There's an opportunity, and it lies in our submission, in that sort of direct administration. There's an opportunity for someone else to be the best operator.
Yes.
And there is maybe a state level role to play there. It doesn't necessarily have to be a labeled private operator. It's someone that could maybe operate on behalf of the state, and that allows more certainty in terms of how long these operators stay around. It also allows more certainty in terms of infrastructure delivered for them, as well as more public benefit. One of the challenges is multiple apps for bikes that are all over the place, and what are you supposed to do when you could just have one app?
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks for that additional time.
No worries. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mid-Coast Council and Waverley Council witnesses. That's the end of this session. Thanks for your submissions and your evidence. The Secretariat will be in touch if you've taken anything on notice or if members have any further questions for you. So appreciate it, and we'll call our next witnesses. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I understand we have, there he is. We've got Mr. Sahato on video conference. Can you hear me? We can see you okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Sahato?
I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. We can hear you too. All right. Excellent. So we'll start by swearing you both in. We'll start with you, Mr. McTiernan. If you could state your name and position, title, and either an oath or affirmation. Thanks.
Thank you. David McTiernan. I'm the National Leader for Transport Safety at the National Transport Research Organisation. I'll swear an affirmation. I solemnly, sincere and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Mr. Sahato?
Thank you. My name is Sonny Sahato with National Transport Research Organisation, Principal Profession. My affirmation is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you so much. And who's making the opening statement today?
That'll be myself.
Okay.
It will be brief. I just want to outline who the National Transport Research Organisation is and why we're here today. We started out in 1960. We were set up by the Australian federal and state government agencies to undertake research on road management for them. That's evolved over the years to certainly cover road safety and traffic management issues. The type of work we do often is for agencies such as Transport for New South Wales, but others as well, to investigate what might be considered best practice, particularly from a road engineering perspective. Both Sonny and I are traffic engineers, and we have been involved in the development of best practice guidelines, which are used by road agencies and clients to develop policy and practice for application on public roads and on a lot of private roads if it's a private road manager client. I've been with NTRO for 17 years. Prior to that, I was in local government, so I have some affinity for the previous speakers about local government issues as well. Sonny is, as I said, has been with us for a couple of years and is also a former local government engineer. So again, we bring that perspective to the table.
Thank you. And just before I throw to the opposition, can I just check with those guidelines that you've created, the e-scooter road safety guidelines? Did you include that in your submission, or would you be able to provide that to the committee, those guidelines to the committee?
I'd have to
notice?
defer to Sonny on that because he was principal in development of those guides. I was away at the time. Sonny, was that provided to as part of our submission?
We haven't provided it as yet, but we can make sure that's available to you for sure.
Great, thank you. That would be very useful. Thank you. Now, you're right. Yeah, we'll go to questions from the opposition. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Just checking administratively. Thank you so much, both of you, for coming along and for your submission and your service to both council. I see that you're a national organisation, so correct me if these are misguided questions, but in terms of I guess the three things we've heard about, which is infrastructure, enforcement and regulation, would you see, in terms of your understanding of other jurisdictions, what works well in other states and what perhaps we could take some guidance from in terms of those three? So we might start with regulation perhaps. Do you have a view on what works well and what could be done and is needed here to fill those gaps?
What I might do is defer to Sonny. He has certainly been involved in two projects related to e-scooters and e-bikes. One was for Queensland main roads, developing some best practice guidance, particularly related to speed limits. And the other is the New South Wales one. So I'll defer perhaps to my colleague.
I might ask you just to keep it as short as you can. We are limited on time. I don't want to rush you, but I just want to get through those three main things if I can.
Sure, thank you. In terms of regulation, the local governments don't have a lot of say in terms of regulating the e-scooters in their on their road networks or path networks. What they can do, so for clarity, I worked for the City of Gold Coast for a number of years, and when e-scooters came onto the scene in 2019, we moved quickly to understand what the problems were on those footpath networks, and it took a few years to actually work out how we could regulate the e-scooters on path networks through signage and line marking.
So that's a big council. Was it a council responsibility or state government responsibility, and is it uniform across the state, and was that best practice and why?
Okay, so it's a council responsibility given that the footpath asset belongs to the council.
Yep.
And that is common through all local government jurisdictions in Queensland.
Okay, and that's working well. Why?
I couldn't tell you if it's working well, but it's the system we have at the moment. We do, at the time, Gold Coast did interact with Transport and Main Roads to seek guidance on the standards of line marking and signage. And after that, I left the organisation, so I didn't really partake in the implementation of those lines of sign markings.
All right, so in terms of your knowledge nationally of best practice, is there an area that you would hold up, and it's not a trick question, it's literally, is there somewhere, or is this a gap across the country? Is it working somewhere, or is it something we all need to look at? I just thought you might have a perspective that is a bit higher level.
Sure. And certainly as a part of the work that we did for Queensland, we did look at what was available nationally, and I think it's fair to say this is an evolving situation. Okay. I think it's certainly a case of jurisdictions catching up with what people are actually using them for.
All right. In terms of infrastructure then, in your view, who is best placed to pay?
Best place to pay?
Who funds that infrastructure?
I guess we need to have a look at the type of infrastructure required, and e-bikes, e-scooters are quite different modes, although they have a common thread to them. If it's going to be on the roads, it depends on what part of that infrastructure needs to be upgraded, similar to providing on-road cycleways, for example. But I think given the type of use that these modes have, it would be much better if it was off-road facilities. And I think it's undoubtedly that's going to be a council responsibility, and there's no way that they're going to be able to afford that. Not in playing catch-up. I do think, though, in terms of providing infrastructure, there is an opportunity, it's almost a unique opportunity to incorporate this mode of transport into our planning processes, so that developers can ultimately be providing the infrastructure as a part of new developments coming out, and indeed, like they do with other infrastructure, contribute to the connection of their communities to other communities. So I think it's a bit of a split there, but it's certainly going to have to rely upon state funding support.
Thank you. And just jump in if you want to add anything, Mr. Zahato. Otherwise, I'll keep moving through. But the third part is enforcement, and we'll get to your data kind of perspective and evidence base next. But is that a council? Is it best placed with council rangers or with police or a combination? Or what's your view on that and what works?
I think if I draw on my local government experience, and I'm sure Sunny will have something similar. It's going to be similar to what the previous speakers had, which is in terms of some areas it could be council through rangers and parking and particularly the hire bikes and the hire scooters, how they're upkept. But in terms of road rules, it's probably going to be much more better aligned to the police, in my view.
I think, sorry, Mr. Zahato, did you have?
Yeah, thank you. So just in terms of how Gold Coast operated, because they own all of the footpaths, there is opportunity for local laws to be established in terms of not enforcing speed limits, but the presence of, for example, wheeled vehicles like skateboards and so on that might have a perception of causing a nuisance. The local laws could be enforced, therefore the council rangers to be able to confiscate or ask the skateboarder riders to move on and that kind of thing in congested areas. In terms of the speed of the e-scooters and so on, that would be the police. And during my time with council, it was very difficult for the police to enforce the speed limits.
Okay, we'll go to questions. Thank you. We'll go to questions from Mr. Benasiak now.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to focus on the issue around data. In your submission, you talked about a lack of consistent and specific data collection on the use of these devices. So if we don't have good baseline data, how are we going to measure the effectiveness of any regulation that comes in?
It's a very valid question. I think as it is with bicycles, it's very difficult. A lot of incidents are not reported at all, unless it involves a very serious injury requiring some sort of emergency response. Police are traditionally required or vested with the responsibility of collating that crash incident data. So unless that was to occur and the police attend, I don't see any way that can really be captured. The only other way is if it does result in serious injury requiring some sort of medical intervention, and perhaps through the hospital system that could be captured as well. Certainly no expert in how that side of data capture is undertaken.
Yeah. Are there any other successful models from overseas where they have successfully captured this data in a better way?
Not to my knowledge, but I might defer to Mr. Zahato in case he's seen that through his research.
Thank you. So in terms of injuries sustained by e-scooter users, the Jamison Trauma Institute in Queensland has had a very special focus in research and understanding the types of injuries that have been sustained in e-scooter crashes. But that's in terms of injuries sustained from e-scooter crashes. In terms of other data capture, Gold Coast did look at using video cameras to capture the number of e-scooters along a footpath and where possible the speed using particular software, but that back then in 2020 was very early days of using that kind of technology.
Did any of that research delve into causal factors? So I guess a big part of us making regulation, we should look at the causes of incidents. So particularly around alcohol use, maybe use of phones, riding with people's earbuds in, and obviously not being coherent of the sounds around them. Did any of that research delve into that side of things?
As far as I understand, the Jamison Trauma Institute only just looked at injuries, but in terms of its other aspects, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go to the government for questions.
I have got a couple.
Dr. Kane.
The first actually is about data, just picking up on that, and we just had people in from local councils as well. Do you think it would be a useful kind of mechanism for any of the varieties of these e-bikes, e-scooters, rideshare companies to be required to share their data with at least the local authorities so that we get a better picture of what's going on?
I think it could be very useful. I mean, if we're planning infrastructure, just the take-up of that mode, where trips are coming to and from, could be very important, so that we provide that infrastructure. If there are gaps there, it can be linked to reports of incidents or crashes. We might find through that the infrastructure is lacking. It might be there's a footpath there, but it's too narrow. It might be there's disconnected footpaths. So I think if there's the ability I think it needs to be collaborative. I mean, it is commercial data that they're collecting for their purposes.
They are using public roads, though.
There are lots of companies using public roads for all sorts of things, and sharing that data, I think, if they can be brought on board and collaborate with that and show the benefit to themselves commercially, that it is embraced by the community as a viable mode of transport and the infrastructure is being provided, then they hopefully would be more willing to share it.
Do you know of any of the companies who have sort of been fairly open about their data?
No, it's not an area that I've been particularly involved in. In our submission, we did talk about some food delivery rider work.
Yeah.
So, and working with them, they're very close shop in terms of sharing that. So,
I did want to ask about that, and I note that you do mention them in your submission. And I wondered if you'd had any feedback on the changes in New South Wales to the Work Health and Safety Amendment about food delivery riders.
No, I haven't had any feedback on that, no.
Okay, so nothing from 2022 onwards in New South Wales that might be, okay.
No, we were involved in that particular project pre-COVID, and I mean, it was an initiative borne out by the spate of incidents involving that particular company's riders.
Yes.
And particularly being students, predominantly overseas students. So there was a big issue of understanding the requirements of not only our road rules, but workplace health and safety requirements as well. So that project involved developing some quite simple onboarding, induction type material, so they could try and at least get a basic understanding of their expectations and responsibilities.
But there hasn't, to your knowledge, there hasn't been a post, or you haven't undertaken a post?
We haven't done anything post that. I am aware of others in the country have done that sort of research with food delivery companies.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I also ask about the difference between a shared path and a normal path? Are there specific design features that councils need to apply to enable a normal path to become a shared path?
Good question.
It predominantly relates to the width of the path. And Sonny may correct me if I'm wrong, but shared paths certainly have a certain status to them. So it's about the width. Often it can involve segregation of the pedestrians and the other users, typically through line marking, how they might be treated at intersections of different paths in the roads. I think if invite Sonny to perhaps talk about the project in Queensland, because it was certainly looking at how speed limits would be applied to e-mobility devices on pathways, and again, Sonny, correct me if I'm wrong, but it also involved other road-related areas for that project?
Yes, so in terms of just answering your question around the difference between a footpath and shared path, it generally is to do with width. So typically a footpath would be 1.2 metres wide, whereas a shared path would be minimum 1.5 metres. And in terms of a shared path network, a good shared path network would be able to segregate the riders on each side of that shared path, and then also at intersections be able to provide the right of way for the riders as well. For example, in Brisbane, there is along the Brisbane River there is a shared path network which is widely used by e-mobility riders, cyclists and pedestrians that are running or walking, and there are dedicated lanes, if you like, for pedestrians and dedicated lanes for the wheeled mobility riders, and within the wheeled mobility riders there's like a two-way definition as to which way you can ride. So that's a very high quality example of a shared path.
How do we know how dangerous a shared path is? Like, is there any data collection that occurs that sort of running off the back of Mr. Banasiak's question, how do we collect the data to say that these devices, when operating on a shared path, are hazardous. And how hazardous? How much risk? I suppose this is a question that we ultimately get to, because we know there's, in all these activities, some degree of risk. We just don't seem to know how risky it is. Maybe it's more risky to have these devices running on roads than on shared paths. There's more likely to be accidents and injury occurring on roads at a greater frequency than would occur on shared paths. How do we make that assessment?
Yeah, I think the data collection is key, and the evaluation of infrastructure projects is not that well established in Australia. We tend to provide the infrastructure and then move on to the next problem. So I think we certainly should be investing in some much better and formal evaluation, and there is technology that can do that, video technology, and it can certainly track the direction and path of different users. From that we can determine speeds. So I think when we come to identifying risk, there's different levels and of relative risk. So if we're going to have e-mobility riders on the public road, the risk is predominantly to them. They're the most vulnerable road user in that scenario. Obviously they can cause other disruptions. When we're talking about shared pathways, then there's a similar level of vulnerability, but we're now talking about that speed differential between the mobility rider and the pedestrian. And I think there is risk evaluation models that could assess that, but it comes down to, again, capturing that data and seeing what evidence there is to support our modelling. So how many incidents are actually occurring? What level of severity are they resulting in for both the rider and the pedestrian that may have been impacted? And to the point of an earlier question, what sort of issues are contributing to that? Is it speed? Is it the road geometry? Is it the footpath geometry? Was the rider wearing a helmet, for example? What type of scooter or bike was involved? Because different scooters and bikes will have different features to them. So I think all of that needs to be captured. It's definitely a gap at the moment.
Do we have that data for push bikes? I mean, we've had them for 100 odd years. Presumably there's occasions when they're riding on footpaths, occasioning injury. Is there any process of collecting that data?
Again, limited. Refer to my earlier response about most of bicycle-involved incidents would be self-reported, and usually only if they need to go to hospital or get some sort of medical intervention. How that's then captured as to the result of the incident, what led up to the incident, it's probably not necessarily directly a role for the health agencies at the moment to capture that. So very patchy.
Do we know, just on bicycles, how long has it been that the law has said you can't ride a bicycle on a footpath?
Well, if I relate it personally, my daughter's now 18. I remember teaching her riding a bike, and so it's probably been much longer than that, where I could not ride. I could only ride on the footpath when I was teaching her how to ride the bike. Other than that, I need to ride on the road. So I don't know the precise time period, but certainly goes back quite a way.
Better get off those footpaths, Anthony.
No, I don't think that's overly well known.
Well, I mean, my next question is, what's the regulatory instrument that prevents cyclists from riding on a footpath?
I believe it is. There is a regulation about under 10 or 12 you can ride on the footpath, but other than that you cannot. And if as an adult supervising them, then I can ride on the footpath, otherwise you must be on the road.
Where does it sit? Does it sit?
There's a number of submissions that have
it'd be in the road rules, I would imagine. We can certainly check.
If you could take it on notice, that'd be good.
Yeah. And I think to the point too, is it's about this community engagement, education, awareness. I think there's a lack of that, and that's going to be key to e-mobility safety as well.
I think we've got another. That's okay. Yeah. Another question from the opposition.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had a quick one, and just in relation to your submission. Sorry, just that you would have seen the government's announcement about scooters to be legalised in New South Wales. Were you consulted about that prior to that announcement?
No.
Do you have any engagement about it?
Not that I'm aware, and certainly when the issue came up in Queensland, again, we assisted TMR to develop their guidelines. Sunny was the lead on that one about what speed limits might be applicable and under what circumstances they would be applied, but nothing from New South Wales that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. In your submission just at the end in relation to food delivery riders, and I think you mentioned some can be students or overseas students that come here looking for some casual work perhaps, and you've talked about some of the opportunities to regulate that or assist with education and higher vias and some steps that could be taken. You also mentioned in there requires a holistic approach, improvements to licensing. Can you just expand on that aspect, how the licensing might assist?
I think when we're talking about food delivery riders, we're talking about essentially professional riders as opposed to recreational.
Yeah.
And
they're not picking up a shared bike to deliver a piece of they've got
it's
one.
their job,
Might be private,
whether it's a casual engagement or whatever the circumstance. They're being employed by an organisation to perform that function. So I think in that circumstance, it wouldn't be inappropriate. For example, I'm not allowed to enter a work site unless I've got my white card and I've been properly inducted. So I think there needs to be some sort of, whether it's a licence or some sort of certificate to say they've been through the induction process, they've understood and passed to a certain level of understanding and competency, dare I say, about road rules and responsibilities. On the way here this afternoon, past multiple food delivery riders, and they seem to just seamlessly weave from the road to the footpath, back and forth. So there's a degree of convenience there, but particularly for overseas students who tend to dominate that space, at least in the experience that we had, there needs to be some awareness of the expectations and the rules, because it may be quite different to where they've come from. But that's not unique to just overseas students either.
No, and perhaps with students here, there was some earlier evidence about the opportunity to educate them prior to being young drivers and potentially educating them on road rules first of all. With privately owned, say, e-bikes, or if they're to be legalised, e-scooter operators, not the share bikes, but in terms of licensing, do you have a view on that, about how you might assist with identification if there is an accident, or if there is some enforcement to be undertaken with those private
my personal view is that would be quite restrictive for recreational use. If I had to register my bicycle, have a licence, etc. So I think that'd be quite detrimental to the recreational and other health benefits of that, engaging the community in it. Again, as I touched on, I think it would be, in my view, a better focus to have that community engagement, get them to be aware of what's right and wrong, what the road rules are. I mean, you could have late teenagers becoming food delivery riders before they even have a driver's licence. So there's no exposure to road rules for them specifically. So clearly, if there was some injection of that with much more in the school curriculum or even offline, it may have other road safety benefits as well.
Can I just one final question from me? We're almost out of time. In terms of speed limit for other vehicles, lots of witnesses to this inquiry have talked about the need to reduce speed limits overall to 40 kilometres, 30 kilometres in some parts. I think one council today said even lower. Can I get your views in terms of lower speed limits? The benefits potentially of encouraging more people to ride, what your research has shown in that regard. And let's start with, the kind of 50 kilometres per hour, 60 kilometres per hour that is reasonably standard across much of New South Wales in towns and cities.
I think certainly as a road safety engineer, we can talk about lower speed limits and the benefits of them. I think that gets a bit of a bad reputation, particularly amongst the community, and we tend to talk more about the right speed for the right road. And that means the road environment has to support the speed limit that you want people to be driving at. That then comes back to the form and function. So clearly in our neighbourhoods, where we live, where we shop, we want lower speed limits because of the interaction with vulnerable road users such as pedestrians, cyclists and e-mobility riders. So I'd certainly be advocating for lower speed limits in those environments where we see that vehicle and pedestrian or vulnerable road user interaction, absolutely. And that comes back to the infrastructure. So if the infrastructure is not there and the mobility e-scooter rider needs to be on the road, well, then you've got an immediate disconnect between what needs to happen and what is safe to happen. So speed and management of speed is absolutely fundamental, but it comes back to making sure the infrastructure supports that. And I think that's where we're lacking, not just in Australia, but in New South Wales, but across Australia and even internationally, it's a challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Sahato, were you about to add something to that?
Yeah, just wanted to mention, experience on the Gold Coast is that there have been 30-kilometre speed limits applied to road environments where there is a high presence of active transport, whether that's cycling or walking, but also the infrastructure near the road needs to be able to demonstrate that there is that kind of active transport as well, whether it's a shared path or a bicycle path near it. When speed limit reviews have needed to investigate a lower speed limit, such as 30 kilometres for those areas where there's a high active transport use area, we need to be able to document, the number of cyclists and pedestrians in contrast to the vehicles as well, to be able to understand the balance of the vehicles that are using that particular road towards justification towards those lower speed limits.
Thank you. Thank you both for attending today. That's the end of our time for your session. Appreciate your submission and giving evidence today. The Secretariat will be in touch if you've taken anything on notice or if the committee members have any further questions for you. So thank you. The committee will now break for afternoon tea. We'll be back at 2:30. Thanks. Right, welcome back. We now will welcome our next witnesses. We'll get you sworn in first of all. So we'll start with to my left, Ms. Eagles. If you could state your name and position title, please, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Sure. Katya Eagles, Council Policy Liaison at Go Get Carshare. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Dr. Van Neste, is it?
Yeah. Christopher Van Nest, Go Get Carshare, Head of Space. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Great, wonderful. Would either of you care to make a short opening statement?
Yeah, really quick one. Thanks so much for having us here today. GoGet is Australia's oldest and largest professional round-trip car share service. We started in Sydney over 21 years ago and have grown to over 160,000 personal and business members in New South Wales, a majority of which who no longer own a private vehicle. We're active in 29 LGAs in New South Wales and partner currently with 15 of those for dedicated car share spaces. GoGet, you can kind of think of us like an opt-in road user charge. So we give people access to a vehicle by the hour, but because they're paying for every trip, they're using a car significantly less, usually about 50% less than a car owner. Here to share experience on operating shared mobility in New South Wales and Australia over those 22 years, and really looking for a holistic approach to shared mobility. So not siloing all these different services into, here's your car share policy, here's your bike share policy, but really thinking about how we can all work together to create that better outcome we're looking for.
Thank you. Thanks. That's one of the reasons, obviously, that we got you here. Obviously, the inquiry isn't into cars, but because you've got the shared car experience and working with different councils, thought your experience would be valuable. So on that, you said you're operating across all of Australia in other...
We're currently in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane.
Okay. Are there, in terms of the way Victoria and Queensland do it, or Melbourne and Brisbane, let's say, is it similar in terms of the regulation sits with the local council, not the state government?
Yeah, so state government for New South Wales and Victoria have released kind of guidelines on how council can implement car share. Queensland has not implemented guidelines on how, and then it's up to the councils on operating it, approving operators, getting those reports.
Okay, and what were some of the what that sounds like? So it's up to every council essentially. So New South Wales, Victoria, they've got guidelines. When you first started out, was it difficult without the guidelines? So here in New South Wales, at the moment, we're seeing lots of, community opposition, for example. I know it's different because hopefully you didn't have your go-get cars parked all over the footpath and what have you. But were there lessons to begin with in terms of the regulatory environment that could have been in place to make it easier for everybody?
Yeah. First, I'd like to say I wish there was no opposition for car share. We're still taking away parking spaces from the community's eyes in a lot of cases, so there's a lot of education going on. But yes, without the New South Wales government's guidelines, a lot of councils wouldn't even look at implementing car share, and some councils didn't even get a start until those guidelines were published. And then it's been a varied experience as to which councils embrace the guidelines and which are still resisting.
And do you have recommendations around whether some of the regulations, some of the regulatory framework should be at a state level? Maybe using examples, if you have them, might not be GoGet, but other international examples of shared car schemes?
Yeah, and we're a member of the board for the International Car Share Association as well, so I have some pretty good experience internationally. Definitely where we've seen the best is where that kind of state-led or federal-led guidance is pushed down and even forced councils to do more of the good things. I think the biggest struggle we have as an operator is every council has their own policy and own restrictions and guidelines. Katja's got a spreadsheet to try to keep us within policy for every different council, and that's not only a barrier for us and our growth, but also a barrier for our members. So especially when they live on those council borders, if you use a car on this side of the street, you have to do one thing. If you cross the street and you're in the neighboring council boundary, it's a different experience. So I think some uniform guidance would definitely help the industry as a whole.
Yeah, so what are some other international jurisdictions that do have the state regulatory framework or national regulatory framework, and why is that so much better compared to, I'm assuming, or why are there benefits compared to what's going on in New South Wales?
Yeah, I think the big one is that if the councils more have guidance on what to do because the state-led policies showing them here's the benefits, here's how we've enabled it, and then the council or local authority can implement that into their local context and meet those targets, kind of like how we're doing with some of the housing policy. Some really good examples in Europe. Bremen, I might need to take it on notice and give you some exact guidelines, but yeah, a lot of it state-led is even states going so far as to, for example, congestion charges might be avoided by the car share company because the state wants to encourage it so much, and then the uptake's bigger and the local council's more on board because they see the benefits.
Yeah, what are the stats again in terms of, I'm not sure if you've got it in your submission, but around, I mean, I know, friends who have foregone buying a car because of the relative ease in, they're in the inner west of using GoGet all the time. Have you got stats in terms of the reduction of car ownership, what that has meant?
Yeah, and I think I heard earlier the mention about the reporting, so that's a very valuable thing we provide all of our councils and state government, how the car is used, annual surveys on membership uptake. New South Wales as a whole, where nearly 70% of our members don't own a car at all anymore. As we move out west, we see a lot of people using us as that second car, and as really where we work is where there's good transport, active and public, and everything you're doing to encourage more biking, more train commuting is encouraging people to get rid of that private car, and then they have our service for that times that they really need a car.
And in regional areas, there's GoGet in regional New South Wales regional cities as well, isn't there?
Yeah, we were pre-COVID, so we were in Orange with Department of Primary Industries out there, Trade New South Wales, more focusing on replacing their pool cars, but the local residents still did get access to that service. And what we've seen, we've done trials with Transport New South Wales, putting cars linked to train stations, currently at Katoomba and Wollongong, and seeing a lot of local uptake, but also people from the city using car share for what we call that mid-mile. So we're not really a first mile, last mile solution. It's more you've used the train for the majority of your journey, using GoGet for that middle part, and then you're getting back onto that transport network, saving you the toll costs and allowing you to be more productive.
Okay, questions from Mr. Benasiak now.
Thanks, Chair. Just to get a bit of background around GoGet. Are you the only car share operator in New South Wales?
No.
How many would you say there are?
Professionally, there's 4 in New South Wales at this point.
And what would you say your market share of, I guess, this market is?
In New South Wales, we're far dominant, probably 80-90%. Most of the other operators are only in City of Sydney.
Yeah, okay. And would you say that's the case because you were the first?
I think it's partially the case because it's our only business, so it's our only focus. But yeah, definitely, it's a slow build. So we don't put down cars. A car is a very expensive asset to have sitting there not being used. So you have to put a car down, build that membership, put another car down. It's a very long process to get people out of a private car and into our service.
Yeah, sure. And just in terms of the costs to you, like, do you, with CTP insurance, are you paying it as at a standard rate that a normal driver would pay their CTP insurance, or do you have it at a higher rate like taxis?
Yeah, we're our cars is registered for like business use, so the same as a business would have to pay for their pool cars.
So you'd be paying anywhere between $3,000 and $5,000 for a CTP, like taxis are.
I don't know the exact amount. I could take it on notice, but it'd be the same as a business rate. Yeah, where I believe the CTP rules, we've been deemed safer than like a rental car or a taxi.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just go to your comments around this concept of shared transport hubs? Yeah, obviously it's one of the concerns we've heard, other than funding limitations in creating these spaces, is obviously space constraints. So how do you propose to navigate those two things in terms of creating these hubs?
Yeah, well, I think the good thing about our service is the proven model of we're reducing car ownership, so we're actually freeing up street space. It's a hard concept to get over the line in some communities, but literally every car we put down, there's 9 spots freed up, which really justifies rechanging that street space resource. And I guess the cost, we try to make the services cost neutral to council as possible, so we pay for the new signage and the line marking. Our service is a little different because that one spot is for our one car, and if another operator applied for another spot, it's for their one car. And we pay council typically a monthly or annual permit fee close to a resident rate.
Okay. And just obviously, we heard a bit from previous witnesses around the concerns about removing parking spaces for bike lanes and making sure the right people are consulted in that, not just residents but business owners. So your proposal to do that, what consultation have you had with businesses and residents around how to do that appropriately? Obviously this can't be done holes, bowls all over the place. What do you think are some things that do need to be considered when you are just ripping up parking spaces and putting in bike lanes and really limiting an ability to get close to a business or a place of residence?
Yeah, so when a car share spot's installed, it is consulted with that local community. Because our bay is a specific spot, it's about 50 meters, so a bit different than a bike lane. But I think it is about giving that community the evidence of what this infrastructure is doing, and that's really where council works on our membership data, our usage data to justify what they're doing, and then consulting with the community to make sure it's in the right spot in that local area.
And just finally, given your experience in not necessarily obviously the e-bike and e-scooter stuff, but the car share space, what do you, in terms of a regulation, do you think council should have a say on how many operators are in their council and some of the terms of and conditions of those contracts or those agreements? Do you think council's the best place to, I guess, have control of those things?
Yeah, so that's how it typically works at the moment. I guess our biggest thing we lobby against is where we've seen it fail is when a council selects a monolithic monopoly operator, because that operator is no longer incentivized to always be pushing and doing the right thing. So we prefer the more open market approach, but we do have councils that limit it to a certain number of suppliers that meet their needs. And as long as those suppliers are continuing to meet those needs and policy, we see it as almost a forever thing for our service, because we are replacing private cars and people are really relying on it.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Go to Government Member.
Yeah, I've got one question. Why should New South Wales adopt a mode share target?
Yeah, our advice towards the mode share target really is to give councils the right tools to do the right thing that we want to see in our communities. If we don't want to be spending more money on roads and that sort of infrastructure, and we want to go to a more sustainable LGA community state, really giving council that guideline and tool, and then these are the suite of options they can use to meet that target, I think would be really powerful. We still struggle to get into some new LGAs. Like we said, we're in 29, but only 15 of them are giving us the dedicated spots and getting that reporting back and that valuable information back so that they can give that to their residents and grow the service.
So this is a target that you think should be applied by local government area?
Yeah.
Rather than a statewide target?
I think statewide should have a target, but definitely there'll be some local government areas that are never going to meet that target. There's not public and active transport in those areas that can meet it, so it definitely would be statewide and then down to a local context of where it can be implemented and actually actioned.
Have you got an example of where mode share targets have, driven positive policy change?
Not in Australia.
Internationally?
I can definitely take international on notice. We do have, Kutch is right, we haven't analyzed the impact, but City of Port Phillip in Melbourne does have a target of increasing population, but keeping at, I think it's 2015 car ownership levels. So kind of a mode share target via car ownership target.
Right, I see. How do we measure the mode share just through ABS or?
Well, I think that's the power of a lot of these shared services, but yeah, ABS is a good tool, but we've got all that public transport Opal data, a lot of the street counts for pedestrians and cycling. I don't think it's too hard of a thing to measure. I think public transport is probably our best start of checking that mode shift.
Right, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition, Ms. Natalie Ward.
Certainly, thank you so much for coming along and for your submission. Just interested, and forgive me, I'm sorry if it's been asked, but in terms of the parking space and the infrastructure, I think you mentioned about some of that. How did that come about, and who was responsible? Did council say, yes, you can have the spaces? What was the evolution of it from beginning to where it is now?
Yeah. So it was definitely the state level technical direction first that enabled councils to change the road space to give us those spaces. And
Sorry,
then
when you say state level, do you mean state government?
State government. So there's a technical direction on an on-street car share space on how they sign it, how they regulate it.
So state said to councils, you must provide spaces?
No, they just said, here's the guidance on how you can provide.
Oh, okay.
And now you can go off and do your thing if you want to. And then how our service works is we apply for a spot and give council the justification for that application, how the nearest cars are doing, what the resident uptake is, what the change in car ownership is. And then they go and do the consultation and install that space if it meets all their guidelines. So it is a fairly slow process, but it makes that street space. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? Asset, yeah, to the community.
Okay, and so do you identify that space or council does that?
We do, yeah. There is some councils that identify spaces they'd like to prioritise, and some councils use us. I think I saw there was a submission where if council has a legal parking space, but if a truck parks in that space, it's dangerous for turning, or they can't get their garbage trucks through or ambulances through, they sometimes allocate a space to us for a small car. So kind of making use of spaces that can't be used as a regular free parking space.
And so the evolution of that from when you first started to where you are today, given I think you said it's not all perfect, you still get some complaints, but it seems like it's somewhat less controversial than we're seeing at the moment with e-mobility. How did that start out? How did you get traction? Was it with one council to start with, or was it a sort of a trial, or how did that?
Yeah, 100%. So there was definitely supportive councils that wanted to use this as a tool to change car ownership, and they were the ones that even would push through community opposition and say, this is going to be good for you, we're going to put it in and try it. And there's been councils, conversely, who we can't get a bay through because there's still community opposition for it. Where we've seen the evolution, especially in those councils that grew early, is we don't get those complaints anymore because everyone understands the service, knows someone that uses the service, has a kid or a grandparent that uses the service, and now it's become a lot more adopted and part of the community. Those new council areas that we're breaking into, it's that old journey again of proving it up, showing the residents the data and getting the locals on board.
Given some have challenges though with density, some it would be easier for some to free up those spaces than others just due to physical density. Is that part of the challenge, or are there other challenges?
You would assume it's easier. It doesn't seem to matter. Parking is a very contentious space across the board, whether it's a single family home or the dense apartment buildings. It's universal for us on resistance to change that parking.
Okay, and so what drove that was the state regulatory, handing that to the councils to say you can go ahead. That was sort of the main thing that pushed it along. Is that what you'd say? Is that
exactly right? So the state opened up the market, and then supportive councils ran with it
to do that. Okay, and enforcement, is that council?
Yep, yeah. So council parking rangers. Council policy, and our reports are all through council.
But importantly, that's parking, which is a council thing anyway. And then, of course, because there's been questions here today about various enforcement for e-scooters and e-bikes, but anything that, in terms of once you're on the road and driving, obviously, New South Wales Police, state registration, it's all very kind of straightforward, really, in terms of what council does for usual cars is the same for shared, unless there's anything more. Yes.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of dealing with all the different councils, is there anything So in terms of the whole shared scheme, is there anything further that you would recommend that the state government could do to streamline, to make it easier from anything from, you know, administrative paperwork to the regulatory framework? Do you have any recommendations in that regard?
Yeah, I definitely think there could be work on the regulatory framework. Like we said, those cross-council boundaries, which I think the shared mobility will see the same issues. I think there is a spot for the state of approving an overall operator that councils, because having every operator go to every different council and get their approval is a little bit labor intensive for the market. It's our bread and butter, so not so much of a problem for us. The state, I think the mode share, so one of the big issues we have with councils, they'll have a policy, they'll implement car share, we'll get uptake of car share, but then we get oversaturated and aren't growing the service to meet that demand. So having that state mode share shift targets and kind of pushing councils to keep expanding things that are doing the goals of the council, the goals of the state, are an important factor. So we have some councils, we've got 300-400% membership growth, but we haven't had a new spot since 2014. So then we have to find floating spots and unrestricted parking just to try to meet that demand and keep people car free.
Yes, and so, sorry, that's where the mode shift target would come into it.
Yeah. And I guess the other one is the big state asset that I think all the shared companies want access to is that public transport network. So by having these complementary services, if I can get off the train and there's a ride share, there's a taxi, there's a shared bike, there's a shared car, really will unlock that public transport network and its utility besides just commuting. Right now we're retrofitting brand new metro stations that have ride share spots, taxi spots, but don't have a car share spot. And now we have to go through council and reallocate that spot to a car share spot to enable that transport hub to be connected.
Right, so you're saying like every single metro station, the new stations, none of them automatically have the car share because it's the Transport for New South Wales or Sydney Metro that's been doing that?
Yeah.
Right, very interesting. And how are you then, what is your pathway to get those car share spaces at the metro stations?
Yeah, so we're applying to council like a normal
So it's through the
spot.
council through?
Yeah.
So then they have to obviously speak with Transport for New South Wales and to try and get those spots.
Yeah.
Interesting. Are there any further questions for GoGet from any members? No. Thank you so much for appearing today. Really appreciate your evidence. The committee will be in touch if, I think you agreed to take something on notice, and we'll be in touch if we have any further questions.
Great.
Thank you. Appreciate your evidence.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Are they all here? Our next week, is it? Although we do have 6. So. We'll see how we go.
Yeah,
I'm getting worn out.
Yeah, I can tell. You got warm water. Just warm water.
I did have it.
Yeah.
I did Lemsip.
Yeah. Oh, honey.
He's still got the witness name back from last session.
Oh, I'm sure they're sorting it.
Yeah.
Mr. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, let's do it that way. Thanks. Sorry. We don't need it. Oh, you don't need it? No, we don't need it. Can we have 6 feet? Oh, okay. No, we don't. Oh, right. Sorry, we need that. It's all good. Take your time. We've got a few minutes. We've got a good few minutes to get ready. Gosh, I was ambitious, wasn't I? Putting 4 community groups into this. Yes. I think you're making an end.
We'll be here all day.
No, that's great. Yeah, I'll do that for the next 2 days. Yeah. We can decide at the end of each day. Right, so if we're ready to go, we're good? We're still on, aren't we? Yeah, okay. All righty, everybody is settled. So we will begin with getting you all sworn in. So we'll start with my left, which is you, Ms. Oakley. So if everybody in turn could state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Yes, my name is Janet Oakley. I'm the Traffic and Transport Convener of the Glebe Society. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hyde.
I'm Judy Hyde. I'm the advocacy representative for Highgate, an apartment building in Kent Street. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Upham?
Paul Upham, Highgate Building Manager, Apartment Building. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mrs. Urch or Erk?
Marilyn Urch, President of the North Cronulla Precinct Committee. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mrs. Farmer?
Yes, my name's Leanne Farmer. I'm a community advocate and part of the North Cronulla Precinct. I'm also a New South Wales Government in-home childcare provider and I'm a former independent councillor for Southern Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Finally, Dr. Mudge.
I'm Dr. Trevor Mudge. I'm here representing the Millers Point Community Residents Action Group, and thank you for that. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now let's get through opening statements. I assume there's one statement for each organisation. So we'll start with you, Ms. Oakley.
Thank you. I'll just give a very brief outline of the Glebe Society. It's a 400 plus member organisation. It's a community organisation, very active. Its principal purpose is to improve the amenity of Glebe and to provide an opportunity to express opinions. One of its aims is to promote better transport systems, including upgrading facilities for pedestrians and cyclists, and to achieve and promote that purpose, it petitions and addresses Parliament and other government bodies and departments. I'm a member of the Management Committee of the Glebe Society and its Transport and Traffic Convener. The increased use of e-bikes is regarded as challenging the pedestrian usage. Some very unsafe practices seem to have developed among e-bike users that are potentially harmful to the users themselves and to others. For example, using footpaths even when crowded with pedestrians, using phones while riding, particularly as navigation aids, and prevalent use of public thoroughfares by e-bikes that are not actually legal to use in public. And we've made some submissions to that effect.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very brief. Now we'll go Highgate Owners Corporation. Who's going? Dr. Hyde.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the committee for allowing us to present at this inquiry and indeed for having this inquiry in the first place. Highgate's a high-end apartment building in Millers Point. We have 204 residential apartments and around 382 residents. 50% are owner-occupied and 50% tenanted, roughly. We have multiple residents who own e-mobility devices, and we've made a submission to the inquiry already, but we're very pleased to be able to present again today. We find that our residents are very anxious about the fear of fire caused by lithium-ion batteries for e-mobility devices, and the difficulty with extinguishing these fires when they occur and the toxic gases that accompany them. Fire and Rescue have recorded that there's at least 5 or 6 lithium-ion battery fires that they have to attend each week. And Channel 9 last night reported on an e-battery fire from an e-scooter in Harris Park in an apartment building, and a week before there was one in Waterloo. There are very few mitigations available to us as a committee, the Strata Committee or the Building Management, to actually prevent or manage these fires. We have put what is available in place, but we don't feel that they're very effective. There's no legal way to restrict the keeping of or the charging of e-mobility devices in apartments, as these are legal items. We'd like to emphasise the necessity for apartment buildings to be able to legally exclude mobility lithium-ion batteries from apartments and to prohibit them from being charged within the apartments. To assist apartment complexes to manage lithium-ion batteries, we hope the government might be able to provide some incentives to enable us to implement charging areas in the car park or in safe areas to prevent fires within apartments. More generally, we're concerned about the batteries of shared e-bikes particularly, or shared e-scooters, because they can become damaged. Even if they're parked upright and appropriately, they're very often kicked over, and that damages the batteries, which then can lead to fires. We feel that perhaps owners of e-bikes and e-scooters are more responsible. They ensure that their e-bike or e-scooter is actually connected to something and held upright properly, and they look after them a little better because they've invested in them. We'd also like to emphasise the need, should e-bikes and shared e-bikes and shared e-scooters continue or come into effect, that there are docking stations for them to prevent them from being kicked over or pushed over, and also to prevent them from creating obstacles on the street. And these are hazardous, of course, and we feel that the Roads Act needs to be updated to allow docking and charging stations for e-mobility devices on the street rather than the pavement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The North Cronulla Precinct Committee, who's speaking for
yes,
that?
one point to clarify. I was told that the two of us could have a total of 3 minutes.
Sure.
So I'll speak 1 minute and Leanne will speak 2 minutes.
That's great teamwork. Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
The North Cronulla Precinct Committee has been around for 30 years, but we made a study of the rules set in Switzerland, where e-bikes, along with appropriate infrastructure, is working very well for the community. Bicycles, e-bikes and e-scooters are not allowed on footpaths. And in question time, I can tell you about 2 new rules they've just put in, which are very interesting. 14 is the minimum age limit for a rider who also has to have an M licence, a simple licence of road rules. So we've been a little bit slow to legislate. So residents obviously want them off the footpaths. A Scrambler Fat Boy bike has a weight capacity of 180 kilos. Its documentation states it can speed up to 50 kilometres an hour when unlocked. With 2 people on a Fat Boy bike, this weight and speed will kill or severely disable a pedestrian in a collision. And in the statistics that I sent you, Switzerland's statistics found people over 65 had a 6.4 times higher risk of dying in a bicycle collision than those aged under 45 years. So just now a matter of urgency. I'm really pleased to see the three groups of three levels of government working together. I think this is a fantastic process. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for having us all here. I am a supporter of electric bikes if ridden properly and believe they have a significant role to play in helping our continuing traffic and parking issues within the Sutherland Shire, New South Wales. For the past 18 months, I have advocated for the legislation that exists to be enforced by the police. The bikes that are the main subject of concern do not meet the criteria that is listed. They have motors that exceed 500 watts. The bikes have 750 or 1,000 watt motors or greater, and pedal assist is not cut out at 25 kilometres an hour. In fact, most of these big fat bikes don't need to pedal. I spoke to the police 18 months ago about getting certificates or licences for children under the age from the age of 10 and up for many of the children riding any electric bike, because children need to understand and know the rules for their safeties and others. Fat bikes need to be like every other powered vehicle. You need to be 16 years and 9 months. It needs to be licensed, have rego, CTP, and the bike needs to be roadworthy. And yes, you need to wear a helmet, a proper bike helmet, as bicycle helmets will not save you. I believe that the money that is raised from licences and fines should go into the infrastructure in the areas that generate the money first off. So for any of the LGAs where we have so many of them around, we need to first of all try and find infrastructure that will help with them, and then we can move on to the other areas. Education needs to be addressed in a manner that will hone into the prominent users. As a person that is part of education, I believe something like, I've spoken to many people, an upmarket video with youth community leaders and prominent people from sporting and entertainment that can be played at high schools on social media platforms will ensure the best outcome. I myself have had to go to a home of a young child who may have lifelong physical, emotional and mental scars from being hit by an electric bike while on a footpath with his mother. He has nightmares and he has years of therapy ahead, where one leg is shorter than the other and he's only 3 years of age. This is a case that will go to the government CTP nominal defendant. I hope that we can get legislation that can be enforced by all of us together, strengthen the legislation, educate our community so we don't spend money for years in courts because we don't deal with the issue at hand when we needed to, for all the users of our roads, footpaths and infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Finally, Dr. Mudge.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As residents, we're grateful for the opportunity to speak because it really is the business of governments to carry out the residents' wishes. That's a democracy. So it's a good thing to do. Can I make full disclosure? You will see that I'm out of my wheelchair. I'm lucky. I don't need my wheelchair full time, but many people do. And the problems of getting around Sydney are quite significant, especially with bikes strewn all over the footpaths. Now I can get out and move them. My colleagues in wheelchairs cannot. I know it's not the business of this committee today, but also the access to buildings is terrible for those in wheelchairs, as an aside. I'm also deaf, so if I'm shouting it's because I haven't heard very much. I thought, my goodness, I can lip read off the screen, but unfortunately the synchronisation between your audio and your visual is not good enough. And also I'm afraid the first speaker had a most magnificent moustache, which makes lip reading almost impossible, I'm afraid. It's important to understand that the residents are not against e-bikes. I think we all recognise, as has been said before, that e-bikes pose a potential solution to the problem of the last mile, which has been identified. And it is indeed a problem. You can only go so far by putting giant apartment blocks close to train stations, as the government is proposing to do. It won't cure the last mile completely. But look, E-bikes have been a disaster all around the world. Every city has struggled with e-bikes. Most of them have given it away. Some cities have taken them back on again and given them away again. There are very few cities who've made a success out of e-bikes. Paris is one of them. There are many reasons for that, but one of them is that it has dedicated parking spaces for them, and that's something we ought to think about. The problems with e-bikes are well known, and I won't dwell on them, but we've mentioned the scattering on the street. It's an eyesore. It's a danger. It's particularly a problem for my colleagues and myself in wheelchairs, but it's a problem for everyone, and it doesn't reflect well on our beautiful city. There are accidents. There will continue to be accidents. These are big and heavy vehicles. They're not little scooters that kids push on. They cause damage, and they cause more damage than ordinary bicycles. And they cause worse damage. They cause more head damage. They cause more internal damage. There are any number of studies showing that. They go too fast. They're too heavy. And they're driven by very inexperienced drivers, and they're driven on footpaths illegally, and they're driven by people without any head protection. The road rules are not adhered to. There are risky behaviours. They're made worse by using them, by those used and others using mobile phones, drinking alcohol, and doubtless using drugs. All these things compound the problems for all of us as residents of this beautiful city. My colleagues have talked about the dangers of battery fires. They are real. They may be infrequent. I mean, there are probably something like 60 million lithium-ion batteries in Australia, and there are only 3 or 5 fires in New South Wales a week, but that's too many. They are dangerous, those fires. They're hard to put out. They do damage. So what changes can we do? The regulations exist, but they're not being enforced. The personnel to enforce them does not exist. The council doesn't have enough resources to do it. The police don't seem to have the resources to do it either. They're struggling to cope with what they're coping with. There are technological solutions that we need to utilise. There are speed limiters. There are geofencing solutions which would keep them out of areas where they would be dangerous, like on the front at Barangaroo, which geofencing is already doing. We need proper parking. We need proper parking bays, even if they may impose upon car parking spaces. And Lord knows there aren't enough of those in any city, but we need them. Cameras and trackers can not only track these bikes and know where they are and whether they're being used, but can make sure they're disposed of properly. But there are some firms around the world that require a photo to be sent once they're parked so that the administrators can identify that they're parked properly and not just thrown about. Compulsory helmets, third-party insurance. The answer to regulation, I believe, is licensing the operators. And the terms of that licence must include third-party insurance, regulations like identifying the bikes, regulations like compulsory helmets. We also need a public database which is accessible to both the regulators and the public themselves, so that we know how many bikes are on the street, what percentage are being used. Are there too many bikes and they end up lying around the streets? I reckon if we did those things, we'd go a long way towards doing it without fixing the problem, without actually costing a great deal of money. I mean, a lot more people on the streets enforcing the regulations is a great idea, but where's the cost is eventually going to come back to the consumers of the e-bikes. And that's just going to make it even more difficult for people to safely negotiate the last mile. Look, Sydney is the best city in the world. We are lucky to live here. It needs to have the best solutions for e-bikes. And please, can we fix the e-bike problem before we even think of e-scooters. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mudge. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your thoughtful and detailed submissions and for coming along today to assist the inquiry. We welcome your views. Just going to a couple of them. You have mentioned, I think, Ms. Oakley and Dr. Mudge specifically, but I'll ask you all to comment in relation to some of your solutions proposed, and thank you. They are constructive and positive solutions that you've put in some ideas about how we can address these challenging issues. Though specifically the two of you have mentioned registration, and I just wanted to elaborate on that and any others that would like to comment, because I think that you've stated in the Highgate submission that there could be identification and empowering to issue on-the-spot fines, so that there's identification and compliance and adherence, and also I might leave it to you to elaborate on those, but can you just talk to us more about how you see that being constructive, who would administer that and how that could be useful?
I think the legislation allows for the wardens, the City of Sydney wardens, as they do provide tickets for traffic, that they could give tickets to people on e-bikes, but they move pretty fast. And so having registration with identification, like a number plate or something that's available to see, they can then take a photograph, or the public can take a photograph, and that will enable identification for pursuance of fines and so on, which I think is a great idea to put it back into the infrastructure. So that was the reason that we put in the identification. I think it also ensures that you have the e-device checked regularly, like annually, as we do with the cars, to ensure that the batteries are not damaged and that they are the appropriate batteries. And I mean, I think the problem is more with the chargers than the batteries themselves. But people do replace the batteries with substandard batteries, and that's a problem. But I think that registration process, similar to with the cars, is important for both of those reasons. Others may have other ideas that how it can be used.
Thank you.
In my submissions, I've suggested they really e-bikes be treated as motorbikes, and the infrastructure is already there, or the legislation is already in place for how motorbikes are treated. I think in the past there were some mopeds that were treated differently from motorbikes if they were under 50 cc's, but that doesn't seem to be the case any longer. It seems that they're all treated as motorbikes, and that would involve registration of the bikes and have some sort of means of identification on them, and it would also mean that you had to be licensed to drive them. One of the big difficulties, I think, with e-bikes is that they're anonymous. They're dangerous, but they're anonymous. So if somebody is involved in an accident, you can't be guaranteed that you'll know who else was involved in the accident. So a system of registration in the same way that motorbikes are registered, it seems to me, would address that particular problem.
Can I jump in and just get the view of the North Cronulla Precinct Committee on this? Because your submission distinguishes between what you call slow e-bikes with pedal assistance up to 25 kilometres per hour, fast e-bikes according to the Swiss model. Could you expand on that?
Yes, we're just talking about that issue then. Fast e-bikes in Switzerland require a number plate and a licence and liability insurance. That's a big issue because we've had instances where, you know, somebody's hit and hurt and damaged and got all these medical bills and nowhere to go. Slow e-bikes and e-scooters are exempt from this requirement. However, most liability insurance policies cover damage caused by riding a bike or an e-scooter. The rules are changing too in Switzerland. In April 24, they've made speedometers mandatory for new fast e-bikes, and existing fast e-bikes have to have them installed by April 27. And from April 22, this is an interesting one too, all e-bikes had to use daytime running lights for greater visibility to motorists, because in the research that I sent you, they've actually done a lot of research in Switzerland, kept the stats and everything. and they found that the visibility factor was huge. I mean, most e-bikes are hit by, I think about 2/3 of the accidents are caused by cars hitting an e-bike, not the other way around. And the visibility factor was enormously involved in that. So now they have strong lights back and front, day and night. So I think it's very interesting to look at what Switzerland has done. They're good statistics keepers. They've got stacks of information about how they do it. I think we could cast our eyes over that very carefully. Now, the 14 is the minimum age limit before you can ride an e-bike. And you need to have what they call an M licence, which is like a motorbike licence. I was looking for what that exactly incurred, but it is a theoretical test intended to make sure the candidate knows the rules of the road. So a 14-year-old wanting that licence has to know what the rules of the road are. And the theoretical exams are organised by appointment at various centres. And if you pass the theory exam, you'll get a Category M licence from 14 years of age. Funnily enough, when you've got a slow e-bike, when you're a little bit older, you don't need a licence, but the fast e-bikes, obviously, when you get into that category, you need to be licensed. So, quite interesting. And it worked well. I was talking to Michelle Ford, who was the Olympic swimmer, and she lives half the year here and half the year over there. And all this came about because I said to her, the e-bike problems we had here, and she said, Switzerland, we have no problems. I said, well, really? And looked very closely at it.
Thank you. I'll go back to Ms Wood, who was in a line of questioning.
No, all good. I was going to come to that, so thank you, Chair, for drawing that out also, but I just was interested in the registration because if I can put to you a counter view that another witness put to us today, and I'm not advocating either of them, we're here to listen to you, but the counter view to that licensing and registration was that would make it very complicated for what is essentially a leisure sport for people to be able to ride bikes. What would you say to that? And Dr. Mudge, I know that you've advocated licensing as well. So,
Not a counsellor.
Yeah. I'm happy to open it up to anyone to balance this.
I'll speak on that if you don't mind. The biggest difference here is we have two types of bikes, electric bikes. We have the ones that pedal, and they're really like a normal bike, but with assistance that you actually have to drive. And that's the difference. When you get the larger bikes, like the fat bikes, you don't have to drive them. You just have to steer them. And that's the difference. We have to understand that under our legislation, they are classed as bikes under our legislation. It's already there. The fact of the matter is that there seems to be, for whatever reason, an inability to want to try and pull that back. And that's where, as I said 18 months ago, I spoke to the police regarding this to say that, to me, the best way we can try and deal with this is that we do not want to have, whether it be normal bicycles who have been on the road all the time and we haven't had any problem, and even people that ride pedal assisted, which stay under a certain limit. That is then would be, from I gather, I didn't hear what you happened this morning, but I gather that's what that person was saying, is I don't believe they're the people we need to be targeting. We need to be looking at the children who can ride 3 at a time on these powered e-bikes, because you don't need to pedal. You don't need to do anything. You just sit and throttle. And that's actually why you can also get parents who can put their 2-year-old at the front, their 5-year-old on the back, and they don't. And that's what makes it too easy. They need to be properly registered, and we need to have them come under the same ruling as what we have, which is licence, CT, and all that.
And my certainly, sorry.
Could I add?
Yep.
I think that the earlier person said something about them mainly being used recreationally. In fact, just from observation, a very great number of e-bikes seem to be used commercially. They're almost universally used in the food delivery industry, for instance, and many other types of deliveries. So it's not just a recreational enterprise. It does, I couldn't say what the statistics are, but just from observation, that a large number of them are used commercially.
The commercial bike should be registered and insured. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
So if I could just bring that around then, so having that identification, which is my understanding of your reasoning for having the licensing so you can identify, and I'll come to the 14-year-old M licence as well, but that would, in your view, I think in your submission, Mrs. Farmer talked about the enforcement should be by police, and presumably that would assist identification, for example, where you've got somebody doing the wrong thing, and I think you've spoken to that earlier, but you could then identify the bike owner, which may well be the parents, who may well be getting a fine, and that behaviour might change pretty quickly. But in the absence of that, am I to understand that you're saying, you don't have the chance to identify?
We don't have a chance to identify, but at the same time, the thing is that children of that age don't have the capacity to understand what is happening.
Which brings me to my final question, if I may, Chair, just on that. So I think Mrs. Zerchi talked in your submission about the Switzerland rules and that 14-year-old M licence, and we heard some evidence earlier today.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, we just heard.
teaches...
I'll just get to the question if you don't mind. Yeah, we just heard earlier today about, and I think you spoke about education and road rules, and we heard a similarity with, for example, young boat licences. To educate might be a step into educating about road rules. Is that something that you see licensing as assisting in that sort of positive way to say we want you to use and we'll encourage you to use them, but there's
so
rules that you
no
need to
riding an e-bike till you're 14. They're a little bit more mature. We don't know how old they are that are jumping on bikes at the moment. There could be 10. So they have to learn the rules of the road, and I think that's quite a good thing for a kid too, to think, I've actually got a licence, and it's a very cheap licence, inexpensive cost, but it just sort of gives them a grounding then for when they're going to become responsible drivers later in life. I think that's a nice thing to boast about. Yeah,
it's good. We want them riding bikes.
One of the difficulties too is that we have people coming in from overseas, students coming in, whatever, and they don't know the road rules for Australia, and they pick up a scooter or an e-bike and they can take off and do what they like, and that's problematic. So I think people do need to know what the road rules are to be riding on our roads.
Absolutely.
And if you have an M licence, like an M licence when you're younger, and then when you get older, when you get to that age that you have the ability to handle the weight and the power of the higher ones, you then get that extra licence. But it's like a learning sort of pathway through to be able to ride those more powerful bikes.
Thank you. And who should do that? Council or state government?
That would have to come under the licensing. It would be under state, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go to questions from the crossbench. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously throughout today I've been asking various witnesses, particularly the operators, for any data that they have on incidents, and it seems to me that there is very little data out there, and if there is any, it's largely based on a self-reporting mechanism from the users. And I know a lot of you in your submissions have spoken about the incidents or accidents. Have any of you collected any data within your community of the number of incidents or accidents that you could perhaps provide the committee? So we have some level of data.
He's given me that number.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice to save.
No, I was just going to, sorry, I didn't, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I'm happy for you guys to take it on.
The only data we have comes from overseas, essentially. There's very poor data in Australia.
Yep.
And the reason that I've been advised, and I had, there's a gentleman that's put in a submission, Mr. Greg McCarthy, who is, and Mr. McCarthy and I have worked quite closely over the last 18 months on this issue. One of the biggest problems is that when you go to hospital, it's not, there's a doctor from Liverpool Hospital that's wanting to get the information, because a lot of the time we don't differentiate between normal bicycles and electric bicycles. So then you have the privacy rules and legislation around that as well. So that is sort of something that we really need to look at and ask our hospitals if they can, when they come into the emergency, or even our doctors that may be looking at them, is to actually start taking those statistics down, because at the moment they're not there. But I do believe that there is a gentleman, doctor out at Liverpool, that is trying to get some information together.
Just Ms. Oakley?
I don't have any data to give you, but I have looked at the road traffic casualty crashes in New South Wales statistics, which are extremely detailed. But they don't, as my friend has said, they do identify motorcycles, pedal cycle crashes and pedestrian crashes, but they don't differentiate in pedal cycle crashes between e-bikes and ordinary person-powered bikes, and they don't identify any crashes between pedestrians and bicycles of any nature. So the ability to fine-tune the statistics does seem to be available, but it's not that granular in the published statistics.
Okay. And the other thing we've heard today a lot about is obviously the need for infrastructure, and the phrase that keeps coming up is shared pathways. Given the clear conflict that seems to exist and the issues that are happening with pedestrians being hit, walking pedestrians being hit by these e-bikes and e-scooters and whatever else, do you think is the shared pathway a bit of a furphy? Like, is that the answer, or do we need a separate separate lanes away from pedestrians?
We've got the scuttle. We've got the scuttle that's just been, has been partly built in the Southern Shire, and it's just not wide enough for that. Because I do know of an incident where a nurse was walking to Southern Hospital, and there was a lady in front of her, and a young boy came past very fast on an e-bike, and our elderly lady had a dog, and of course the dog probably heard the bike. Nobody else heard the bike, and so what happened is the dog and she moved, and he collected her. And that's the kind of thing, is because they're fast and they're silent, and that's a very big issue, very big issue, because you just don't hear them. So when you put them with pedestrians and bikes, it's very dangerous. Very dangerous. Because you just need somebody to step the wrong way.
Yeah, and
unless it's a bigger path, wider.
Okay, and just moving sideways away from, I guess, the safety component of these things and how they're being utilised. One of the other concerns you've mentioned is the embedded batteries. And obviously a lot of these embedded batteries that are in products now can't be recycled, or are very difficult to recycle. Do you think the proponents or the owners of these e-shared bikes and scooters should have to contribute to the proper disposal of these embedded batteries in some way?
Absolutely. Well, that should be part of their licensing. Yeah. You need to license them, so if they don't behave, the licence can be removed. Yes, it should be, absolutely.
Yeah. And do you think that licensing or the agreement around how they operate should be managed by local council, or because local councils own the recycling centres, or it should be done by state government, or is there a place for both in terms of the terms and conditions of that agreement of that proponent to operate?
I believe it needs to be done by whoever's got the greater power to enforce it. And the problem is, in the city of Sydney, we've already had e-bikes being dumped here after, when they failed. They just walked away and left it for the city of Sydney to take the whole e-bike and dispose of it. That needs to have some licensing, so that they have to put up a bond to prevent that happening in the future. And maybe a bond to ensure that any recycling goes ahead.
Thank you.
It was a problem. It's in Southern Shire. We didn't take on to have any ride share with bikes and that. We have enough children and enough people in our area riding their own. That's our problem. So from a council point of view, I think that would be a very onerous task. I think that if you own a business, it's part and parcel of your business that if that's something that needs to happen, you're responsible for that.
And that's the licensing that enables that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back to the shared path. Could I just say something extra on that? The scuttle path, in some cases, goes down a footpath. It's not very wide. I don't think it should be a shared path. But the other side of the road could be, sometimes some of these footpaths need a little bit of work on them, but the other side of the road could be a pedestrian-only footpath, if that were possible. And then there's no division. There's a division then, but, sort of, if you want to take your risk and walk on that one, okay, fine. But are they over here, you've got a safe path.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from government members now. Dr. Kane.
Okay, I just want to ask about the licensing, as in the rider. So you're talking about a type of sort of learner license for younger people on less powerful bikes.
Sure.
Were you imagining, though, is this sort of idea that for the next level of license, that it would be like a motorbike license, you have to go for 2 days on site, have a 2-day, I've done it, you do a 2-day training and then you go again and do another day's training. Are you proposing that amount of training to get the higher?
I think so. I've actually observed it at Loftus TAFE, where I wondered why all the curved lines all over the big car park, but at the weekend that's a training area for the motorbikes. And I saw all these young people on motorbikes and 3 inspectors, going through their thing. I thought, only if we could, have that for e-bikes, that would be fantastic.
So I guess my follow-up question, particularly about the Shire, is, these bikes have become extremely popular, partly because of the parking and the beach, the beach, and trying to
It's
get
convenience.
there. So I guess in terms of community support for the types of things you're talking about, what do you gauge? I know there's been a lot in the leader and a lot of discussion about it, but where does it land? Because they are extremely popular. So what's your assessment of, willingness?
Well, I would like to see that age limit enforced so that they do get some sort of training. They have to pass some sort of test at 14 years of age to have an e-bike. Now, one thing I have noticed a lot of is just kids just sitting there. Now, it's supposed to be an active sport. These kids are just sitting there still, and the motor is doing all of the work. There's no pedalling going on.
I guess
that's not good for kids.
I guess I'm asking not what we might think is good for kids and what the actual community sentiment is.
Oh, the community, look, I can say that myself probably as a childcare provider for the government, is that for many years I would always get calls at the beginning of a school term or at the beginning of sport, or winter sport, because it's we have so many children that play sport in our area. And when I would get a call from a mother to say, how am I going to get Jack here and Johnny here? I don't have enough hands. I don't have enough. I can't be in 2 places at once. I don't get those calls anymore. And that's purely because, and it's not a bad thing, to be honest. I think the freedom that e-bikes can give children, if done properly, is a great thing for them to have. It also helps families, which is a great thing which we need. But the thing is that at the moment, giving a child, whether they're 12, 13, 14 years of age, a high-powered electric bike is not in the best interest for the child or the community as a whole. And that's actually what we've seen. We've seen that because it has a totally different attitude to how you ride them. You don't ride them, as I said before. You just get on and steer them. You don't... It makes you a bit lazy because you don't really have to think, because you're just going around. It has that sort of attitude, which is, and you can get more on there. So when you go from a pedal-driven electric bike to I'll call it, the easiest way to call them a fat bike is just you can put on 2, 3 of them, and that's where the danger is, and that's what we're seeing. And then it changes because there's 3 of them on there. So there's a whole different attitude to what they're doing. So as a person in education, I look at that and I can see that, because it's a different attitude to what they're actually riding. They're not having to think about getting this power, because that power is there already. And then that's what we need to look at. We need to look at not taxing one section because of another section, if that makes sense. Because those really large fat bikes have a totally different way of riding them. And that's what we really need to look at. They are not suitable to be on a footpath where they are now, and they're not suitable for a child to be riding them. Because when they ride them, even if they put a helmet on, half of them don't do it up. And then if they do, they've got a bike helmet. You're doing 30, 40 kilometres an hour, which they do. I've seen them do way higher. That bicycle helmet will not save them one single bit. And that's what frightens me when I see it. I live on in the peninsula of Cronulla, in South Cronulla, and I see them going up and down, and we all talk about it. They are travelling at such a speed. And I don't think that's any different to northern beaches or to any of a lot of the beach suburbs. It really seems to be more prevalent there. And it's great in one way because we want them to have that freedom, but we really need to find a way to sort of rein that in a bit, if possible.
Thank you. Can I check if there's other questions?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about, I mean, is the solution looking at weight and power and just drawing a line between the regulatory approach between weight?
The legislation's already there though. It's already written in black and white. If you look it up, and I can go through and I can pull it out and I can bring it up for you, where it actually states, and it shows that these bikes that we're talking about are not legal. I don't like to use the word, but they're not legal to be on the road, because you can switch a thing, or you can change the software. You can do all that because they're imported to go mainly, unless you put all those software on them. They're important. That's clearly stated that they're there to go on private land. But there's been, for whatever reason, an ability for that not to happen, and it's just got it's gone out of control, really.
I think it's called function creep.
So
used for purposes that it wasn't designed.
My second question would be, we are looking at e-scooters as well. Do they need to be, I mean, are you proposing a licensing regime for them as well?
I think that, look, anything that goes past, when you're talking about e-scooters go 20 kilometres an hour, most e-scooters. If they go above that, I don't think that if you're riding anything that's on a road or on a footpath that has a potential to damage someone, having it some form of registration on it would not be a bad thing.
I mean, a push bike, you can damage someone with a push
Yeah, you
bike.
can. That's what I mean. I mean, to me, it's like we don't want to cruel. I don't want to cruel the e-bike industry either. I'm trying to find a balance all the time of how to do this. How do we balance this out to make it so that we provide a service that is going to benefit our community, and but also we need to find a way to make them so that if they do hit someone, one, we can say who they are, and two, that they're liable.
Yep. There's no insurance. That's the problem. There's no insurance. So if you are hit and damaged, you can't claim anything.
No. I have a lady that I helped, and she was hit, put up in the air, and she's 70. Her life is never going to be the same again.
But surely the same principle applies.
Ms. Oakley's just been trying to say something. I'll just
Yes, Ms. Oakley, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but e-scooters, I think, are in a slightly different category because they have very small wheels. They are actually inherently dangerous to use because you only have to hit a small pothole and you'll come off them. So they're dangerous not only for other road users, but they're dangerous for the operators. I had understood until yesterday, I think, when there was an announcement by the Minister, that e-scooters were only able to be used publicly if they were hired. But I think I couldn't find the legislation to which the Minister was referring to, but there seems to be...
There's no legislation. The proposal is to legislate.
I
That's what
see.
this inquiry is really directed to, guiding the Minister's thinking around how we legislate to make e-scooters legal in New South Wales.
I see. I misunderstood the press announcement. E-scooters, I think, are in a different category because of their inherent instability, I think, to use. I mean, just an ordinary scooter can tip somebody off quite easily, but an e-scooter going faster, it doesn't. They are very unstable. So I put them in a slightly different category as far as the danger is concerned, because e-bikes, I think, are, for the users, the only danger to the operators is enhanced by the speed at which they go. But I think e-scooters are inherently dangerous.
You would be aware that in Melbourne they were right on the brink of actually legalising shared e-scooters, and someone was killed. Someone was travelling at 50 kilometres an hour and killed a pedestrian, and they've banned them.
But I suppose, I mean, there's hazards with all sorts of activities,
Yes,
including riding a push bike. But we
Yep.
don't have a sort of like extensive regulatory approach to push bikes, and the risks may be not that dissimilar to the risks that currently exist for riders of push bikes or for pedestrians who are hit by push bikes. So, are we kind of overbaking something because it's new rather than based on the actual relative risk?
I think the risk is higher because of the e-component to it, that it can go independently. As these ladies from the Shire were saying, that you don't have to actually steer it, all you've got to do is steer it. You don't actually have to pedal it, you can't actually make it work. Whereas if you're in control of it as a normal bicycle, you can actually stop it really quickly, and you've got to be in control, you've got to be in charge. And you're not in charge of it if it's travelling on its own devices. And faster as well.
I've got a Transport New South Wales brochure over there, and it was a guide to parents, and I was just amazed how simplistic it was. There was virtually no guidelines at all. I mean, when you compare with what's happening in Switzerland, where they've actually been at this for a number of years and got some rules together, I think our rules are extremely minimal for children. Extremely.
Thank you. I've just got some questions from Mr. Fang, who's online.
Thank you, Chair. I just, in relation to the idea of licensing, I'm interested to hear from the groups about how you think the licensing might work. Obviously, if you have a driver's license, you receive your license, you receive 12 points. If you're a provisional driver, you get a certain number of points. Do you think that we should have learners and provisional licenses for scooter riders? Do you think we should have a number of points? Is it the same number of points? So 12 points if you are a full license holder, or, whether you ride a scooter or drive a car, or, for example, motorbikes and cars are on the one license. Do we have scooters and e-bikes on the same license?
Would it make them accountable? It's an accountability. Once you're on that road, you're accountable, and you need to be accountable.
And scooters and e-bikes should be on the same licence as a motorbike. I don't think you need to go with all the different points system, but there should be two levels of licensing, one for the operators who are providing shared e-devices and one for the actual rider. And both of those should be carrying insurance.
And what about in circumstances where there's a penalty? For example, a rider, of an e-bike or an e-scooter might be speeding. Should they lose points? Should they lose points if they're on a pedestrian crossing or a path that they shouldn't be on? Is that what we're sort of talking about in terms of licensing, where you've got penalties?
I think there should be penalties, but I think it should be fines. I don't think you should be worrying about the number of points people lose. I think they should be fined on the spot for doing things that they're not supposed to be doing that put people in danger.
Well, in that case, I mean, obviously, if you drive a car, you have a loss of points because, for people that have, greater incomes, the loss of the fine might not be so much of a problem, but it's the loss of points and the loss of your licence, which is actually, I guess, the major deterrent. Do you think that the Minister for Transport should be implementing licences for these e-mobility devices, and in turn, using revenue to, process fines and Transport for New South Wales to remove points?
I see your point. I think that's quite a good idea.
Well, any of that can be done for the private e-bikes and scooters, but the problem is with the commercial ones, isn't it? That most of these many of these are being driven by tourists who are here for a week. We can neither license nor fine very easily.
But they're working for a company.
Make the same point that anybody that if you come from overseas and you want to drive a vehicle, you know, you need a international license. Maybe we need to have an international scooters license or an international e-mobility license. Is that sort of what you're advocating for?
That's not a bad idea. It's not sort of something that I've ever thought about, but it's definitely something that you need to think in a whole process. That would be something that would be, we could, if it's not already international, it wouldn't be a bad idea, because if that's where, I suppose, because we don't have the statistics on where people are getting injured, it's hard to understand where it actually is. But, and I mean, I've spoken to my counterpart, to people I know in Northern Beaches. A lot of the beach suburbs share the same problem that we have with the amount of people riding them. I think having a point, as you said, you need to have not just a monetary, it needs to have an accountability, because if you get fined and you lose your license, if you don't have a license and you're unlicensed, you know, that's the thing. You need to have that accountability, because that's how we teach everybody.
Absolutely. I think that the licensing is essential. Now, say for example, in Switzerland they're getting a speedometer on bikes. Now that means if they've got a speedometer on a bike, and they're doing that to comply with speed limits, especially in zones where the limit is 20 or 30 kilometres. That's obviously they have some quite low speed limits in certain areas. So they have to have that. The new ones have to have the speedometer, and the old ones have to be refitted. Now, if you've got a speedometer and you've got a camera, so this will help the police a lot. If the bike is licensed and the bike's going through at 50 kilometres an hour or whatever it is, they've got, and the thing is licensed, you've got accountability there. It's just makes it so much easier. At the moment, they can do whatever they like, and they won't be caught.
And they do.
Do you think the Minister for Transport was a bit premature in announcing this plan over the weekend or yesterday without actually having considered all of these matters and actually having Transport for New South Wales look at the way that we're going to license it, the point system,
That's the point of this inquiry, Wes.
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry, but personally, I don't know all that information that I'm not read up on all that. All I do not, when you're talking about that, I can see that this is a good way of doing it. This inquiry to me is how we sit down and nut out how we can try and do the best way we can. I think that we have to look at it across the board, whether it be the people who do the share riding or the people who own it. There is so much smart technology out there now that we can actually, I think one of the biggest problems we have I can talk about in our LGA, is that they come through a pedestrian mall and they come through so fast. You can't stop them. There's no way of knowing who they are. If you try and stop them, you've got no chance. And neither do the police. That's where we need to help the police. We need to have legislation to help them do this, because otherwise, and we need people say that the police inaction is encouraging more bikes to be ridden illegally. And in one way, that is. But it's also because it's very hard to be able to, with the way they're being ridden now, is to actually stop them and do something about it. We need to look at the issues that are there, and the main issues with privately owned e-bikes is that they're too fast, they're too heavy, they're too convenient. Well, they're too easy to ride, and they're too. If we talk about scooters, a scooter will have one person on it. These e-bikes have got three.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Farmer. I'm just conscious of the other groups in the room. Mr. Fang, I just wanted to see whether Ms. Oakley, I see you had your hand up just before we finish for the day.
I've just got one other question.
Sure. No, Ms. Oakley, you go.
No, it's fine.
I thought you wanted to comment on something.
No, it's fine.
Okay, Wes.
No, Ms. Oakley, I'm happy to hear your opinion. Sorry, I just had one. I was just letting that I've only got one more question to the chair, but I'd love to hear your opinion, please.
I'm sorry, my mind.
No, that's okay. We'll go to the question from Mr. Fang. Well, ask question.
My final question is in the same way that cars have e-tags, do you think that we should have scooter e-tags so that we can perhaps you know, if there's a way, for example, you know, if they have to pass through gates,
the Greens have been a very policy.
You mean so they would pay for tolls?
Revenue raises.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me if you want to encourage uses other than cars, then that would be a retrograde step, because, well, I'm not an engineer, but I imagine that you could use a piece of road many, many times by an e-bike or an ordinary bike and not do terribly much damage to the road, unlike cars and heavy traffic and what have you. So I think the justification for charging tolls to e-bikes or ordinary bikes is hard to make out, personally.
Yes, I think there's more important issues than that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We started 5 minutes early, so we'll finish 5 minutes before 4, which is the hour, which is now. So I do want to thank you all so much for your excellent submissions and for making the time to appear today, even if you didn't get all of your issues on the record, because there were 4 community groups this afternoon. You can be guaranteed that we go through your submissions very closely as well. If you take, I don't think you did take anything on notice, but the committee may come back to you with additional questions if members have them, and they will be in touch about that. So, and just before we finish, I did just want to make clear there's been a couple of comments that seems to indicate that this inquiry may have been established to provide guidance to the Minister. I do want to make clear that the New South Wales Upper House voted for this inquiry. It is made up of government, opposition and crossbench members. This inquiry was not established at the guidance of the Minister. We make recommendations to the government and hope very much that the government takes it on. But we are, if you like, a broad cross-section of the Parliament, and we are independent of the Minister in terms of the recommendations we'll make. Hopefully she'll take them all on, though, given what the government members have said today.
I'm sure the Minister will take due regard of the outcome of this.
That's right. Excellent. That's what we hope. All right. Thank you so much. And that is the end of our hearing today. And we'll be back tomorrow for the second day of hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.